everybody. We are live. I just want to introduce myself. Welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast, and I am one of your hosts, Rebecca Benningfield. And we have three co-hosts today, and it's going to be Gillian Watson is with us, and Mystery Mark, and the one and only Samuel Hofman. So we're fortunate to have him on super short notice. But they're all already here with us on live. So how are you all doing?
Well, persona non grata, I mean, I'm here, but I'm not here.
Yeah. Sam is definitely short notice. I didn't know for sure.
Well, no picture because my upload won't do both feeds, so I freeze up when I run the camera. And not only that, nobody wants to stare at my pretty face today anyway,
You never know.
I've been up since like 4 o'clock in the morning, so I'm sure I look windblown and scattered. No shave,
I hear
that kind of thing. Yeah, I didn't have enough time to shave. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, we can't always be gorgeous, Sam.
Well, I did. I cut my beard off like last week, so I let it grow, and then it gets a couple inches long, and I have one of those little micro clippers that when it gets so long and then it starts to itch, and I don't like it anymore, I shave it off, and then being my age, it grows back very quickly, and I'm like, okay,
too quickly.
Good old bodies, Our bodies just do what they want.
Well, my father is, well, we're Dutch, and my father could barely grow any, chest hair whatsoever. And he had a pretty prestigious mustache and a goatee, but he didn't do a beard very well. Me, I've got that thing pegged, and it's unfortunately goes to my toes. But anyway, now everybody's really grossed out. It's like, oh, I don't want to even picture that. No.
Oh, no.
I don't think us girls have trouble with hair either, do we, Rebecca?
Oh,
no, gosh, no. It grows like crazy now, so yeah.
Well, that could be the planetary things too, and we should never discount that.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, we all know that some new events are happening in all sorts of manners, from how our plants are growing to how animals are behaving to how we're behaving to geologic and sky scenes, and I mean all the way across the board, including the metaphysical, with reaching into all sorts of accountable things that nobody can quite put a pin on. But if you put the puzzle pieces together and it all fits, well, we have a picture. So there's a lot going on, and everybody out there that's knowing something's completely crazy. You're not crazy. It is happening. So
it felt crazy today. It's been manic for the last 3 days. But then you said that, well, people, not anybody else, the books say that we are made of, what is it, more than 70% water ourselves?
Like 73%, something like that.
Yeah.
And there's been really freak tidal waves all over the planet for, God, the last month. And there was some freak waves, I believe in South Africa. I believe there was some in Hawaii. I believe there was some other ones. And there's a massive typhoon going out to sea right now in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Japan and everything, headed toward us. But I haven't checked its activity.
Oh no!
Well, it's a biggie. I haven't
checked more of that stuff.
2 days, and so I wasn't even on yesterday. I was dealing with some yard issues. And I have to replace my smaller front steps, so I'm kind of dealing with that. But and I got other stuff going on with the kids and everything. And we went through Friday the 13th yesterday, and that was sort of.
Oh God, yeah. And you've got young ladies in the house now.
Yeah, well, they like that sort of horror movies, and I don't. And I on the Friday the 13th would put one horror movie in just for the holiday event of the spirit, but I didn't even do that. So I just sort of had tea yesterday and didn't do much other stuff except house cleaning, dishes.
They seem to do it a lot here. They seem to do it a lot here too, like trick or treating and stuff like that.
Oh, well, Halloween is huge for the Hofman household. We love Halloween. I mean,
yeah,
had a real deep sense for the macabre, and a lot of people fear it. And me, I've studied, the mystic arts and alchemy and chemistry and
Ooh.
Hermetic and Colburn Bible, and I've studied the Jewish mysticisms and looked into some of the Latin, and all the way up through even the Anglo-Saxon history lore and the Norman lore, and going through the Templars and the Knights Templar and all of these histories and stuff. I've studied as much as I could ever get my hands on.
Yeah, I just found
Thank
out a
you.
really interesting Celtic story about cats, black cats,
Yeah.
ladies with black cats, and I thought, oh yeah, that's cool. Like she, or I can't say the word. I need to get somebody that speaks Gaelic. It's not Gaelic. I think if Mark, is it Gaelic or Gaelic? What do they say there?
It's Ascuelga.
Asquenga. Because there was. It was Sheed. Is it a Sheed? Sheed. It's SIDHE, or like Shay, or she, like Faye, kind of. Shay, isn't it? Yeah.
I see Joe Post is on.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I
I was going to say, I wanted to just tell we already have 16 listeners at the moment. So I just wanted to welcome all of them. I was just now getting to the comments and going through them.
Long-time member of Montana
thank
Skywatcher
you all.
1, even, I believe. And
yeah, Carol Ann
really?
said she was on
Okay.
too. Oh, there's Carol Ann. She said
There's
she was
Carol
coming.
Ann. We got Carol Ann. We got Kaylee. And then
Hello,
again,
everybody.
Joe. Yeah.
Hi,
And
Joe.
I'm not sure how to say that, but this person is here. Welcome. And we have a Facebook user from South Africa. And whoever this person is, if you want to reveal your name and your picture, you need to go to, you have to go to StreamYard.com/Facebook and click the blue box, and it will allow you to access, connect with Facebook. That way your picture and name will show up if you want to. And we have Sarah. Hey, Sarah. Happy you're here.
Oh.
And we're caught up on the comments now. So
Could the listeners say where they're from in the comments? It'd be interesting.
Would you all mind that if you're listening right now, comment where you are from?
I think we just lost Gillian.
Oh yeah.
And comments as well.
There she is. Let's see
Don't
what
play
we
with
have
the buttons.
Here.
I just played with the buttons, man.
Yeah.
There she did go.
Okay. There she is.
What happened? She did it again. Hang on. Oh, she's gone this time. Here she is. She's coming back.
Sorry, a train went
You
past
did
and I
it.
played with the buttons. I was looking for the chats. I'll just have to take your word for it that people are chatting to us.
Yeah,
I won't touch any more buttons.
Oh,
if you go from private chat over to the comments, or if you're in private chat and then you send to somebody else, it literally boots you out.
Yeah.
Really?
That's what it did to me, and then I couldn't switch back and forth between the comments and the private chat. I think you have to do that in the beginning of the opening of the show for yourself on your setting, because I could private chat in the first one to Mark, but then every time I tried to read the other comments, it booted me out.
That's no good.
Oh, there's a little flaw.
That's no good. Yeah. So far, I don't have that trouble. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I brought a Coke.
We got, as I say, I don't know where Kaylee is from in Oklahoma, but I'm another Okie girl here, Tulsa. So always nice to have a local. Let's see. We have, the Netherlands was with us. I'm sure it's really late.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's
where
Joe.
You are. I'm not sure what time it is there. And we have New Zealand is with us. Great. Norway. Tom Storm.
Good. Hi, guys out there. I hope
we got New Hampshire. And Carol Ann is in Pennsylvania. And then that's me. I'm in Tulsa.
When you get a copy of this tomorrow or whatever, please share it with people, and maybe even write them poignant sections that they would be interested in, because we do have a tendency to be a little long-winded, and a lot of people don't want to watch long videos, but the idea is to express information that is, of course, that all of us around the world are seeing. So, and and credibility, et cetera, et cetera. And Montana Skywatchers 1, 2, Montana Skywatchers Anonymous, Nibiru Followers Anonymous 1 and 2, and your Facebook, TikTok, and everything else needs to get around and shared with people, because there's a whole lot of stuff out there that's completely unbelievably inaccurate, misleading, and ridiculous, including most of the string feed that that your videos are listed on YouTube on my smart TV. And then I get this scrolling band of all of these movies that people have put out about Nibiru and the Anunnaki and this and that and the other. And some of the little segments of what they put in their videos is accurate, but the rest of it is heaped on, piled of gossip and supposition and inaccuracies and limitations of the vastness of the size of the factions and what's actually going on with Earth. And it even discusses them placing us here, but it barely goes into the topic of length of period and times and the passings of the planets. And they all act like it's this one-time event when it's not, and it's cyclic, and it's been going on for a couple 100,000 years under this current management, and God only knows what happened prior to that. People have to understand this is a larger cycle, and there's so much more going on. And there's well, I'm not going to say hundreds, but there's at least 5 factions involved in this celestial annual 3,654 year event. And if you go back through history to 1650s BCE estimate, then the cycles match, and the legends and all this crap is stacked, and there's hundreds of petroglyphs around the planet, all matching. Colburn Bible, this, that, the other thing, all matching. And people have really got to take the credibility and reliability of what we've studied and how far we've gone back on this information. Exhale, end of speech. Or was it rant?
It was the Colburn Bible that I remember in 2017. I'd never heard of it. And I got onto Montana Skywatchers because of Lindsay's Nibiru Ascending group. She and McKenna Kate had that site, and that is where another dude called David Lyle and all those guys were as well.
God, I think I read it the first time when I was 13.
Yeah, I found those Earth Chronicles by that Zachariah Sitchin by accident as well in the library. It was in the teenage section under science fiction.
His book was Worlds in Collision. He was Jewish, and he was from, I believe at that time when he wrote it was current day it was Israel. Or he lived somewhere nearby. Anyway, he was Jewish, and he unfortunately, and I've watched his speeches, and there's quite a few movies on him, and he had a tendency to mix the Bible in with his descriptions. So the average Joe listener who is not an Israeli or an Arab or would be less likely to pay attention during those segments. And he did greatly discuss planetary discharge and asteroid discharge in a manner that nobody else has touched. And he was highly discounted for that. But he had a tendency to smear in too much peanut butter in between the bread. So,
you mean Belikovsky, that guy? Yeah.
Right. Emmanuel Belikovsky. Right.
Emmanuel Belikovsky. Yeah.
Right. And he put so much religion into every fact that it had a tendency to fill a chapter rather than handing you a paragraph. And he lost the listener, and he lost his book. It was acclaimed at first, and then everybody did the anti-Semitic crap, and then it went off into.
Yeah, but you see, a lot of people think that, oh, well, if I bombard them with all of this information, all this long, flowery language, I'll think I'm really cool, that I know a whole lot more than.
But he was a highly religious rabbi or rebbe or whatever, however they would pronounce, or whatever his title was. But he was highly religious, and it came out in his teachings, of course, too, and his understanding of it. And of course,
he was a rabbi, was he? Oh.
See, he saw the whole thing biblically rather than scientifically. Although his scientific summation was phenomenal because he discussed the electrical discharge between the bodies and electrical universe and all of this in ways that only the early Buddhists and the Greeks talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to go through history to learn some of these things. In the early 70s, the mysticisms, of course, were coming forward in Eastern Asian information, finally getting to the United States and being tolerated rather than voodoo or a jigaboo or whatever you want to call it, pardon the expression. And in the 60s, they had this great movement where people were all into seances and everything else. And a lot of people were turning from this church and that church and walking away and trying to look into the seances. And my parents even had seances in our house when I was a kid. So there's this whole transition of people to actually finally get into some of this information. Finally, 80s, 90s, turn of the century, 2010, etc., where people are finally starting to look into semi-remotely credible information, including the Colburn Bible and this and sort of. Sorry, that was long-winded always to get to here, wasn't it? I apologize.
No, it's all right.
Well,
I love listening when people talk.
The source
no,
information,
it's good information.
it goes back to you have to check your sources of credibility. You really do. And then, if you find something, and this is what I've always this is, step A. If you find something that doesn't fit and it's really uncomfortable and you just sit there and you go, what the heck? Then it's not true. But if it fits, it's true. And that allows you to take your next step to summation or an accumulated summation where, you don't want to jump to conclusions. And we've never done that at Montana Skywatchers or Nibiru followers, although the larger groups have a tendency to post a lot of information that's fringe because they haven't honed in their skills yet as to what is really happening, because that's what topic is. Topic is what we presently know from proven fact, not through supposition or hype or gossip and we all took the time to learn that, you including Gillian and Rebecca. We all learned that we stay on topic and we try to stick to what we have proven, correct?
Yep. Yeah, I remember that first time I said something about faces in the clouds.
Right. And who got scolded over that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, for newbies I think it's one of the first things that you notice.
Isn't that called pareidolia?
Yeah, it's pareidolia. That's what it's called. But I remember they talked about it in a book that I'd seen in the library when I worked there about the face on Mars and how then I started even studying more because that was Richard Hoagland's studies, because back in 2000, I was fascinated by Robert Zubrin wanting to go and put all those pods on Mars and stuff. And then there was a professor studying in the area that I stayed in, and he ordered the book, The Face on Mars. And I was stunned. Yeah. I was really blown away by the fact that this face on Mars, it is in the same area of the Cydonia region as like where Egypt is here. And the inclination of it would mean that shuttlecraft can leave our planet in an ideal fashion through there. That if you watch the shuttle, it would go like that when it went up. I just thought it was.
If you understood ET technology, which is so vastly away from ours, that's easy.
Yeah.
I mean, their craft and everything. I've walked the Deca once, so yeah, they're quite easy, no problem. They go anywhere they want. They can, and some higher factions actually travel through time, and I know that for a fact also. Rebecca, do you have a format? But I also have a question. You talk about the pareidolia and the faces on Mars. Do you have that Walmart picture from Jesus available to you now?
No, I don't even know which one you're talking
about.
Sorry.
It's that wide lens picture you guys were showing in your last co-host show together, and it was the Walmart picture where he shows Atu's moon on the wide lens shot.
Let me look.
I saw something in that show while you guys were doing the show that I wanted to point out to him, and I hadn't gotten a chance to do that. But if you look in the upper left-hand corner of that shot where you're looking at Atu and Atu's moon wrapped in the clouds and everything, and to the upper left corner sits the Skull asteroid plain as day. Oh, and several Star Destroyers are in that same shot. So, and I
It's
want
just amazing.
yeah. Oh, and to me, they were plain as day. Whoop, bang! There, you know, I'm in my living room with my big screen smart TV watching their show, and I see, okay, yeah, there's okay. Well, that means automatically, and we know that the Skull asteroid is over to the left between Uri and Atu in the shadowy dark area and creeps up. That's not the one. It was toward the end of the show, and it was probably picture 2 or 3. I'm not sure, but
That one,
the
okay.
one that he says
That
it
was
was
his.
above Walmart, and he'd gotten crap because he'd used a wide lens. And if I remind you of the conversation, if you catch that part. But I saw, and then you look up there, and there sits the Skull asteroid, plain as day, like just like in the drawings, like we know it is. Okay, that's Saturni's yellow moon.
Not it.
And anyway, um,
That one?
that's not the one. It's over the Walmart. You can actually physically
Walmart.
see the Walmart in the picture. And I see, I did actually write it down on a piece of paper when I saw
Right.
it. It caught my eye so heavily that I went, oh, I got to tell them about this, because there it is.
That's it. That's a
Yeah.
Walmart.
Can you bring that one picture up that doesn't have any marking on it?
It's there together.
Oh, okay.
I can't. Yeah.
So it's been
Sorry.
cropped off, because in the upper left-hand corner, and it's been cropped off by this size of what I'm looking at. In the up, tell them to go to the original next time you get it. But actually, am I seeing it? I wish I could blow this up right now, but I can't. The Skull asteroid is in the left-hand corner, just beside Atu and Atu's moon, and I think
So
you
is
can
it?
see that.
Is it normally always to the left of the sun, where all the asteroids are? The skull.
Well, the Skull asteroid is between Atu and Uri. It's higher up than all the other objects, and it hides behind Atu. The first time I ever saw it by eye, Atu was above me, and it was like 2015, 2016, somewhere around there. And it was directly, hugely over me, like, a great dome above me. And then as the planet rotated, as Atu rotated, I watched the Skull asteroid, which was the size of just massive above me, come out of the darkness. And I got to watch the interaction, because when the sunlight hits objects, those objects put off this gaseous occurrence from the planet warming, or the object warming up, and it puts off this ionous gases. And I watched that stuff fold out of the eyes and out of the nose and the mouth, and here comes this giant freaking Skull asteroid, and it was Halloween times 100. And I'm staring at that, and my knees actually buckled, and I mean, my jaw dropped open, and I'm about ready to lose the spit out of my own mouth, and I'm just going, oh my God! And I watched it for like 45 minutes, and otherwise I would never have believed NASA in the first place. But then we started after that. After I physically saw it, we started getting sightings from around the world, because I went, oh wait, that's it again. There it is again. There it is again. And then over since 2015, 8 years or so, we've documented that that's where it is. That's where it rounds out of. So when Atu and Atu's moon were going over the top of us, and we knew Uri was close by, I knew if you look directly up over to the left of Uri, or between those two, you will. And lo and behold, even like 2-3 weeks ago, I watched it outside. It's awesome. It's smaller than it was at that point in time. We may yet see it, or it might be even occurring now, and I haven't seen it. But we're seeing placement of Uri this time to the north sky, and the last time Atu and Uri passed Earth into the light, which was 2019-ish, 1819, and then we saw it in the western sky at sunrise, meaning that it passed Earth, and that's why it was illuminated. At sunrise, they were farther south, and now they're farther past us, which is also prompting me to believe that they are up and passing away from us, like preordained in my original.
I think we lost Gillian again.
Excuse me, Mark.
I think we lost Gillian again.
She moved.
No, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Mark, keep reminding me you're here. I forgot you were here again. Sorry.
I know.
I'm just listening
quiet.
to you speak, Sam. It's starstruck.
Yeah.
Sorry, hey guys, I had my coffee today. I was telling that to Rebecca earlier when we were on the phone. It's like, okay, I'm going to talk 300 miles an hour. And, I'm still on my first cup, and I got probably 5 tablespoons left. But I had coffee today.
I drink coffee all day.
What time is it now?
At my house, it's 1:30 in the afternoon Mountain Time.
Oh, nice.
8:30 over here.
8. Okay, 8:30. Okay, 2:30 for me.
Yeah, tomorrow I have to decide to ride my e-bike to work. I have to be brave. The storm this morning just about killed my other poor old bike. Shame.
If you have an e-bike, be very careful about them lighting on fire when you recharge them.
Yeah, I know. I seen somebody's one went on fire after I bought it. I thought,
do you have a proper metal stand to put it in so it doesn't catch anything nearby on fire?
It's on a metal stand, yeah.
Okay, well then maybe you could e-bike. Do you have a porch that you can plug it in on the outside? Of course, if your battery gets cold, it's going to work less efficiently. But you have to.
Because I thought that I could take the battery out of it and take it in and put it somewhere so that it doesn't lose its charge. But
never
it seems
set it
like
on the ground. Never set a battery on the ground. That drops its efficiency for future because it touches earth and it changes the base. Even car batteries. Never put a car battery on the ground.
Oh wow, interesting.
Yeah. They say, oh no, but then you're putting it in a whole new world.
Oh, it's a beast though, this thing. Lindsay's little boy wants to ride it so much, but her older boy, he fitted it together for me, just like easy peasy, no problem.
I watched reports where they were lighting on fire all over the place. So
I know, I seen one as well. There was these 2 young guys that were doing some holiday or something, and they were in was it a hotel room or something? And you just seen them running out of the room, and the room's on fire.
Those things are dangerous. Anyway.
Oh God!
I think we're talking off protocol here. Do you have a format that you want to take care of?
Yeah. What are we talking about?
Well,
do you mind, guys, if I do a special shout out?
Absolutely, Mark. Tell me what.
Just to shout out to everybody at Comic-Con that's listening. I heard that they were going to listen live up at Comic-Con.
Oh, cool.
Oh, wow.
So, everyone, hello.
So what is Comic-Con about exactly?
Sorry.
Samuel, would you like to do this?
Comic-Con is a national convention that happens every year where some of the most wonderful and spiritually crazy space groups and costume wearers and a fantastic. I've actually been to Comic-Con.
That'd be
couple
fun.
of times, and I don't know exactly where they're having it this year. Otherwise, believe me, I'd be promoting it, and I've unfortunately not been able to attend for many, many years. But God, if they're listening to us live, you folks are fantastic. You're awesome. I enjoy yourself. Let's be safe. Wash your hands and don't litter.
Oh, well,
that's so cool. Thanks, Mark, for telling them about us. Mark and I we've been communicating for many months now, and like right when we first started talking, we were talking about a vlog, like me doing a video show of some sort, but I never really knew how it was going to play out to this point, so it's kind of cool that Mark and I are now hosting a show together. He's going to be with us consistently. At least he plans on, as is Gillian. They both plan on, being with me every weekend. So I appreciate them.
The live people out there haven't figured out or haven't been told why my screen is dark. I'm not showing a picture because my upload speed is so low that when I when I try to run the camera and the microphone together, I'm frozen out and booted off because my feed quits. So I don't have my picture up. Mark, however, is being shy and mystery Mark, and I wish he'd. turn his camera
He's mystery
on.
Mark. Yeah, he
Yeah,
has to
we
stay a
want to see
mystery.
Mark. We, you know,
I'm still trying to coax him to talk to me long enough. He finally got the
Yeah.
courage tonight. It was so cool.
Mark
I
is-
love it when we can all talk to each other about the planets because, you know, it's you can tell other people around you, but you can see like the bubblegum look where they kind of just gaze at you and they go, "All right, nice nutter, okay." But you're
Right.
like, look at the sky, man. Look at the way the light is refracting off it. How can a cloud do that? A cloud cannot do that. That is a solid, it must be a solid object, like a really big, seriously solid object going past. And the clouds, after Samuel explained about how the clouds had it's water and space as well as us. Ah, yeah, almost thought you went away for a while. See? And that's just a miracle. Look at it. It's like it's an orb, man. Look at it. You can almost
So-
see them like that just now.
I
They're
know this
amazing.
one is my picture. I took that one just down the alley, and you know, you can't see that with your eyes. You can't just look up and see
No.
that. So you have to take a picture, and then you come home and you darken it a little, you know, adjust the lighting.
My
And these
question is,
things,
do you see the cube in this shot?
I do. I didn't at first.
And do you
but
see
yes.
the side orb up front?
Yep, yeah, you can look at there's a cube. Owl cube.
And
I
the side orb
wonder,
is a little
okay,
black dot
maybe.
off in front of it. And the side orb always gives you, if you got the cube and then you've got the side orb, then it's real. And, you know,
Yeah.
there, of course, we know there's no square clouds, but you've got lead asteroid, you've got the red asteroid, you got the spiral asteroid, you have the cube, you have the ring of Attu and Attu's moon, because there's a ring around Attu that actually envelops Attu's moon. And we
Yeah.
see that on occasion, and we've seen it since literally, oh God, 2016. And at first, when Attu came in, we didn't know that Attu's moon existed because it was enveloped all the time in this weird. There was the ring around the base of the lower southern hemisphere of Attu, and there was always this cloud thing. And then once it started getting closer, around 2017, 18ish, we finally realized, oh look! And then we had better angle views because they, of course, had moved placement, which is over time how we've documented all of this, because we've had different views of the transitions of how the facials show, because they change. And once you learn this progression and all the patterns and where things is, and have a cross-reference guide with the monthly drawings, it all makes sense.
Oh, there's monthly drawing tomorrow. Yeehaw.
Yes, tomorrow.
Oh God, I got to go to work again.
You'll be working all night now.
No, it only
No,
takes
it's
me.
like-
I've already pretty much decided how I'm going to try and draw this month's drawing. Yuri is cutting past us, so I'm going to have to somehow draw that in, that it's above higher, yet it's still covering the light because of its size. And so I'm going to have to get out the big oval, and it's going to be an oval drawing. And then Attu is sort of behind it, and then Attu's moon has shrunk in size because it's getting higher. It also has a close pass, which we've also seen in the last week or two, but it's a faster run. It's different because they're higher above us, and yet they're still doing the we pass them run. And like Jesus, and I'm always quoting him lately. I love that. The visual run past has changed over the years from one place to another angle to another angle to another angle. And like yesterday, for instance, I looked out my northwest window, and I literally see the big ion trail of a Saturn's yellow moon, which is huge now, literally filling a good portion of the sky, whereas before it was smaller. But then we also saw videos where the trail was just horrendously long and very defined off to the right-hand side, and you couldn't mistake that it was the ion tail of a Saturn's yellow moon. And I was watching it, and yet it was earlier in the afternoon, because over the last few months, it's been in the evening, of course, 6 months, 8 months even, which has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. So we're actually transitioning more over to the other side of the orbitation model in an odd sort of way that's hard to describe in a single two-dimensional drawing. So that's where my brain's at
Right,
on that
right.
one. I
You're trying to
apologize.
get,
I do go on.
yeah, you're trying to put all of those planets on one flat piece of paper,
Yeah.
and it's never going to look, I mean, there's going to be times when
The angle from
they
and
are,
the angle from everybody
yeah, I
else's
mean, there
point of
are
view
times
is
when they
different.
really are just like that, where they really are just crowded and packed in there together. But
Right,
most of
right.
the
You see a
time, they're
little
more
head go
spread
past.
out.
And on occasion, I've
Yeah,
actually had to omit, Nepacity or an asteroid out of the scene because it's blocked, and yet I know it's blocked, and so I try to draw that, and then the variation size of the lead asteroid, it's been huge, small, huge, small, huge, depending on the under rotation angle of where that planet has been. While they rotate above us and change angle view, and we move yearly in our summer orbit and then our winter orbit, which changes things, which is why there's a 180-day cycle, which is now going to be extended longer because they're more over the top of us. So that's a visibility thing, an out view thing. And it's almost, mind-bogglingly insane to try and keep all of this crap spinning in your head at the same time. It's like from the God, what was that movie? Dark Crystal, where Agra had her planetary machine that she was rotating in her little dome. If you know the movie, it's a great movie. I love Dark Crystal. Watched it dozens of times. Anyway, it's like I gotta have one of those in my brain sometimes, and so I do make a little. Yeah, tomorrow's drawing day. Sorry. Oh God, I go on. I caught myself.
it's all right, Sam. I mean, we all enjoy listening to you, so.
Love
And
that
I'm happy
Java.
we all have a place to just talk about this together. I mean, it's pretty nice, really. It really
Yeah,
is,
my mind
because
just runs
most of
on,
the
and I'm
time we're
sorry.
just, well, that's okay.
Yeah.
It's just nice to have a little community, but a little clubhouse kind of, our little
Well, that's the thing,
clubhouse.
and like if we're being listened to by Comic-Con right now, oh my
Yeah,
God, oh my
that's
God,
big.
that's the thing. Oh my God, if that is actually happening right now, I'm in elation for them and for us and for because
Yeah,
I got to reiterate, over and over
this
again
is
that this is
big,
all shit that we've watched. We watched
right?
all this stuff happen from 2011, 2010, 12, 13, 14, 15. And we've watched these planets get bigger and bigger and bigger. And for those of us who have grand opportunity to see them when they're smaller, we identify them easier because we learned their base clouds. We learned what they look like, how they look. And then we've also learned to look at the diagram. That's the monthly drawing, which we've, a couple hundred drawings or 100 and some odd drawings or 90 or 8, how many, whatever the count is. I never stop to count them. I just draw them. And because the accuracy has been what it has been, that's what's also led me to the ability to continue to do it. Because I know
Right.
I'm right. We know this is right.
That's how I'm as confident as I am. I mean, it's because I see it over and over again. I've made well over 1,000 of these comparisons that I'm showing right now, and I've studied them in detail. If you take the time, you can just compare back and forth across many, many comparisons. I know a lot of people in the group, the repetitiveness of it is what seals the deal.
Yeah, and that's
Really.
why I started dating my drawings so that we could show that the drawings were drawn before the captures. Time
Yeah,
after time after time,
exactly. Over and
and that
over.
it
Right.
wasn't me trying to brag. It was just trying to for me to
It's true
document that
though.
this did
Yeah.
occur. And
And there's no reason why there would be a curved shadow like this. I mean, look at that.
oh yeah,
It's just
yeah.
perfect.
Oh
It's
well,
like, why would it do that? Well, there's something there. Yeah.
one of these days we have to go back into the 2015 through 2018 pictures, which show the planets small. Now we
Okay.
only have a dozen of them, 20 or 30 or 40 or however many, because a lot of the pictures of the early days were lost. And then I actually found a copy of Understanding the Skies. So I don't even remember which part it was. It might have been one or two, early part of the series where I actually do the arrow hand drawings, and it is on YouTube if you scroll deep enough. just type my name in on YouTube and scroll long enough, and you'll probably find one or two of the Understanding the
Okay.
Sky series. Plus, there's my Radio Wasteland shows are on that same listing, and then your shows, and then a bunch of well, God, there's there's a lot out there. So
there, yeah. Well, I tell you this. I mean, I mentioned this the last show, but it continues growing on TikTok substantially. I mean, right now, when I put in hashtag Samuel Hofman, I'm pretty sure it was at 4.9 million. And it was
growing.
It's grown several 100,000 in the last few days. So it's like
Yeah,
I said,
within a
watching
couple of months, I think
domino.
it's doubled. I think it's doubled.
It's
within a couple
going,
of months.
yeah. It's growing quickly right now.
Well,
for
let's
sure.
hope, because we took the time to, and that's the thing, because I saw them. I saw these planets, and I was watching Antarctica cameras for Montana Skywatcher 1 in the early days, back when we had 20 members, and I was telling people and then I got outside and visually watched it and took a whole bunch of pictures of my own, and I fried 5 cameras in the process. I think it was 4 or 5. And then I just couldn't keep throwing more money into these cameras. And so then we started paying attention to other things. And then right about then is when I started saving worldwide pics. And I literally had to go places for days to find something that was 2 weeks old, which is where, Montana Skywatcher got started, was because that way there was a daily current repository of information of what people saw in their area, in their skies. And then I've always sought out the wider shots instead of the close-ups, although their close-ups have their place as well. Do you have something you want to go through?
No, I'm just showing pictures while you talk. So I'm happy with that. And I put out a little note asking if anyone had any questions specifically, for Sam. So how are you doing, Mark?
It's very, very cold over here.
Oh no. Do you have a fireplace?
No, not in the room, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't have a fireplace where I live either. We have electric
I believe they
heating.
burn sod where he is.
Yeah, we burn turf and coal.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah, well, it's going to get cold here where I am.
So
right in
what's
the
your
middle.
skies like, Mark?
We got a bit of dry weather recently, so
yeah, I was watching the weather pattern, but I mean, what do they actually look like?
Clear, very, very clear, crystal clear.
Wow.
So, I must send you on some pictures later.
I'll look it up this afternoon in your side of the planet, and I'll check into your weather definitely. I usually do that. I just hadn't been to that today because I actually got some sleep last night. It was amazing. I went back to bed. It was warmer. And so I slept in for the first time in months. It was wonderful.
Yeah. So I did that 2 days ago. Oh my goodness. Oh my word.
So
I just blamed it on ragging from work.
I was going to say, we do have a question from one of our listeners. And I get this question a lot. People are curious about what we would expect, at the time something big, destructive wise may happen. Do you have any ideas of what we might expect?
Well, I foresee that we're going to get really hot. We already did this year. We're already 15 degrees higher, which doesn't mix with the climate change model in any way, shape, or form. We're seeing events where, like the Mississippi River right now currently is dried up just like it did last year. So we're seeing water shortages because it's boiling off faster. So therefore, it's going up into the atmosphere, which is causing more freak weather. Because of the solar intensity, the boil-off ratio is increased, which also elevates the upper troposphere with more steam and moisture and other events. And so our storms are going to be bigger. We just had another on-land hurricane go over, and it was not media explained, although that's what it was, because the millibars, and they were talking about high winds again, and that went through, I believe, Missouri, Indiana yesterday or the day before. And I just got to the point where I've even seen it happen so many times that I'm not paying as much as attention as I used to. Plus, I've also taken a little semi break from being online as much because it's been a little stressful from what's going on in the world. We can foresee, we've already seen crop issues over China this year. They lost a whole bunch of their crops. There's trouble in Europe. There's trouble in Africa. There's trouble in Australia with their weather. We know there's issues in South Africa. We know we don't get a lot of reports from Africa per se about their environmental conditions, because usually it's about small wars that are horrible that are going on, which is why the immigration problem from Northern Africa to Southern Europe is going on, as well as the wars that are going on in Israel and Palestine and Syria, and the factions between the Sunni and the Shia and all of that. And those people really should get along because they're coming from the same prophet, but the same prophet family, although they've got a minor technicality argument, which I'm sure they probably disagree with, my opinion of. But if that is also a religious
This one
issue. Yeah, I saw that, and I was kind of thinking that's somebody's tree.
I don't know. I mean,
yeah, but I don't see it. I'm sorry, I don't see whatever that is.
I don't either.
Yeah, I think it was distorted, like out of context kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm almost saying Photoshop layover.
Oh,
Okay.
Because I just don't see this as being something that I can identify with.
It does
I don't know of
look
any
like a tree,
trees
though.
that have apples or whatever those are.
Yeah.
that's a kind of a cubey shape, yeah. But
Yeah,
I don't know.
Right.
Maybe it's it could be a sea trail coming in front of the cube. Possible.
Very weird.
When I saw this, I just immediately went, okay, I'm not even going there. I'm not. If you look at the white object to the upper right of it,
yeah, Kaylee says maybe a telephone pole. Maybe.
Yeah, to me it looks like a telephone pole with a tree branch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the echo of something.
I bypassed it immediately. And we do that. If we don't have back cross-reference information that matches that, I don't use it. I don't say that's anything. I give no credit. I'm sorry to the photographer. I don't mean to be cruel in any way. I appreciate the shot, but my brain is not grabbing on that as real. I'm sorry. I can't use that information. I can't even define what that is.
Get rid of it.
Well, yeah, I looked at that and I just immediately I gave it 30 seconds and I went, no, I'm not even going there, because it doesn't match anything that we know.
Just put it in the anomaly section, because you never know when it might pop up again.
Now, that helps. I mean, just getting that info from you, Sam, helps, because I don't know.
Well, we have to have cross-reference documentation. We've got to have at least 5 examples of it before we can actually even legitimately make it topic on Montana Skywatchers 1. And then 2, of course, I give a little bit more leeway, and I let people and the older members who have been around for 10 years or so, I let them pretty much post what they want up to and I do, if somebody goes a little kooky, then I'll remove it or I'll write them a private message or stuff. And then there's those people that say that I block them when I don't. I'll boot a lot of people out if they stick some guy feeding chickens to an alligator as a post on Montana Skywatchers. Excuse me, that's not even topic. Goodbye, because that's not serious science, and this is what we're doing. We're not running a gossip channel. We're not running, oh, look, here's an ET cat craft. It's a black dot that nobody can even identify that's going across the screen. We don't use a lot of that. If it's identifiable and if it's something that we've worked out through time that, yes, we know what this pattern looks like, then we will use it, and then we'll discuss it, and then we'll locate it and cross-reference it from other members. And then when it becomes topic because it's real, not because it's hypothetical or gossip. And Rebecca's on mute again. Mark.
Yes, Sam.
Talk.
Sorry, guys.
Let us know you're there.
Oh, I'm just listening. I'm just absorbing all the information.
I know. That's a good thing, but love to see your smiling face for 5 minutes for the live people who don't know who you are. Because I mean, if you are on Comic-Con, how are you going to sell your book unless they go, oh, look at the back cover. That's that guy we saw on YouTube.
Yeah, we do have Sarah's asking what is Mystery Mark's role in all of this, and how about I'll let you explain that, Mark, how you are connected with Sam and what we're doing here now.
I'm writing Sam's biography at the moment. It's taken a little time, but I'm getting there. First chapter is done, first draft, and I'm going to be contacting some people around Sam soon for chapter 2. So very excited about
That's
that.
exciting. Yeah,
Mark,
really
Mark is
exciting.
one of my oldest
Oh.
friends on Facebook.
So
How
no
long
more
have y'all known each other?
Oh, about 12 years, I think.
12,
Wow.
13 years, I think, probably.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Awesome.
Yeah, Mark and I go back because he was one of the only people that I knew in Ireland, and I'm trying to reach out to everybody around the world, and we started talking about. Mark was taking photographs of cemeteries and things, looking for spirits, and then so I saw his work, and I liked it, and so I started talking to him.
Okay.
So did you get
Yeah, that's
pictures
pretty
of
much it.
spirits then, Mark?
So
A bit of ghost hunting and all that kind of spiritual
did you ever
side
find
stuff.
any? Did you
Yeah,
ever see
that'd be
any?
cool.
Not weird occurrences here and there, but nothing concrete.
Okay.
I could teach you how, but I'm not sure you want to learn.
No.
Probably best not to, I'd say.
Yeah, it's like careful
Right.
what you wish for on that department because, I've watched ghosts all my life ever since I was a child in rather gruesome manners that literally come from like the Exorcist movies, and I'm not kidding. I've all my life, but anyway, and I did other things that through hermetic magic and stuff like that anyway. So yeah,
Yeah.
I can tell you
Well,
that they're around us at all times, and for anybody, and I'm just so excited if this is actually running live at Comic-Con, I would just man, this is
where is it this year? Where is it?
Uh,
Comic-Con. Do you know? I'm just curious.
Hold on, I'll have to check up.
Yeah.
Let me mute for a second.
okay. Go right ahead.
Yeah, that's
Go ahead.
fine. That's fine.
Mark does
I
good
think I have
research.
seen what it is. I remember seeing like a big convention where everybody was wearing like anime outfits
Right.
yeah,
Star Trek stuff, yeah?
Yeah,
or
that looks like
any one of the
fun,
Star
doesn't
Wars
it?
genres that this is where the space people get to come out and wear their
Yeah.
costumes, and I used to we used to make armor and stuff like that, and for years we worked on our Halloween costumes from June on, me and a group of
Yeah.
other people, and one year we went as this group, and one year we went as like Three Musketeers, and one year we went as this, that, or the other thing, and I used to do a lot of that, and I know how to make armor and blacksmithing, and I've learned a lot. I've done a little of it, not enough to say, yeah, I can make a really great set of armor, but yeah, I know how it's done.
Cool.
Question, in your opinion, how much longer do you think this can be hidden as many are starting to notice the skies are strange? Well, they're so big right now that you literally have to transition your whole point of view in your own mind before you can actually fathom the size, because we've been raised to believe that Saturn's that little dot out there with the sort of almost visible ring, and if you get a telescope, then you can see it all, and no, that's not what's going on. And it's like I watched the Ring of Fire from here in Montana this morning, and we had an angled protrusion of it, but then when the shadowing came and the light changed, everything in the north sky changed as well. And I'm sitting here staring at a massive, complete from west sky to east sky to north sky, large bottom of a planet. You have to understand.
So what time was that?
In Montana, it was 10:30 MST, Mountain Standard Time, AM this morning. And in Arizona, I believe that was 9:30.
I just wonder what the rest of us actually feel as well if they're going past the planet. We all feel something.
If you want to
So,
see a copy of
guys,
it,
apparently it's in New York City.
oh, it's
Okay.
wow! I thought it was
Okay.
in Las Vegas. Averagely, they may have moved.
Yeah.
I like I said, I haven't been hooked up with it for quite a few years. I occasionally went down to Las Vegas for some of the conventions. That was years
Yeah, I
ago.
seen when I was writing stories back when I was a teenager, it was in it was Comic-Con, and it was it Nevada or Las Vegas and places
Right,
like that? So
yeah, it was in
yeah.
Las Vegas most of the time, from what I understood. It's why I'm surprised he's saying it's in NYC, which is great.
Mhm.
Hi,
Yeah.
hi, NYC, man. Anyway, yeah, the thing with it is they're so big that you have to rewrite your brain and say, okay, I'm going to look at the dark areas first and then the light. And once you start to do that, you'll all automatically start to see the patterns. And then you go, holy shit, look at that thing above us, just like the Nepenthe picture. Now, Nepenthe is small, but because she's so small, she comes in so close to Earth that it fills our sky. When this is why we talked
But how
about
close would she be?
3, 4, 5,000, 6,000 miles. I don't know. I mean, I have no way to measure this, but we do know that when they get drastically, because I saw Atu's moon one time and it literally looked like a giant Zeppelin floating just above the mountains. And I mean, I had no way to judge that. And I was really at a higher elevation at the time because I drove up a snowbowl and we were up in the mountains and I got to see that. And I just went, whoa. And it just totally screws with your brain. It does. It argues with your base reality that you're actually staring at something, because we've been told all our lives that shit crashes into each other. We've been told, oh, we're going to get hit, and
Yeah.
Nibiru
Yep.
the Destroyer and the Red Planet, and we've been handed all of this stuff that is our base understanding. And so you have to argue with all of those things inside yourself. And once you see these planets over and over again through the patterns, which because everybody around the world sends me stuff every day. And I mean, I'm a clearinghouse, I'm the pool, and I get to see all of this stuff from credible people who have proven to me over time that they are credible and they're not fashioning these pictures. I mean, I don't know why anyone would want to fake a picture and then send it in. I mean, I wasted time and really not cool at the same time. Good, bad, cruel and all of that.
There's so much AI pics floating around now.
Oh,
Also,
yeah. And you have to be really careful, of course, your source. And so over time, we all, Rebecca and Gillian and Mark and Andy and JD and Jesus, I mean, Jesus has made a living, wonderful thing out of it because he just loves it. And that's the whole idea, is that we follow through with this information. And we are not guessing. We've cataloged asteroids. We've cataloged the Skull asteroid 4 years before NASA even announced it. And then when they announced it, they gave the wrong orbit model and frequency of reoccurrence. And I just laughed at them. And we've got them in dozens and dozens of lies. And and the ISS camera shit, and how at one point in time there was a bee in the ISS sound stage showing pre-recorded shots of space, rather than the fact that these planets are right next to us and passing, and because they don't, when something comes into the screen on live ISS camera, they shut the camera down. And time after time after, oh, it just got cool, and then they shut it off. So we, and right there, that picture we're looking at.
yeah.
Okay. What is everybody? If everybody out there is looking at this picture, I want you to start at the dark areas first.
Yeah. So
On the
yeah, it's
left and
dark
on the
and
right, you have
curved.
2 massive planets. What
Yes.
you're seeing illuminated in the top center left is lead asteroid. That black dot is the Empire orb. The cutoff rosation color on the right-hand side of the sun shows you land mass in the atmosphere, because it's turning that light orange, brown, green, purple. That color definition in the lens of what you're viewing shows you there's refraction going on a land mass. Okay.
Yeah.
Down at the horizon, you have an illumination, and you can see the rounded bottoms of these planets. There's also, on the left-hand side, striped Atu in front of Uri. Because if you look, there's multiple layers of color.
I can see. Yep. Look at that.
Striped angle. Atu has it's not, I'd say a 35% angle. Maybe it's not a 45, but it's like a 35% angled stripes. And Uri's are, of course, horizontal. And on the right-hand side, we see a semi-lighter illumination, and then the faceplate just above this left handrail off the boat or whatever, off that dock, there's a faceplate of Saturn's yellow moon, sort of a splat that looks sort of flat. And then you see Saturn's yellow moon, and then Saturn, and then behind it is Nibiru. Time after time after time after time, year after year, they changed, they moved. We documented the transition of orbitation and rotation in the monthly drawings since 2015, 2016. I can't remember when I started doing the monthly drawings, because prior to that, I was doing videos that got lost because of other people and their petty behavior. So, and I was doing radio shows with Fight for Our Freedom Radio and Bad Baby. And then I did the Radio Wasteland series. And then I did other stuff that never made air. And then I was also dealing with the Money Boys, trying to communicate with them. And I tried to reach out to Marshall Masters and all of this, and was working on those people.
Sam?
Yes?
This drawing, right? We all obviously see the black right in the middle there, but there's something up on the top on the right, and then over in the middle in this dark area, there's like another orb thing.
Right. Do we know the date of this picture?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Well, I would say we've got definitely 3 asteroids that are visible directly. One in the center, the one to the upper right, and then the greenish hued one over
to the
left.
Yeah, you can see it just there in the dark area.
There's even a darker object behind it as well, and then a larger, darker object that shows in the upper 45 of the left-hand corner. So I would call this, probably from the orientation, probably the big 3, because they're all similar in size.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can clearly see them. I mean, wow, they're amazing. It's a really cool shot.
The big 3 were originally following the lead asteroid in the early years, 216, 217, 218, and they did a close circular pass over near Earth. I can't say over Earth because it was horizontally equal to Earth at that time. Horizontally, longitude wise. Yeah, that's the lead asteroid. And if you look on this picture, over to the left is the big 3. That's that darker group.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, one like steps in the sky, like steps.
Their stack has changed over the years. It used to be where they were 3 straight across, and then one was leading, and then there were 2 behind. And then as the angle turned, because they orbit under the rotating planet, so they actually bank turn on different occasions over like a 2-week, 3-week period. Yeah, here we're seeing a flat downward. That's the spiral asteroid in front of the tan asteroid, and the green and the lead are not in this picture, and the blue is not in this picture either, unless it's in the upper right hand corner on the left picture. Yeah, this is tan asteroid, and I think spiral bleeding between the 2 of each other.
Oh, look at them. They're beautiful pictures.
Yeah, and that, of course, is underneath Attu and Attu's moon, which is what the white illumination side trail on the lower right-hand side of the left-hand picture is. That's the facial illumination and the ion mist, where I talk about how when the sun hits the side of a planet, it warms up the side of that planet and melt off or boil off of the atmosphere, so it creates these ion clouds that are illuminating and completely physically visible. You can see Attu and Attu's moon right there, and we know that the tan asteroid and the spiral asteroid, because Uri is on the far left-hand side of the left-hand picture, and you can see Uri. You can see.
I wish that I could actually show you. Yeah, you can see that. Yeah, it's beautiful.
The stripes. This is an older.
Yeah.
This is probably.
Look at that guy! Yeah. Wow.
So these are the asteroids underneath Uri and all of that. And if you looked in the distance in between, on the left-hand bottom, you can see Nepenthe with its core cloud. Tiny, smaller, way farther off. And behind that, believe it or not, is Saru. And that's that big open core at the horizon.
Wow, that's like just like a little slit on the bottom.
Yeah, that's that big, massive from left hand to right hand open core.
Wow.
Granted.
So those swirls, a lot of people comment they think they're crafts, but what we have discovered is that they're asteroids that are rotating. Isn't that right?
Gas
And because
giant,
the atmosphere is all fluid, it just seems to, it's like if you drop a pebble in the pond and it kind of looks like
That's
that.
it does look like that.
If you want to cross reference, just go look up the asteroid fields around Jupiter. It's a gas giant, has this big, massive group of rocks between us and Mars. And that's what this is as well. And if you go back to the biblical description from Sitchin and some of the Anunnaki tales in the Colburn Bible and stuff, all mixed into a, cereal in the morning with a little milk on top, it talks about the asteroid fields being placed between Saru, Uri, and Atu, and that is the gas giants and the chaos. And if you go into the lore of the Anunnaki, the chaos and all the rocks and are placed behind Saru, away from the Nibiruans and all of that, who's the primal planet.
That movie, Gods and Men, was it, or something like that? The guy told them that they were being something was being put into the darkness by Saru. He said Saru, and that was another time that I'd heard the planet's name.
Yeah, Saru is very big, and it's an ocean planet also, with more island-like land masses because it has less deep oceans, from what I've physically seen by eye. So, and this
would those people be bigger, like in stature?
Well, look at the size of their planet. That means their barometric pressure and everything is their atomic structure is much, much bigger. And this, of course, fits in with the giants and fits in with the early the Sumerians being so much larger than the human people, which is and
now they're saying that they found the giant skeletons as well. It's all coming out, a lot of stuff.
Right, which was recently, all of the ones from the Smithsonian were recently destroyed, and that went under the QT, and there was a small public announcement about it, and then it went silent, which I think is a crime. But anyway, there's asteroids, and I believe that's the Salamander asteroid group off the side of Uri. There's this cluster of asteroids that's being atomically held in its orbit under Uri.
I was going to say,
we've seen it year after year after year after year. The Salamander.
These are current, but these just really struck my attention. Was that?
Yeah. And that's
Look at them. I mean, they're just like in your face.
And you remember that 2015 roadside picture where we see Saru on the left hand side and Uri much larger, because Uri in 2014, Uri was smaller, and then she got bigger because we were seeing Saru and Nibiru to compare in size. And Uri is way smaller than Saru or Nibiru, even though it is a gas giant. I don't know how massive it is. And it's kind of odd, if you ask me, that she has a sister gas giant right beside her and a moon. And so this also makes me weigh, are the subdermal moons? I struggled with the Tan asteroid being a subdermal, meaning inside the gaseous, semi-inside the gaseous atmosphere, which you can see in this picture right here. It is slightly behind this front central spiral one and casting a shadow on the actual planet side on the left. But you have to look deep into the dark areas first, not the light. Anyway, I struggled forever that it was a subdermal moon, but we just tagged it the Tan asteroid because in close passes in the visible sky, it actually looks like a tan dirt cloud.
So the Tan asteroid is actually its moon, like a moon. It's stuck inside it.
I've waited, but we haven't seen enough close pass of it at any, thank God. And I said that's the last time I talked about it. We haven't seen it close enough to define if it's a moon or if it's an asteroid. You'd have to see on the Tan asteroid.
When I was at my storage during the week, it was between 3 and 4 in the afternoon, and I was watching the planes leave Inverness Airport, and you could see like this huge cluster of them going over from the left, and it was all rainbowing and
right, and that's debris in space, the small, finer dust and all of that refracting and causing, because light does not exist in space until it refracts into a prism effect for the human eye to see. Our eyes are limited in vision, and I believe birds see better than us. I believe dogs see better. Other animals see differently than we do, depending on, even oceanic animals,
Oh,
seals.
look at that.
Yeah, these are asteroids, and there are gobs of them. And this is that repeated picture that I've been posting since 2017. And then there was the Boxing Day event in 2018 where this was the first close pass of that we ever saw. And
That mental red sky, you.
yeah, and it's this dirt cloud dust storm from hell that comes into Earth, and just whatever close past skiff causes all sorts of freak ass electrical storms and mass weather, and a storm like you've never seen in your entire life. And then it's gone, and it's there within a half hour or 45 minutes or however long it takes, depending on the length of the pass. Where Nepenthe has done a different thing. Nepenthe longer runs, but the close pass discharges of the Salamander asteroid group are very intense. And of course, and a lot of times, Attu and Attu's moon are involved in that event, as well as the lead asteroid, depending on the rotational and cross. But there's these big mass electrical events, and which is unbelievably powerful and purple and miles wide, large lightning bolts that people take a picture of, and they just can't even fathom how large they are between planets. And it's a planetary.
And there's a lot more mention of airplanes turning back and can't get GPS, and they can't.
Yeah.
They have emergencies in the air.
Right. When there's a planetary close pass, if the Earth's magnetosphere gets bumped, gets pushed, gets shoved, gets changed, gets tipped, goes into this weird back post magnetosphere wave pattern where it fluctuates and crosses itself and goes Bluto behind it in the post. And you can check that in the graphic designs online. But of course, remember, those are just computer representations. And you also have to check that sometimes they'll actually show pictures of other objects within the magnetosphere that it can't identify. So it creates this weird odd shape or black dot or post black dot. And we've seen the asteroids pass to Earth where they've showed up in the magnetosphere, and people look at it and go, oh, look what that is. But then they don't know what it really means. And our magnetosphere is being affected by these larger magnetospheres that come in and shove on ours. And then we get pushed out of the way, which is where all of a sudden our moon will go from deep south to the north, because we get tipped and sort of kind of roll out of the way a little bit and then bounce back, which is also where some of these tidal effects that were going on. And everybody's already forgotten about the really freaky tidal waves in like 2018 and 19, where, the fishermen would come out on their island in the morning to go to their boats, and they didn't even see the ocean. It was gone. And I believe that was in South America. And it happened time after time, and that just sort of went by everybody, and nobody got that. And I was going, okay, we moved. So that's a tidal wobble in the bowl. Somebody bumped the bowl, and then the ocean just decided to move over here for a while and then flow back in. And then we're seeing that in these freak waves that have showed up around the world within the last couple of months as well.
Yeah, I've got another question. In the eastern sky, like when I seen the moon in the last week, it was up to the right of the moon, a really bright stars. It's obviously like Venus or Jupiter or something.
Right. Venus is in the east usually. I believe Saturn has also moved in, but I'd have to look that up. I think Saturn is on the right southeast sky now. I haven't looked where the normal planets are in months, and I am remiss in that, because I usually try to cross-reference in case, but then we don't have to tag small objects anymore. So I haven't been looking it up as often, nor have I gone to the NEO list, because they changed it, and I'm still kind of in protest. I know how to do it. I just have to work a little harder at it. But anyway, and the moon has been pretty small lately. And then of course, a lot of people haven't talked about the second object behind the moon that we've watched for years. Up here in Montana, you can see it. I don't know why you can't see it down there, but it's plain as day to me. And I've even seen two crescent moons at the same time. One enveloped over the top of a larger one behind.
Yeah, because I sent pictures to Rebecca during the week, and I said to her, "Look at this. It's like there's something going on with the moon."
Right.
When you try to take a picture, it's like two of them are there, and there's like a darkness as well
Right.
as
And
it's got a red glow.
we know that certain governments are shutting down some of this information. And we know that other certain governments have activity where they're all landing on the moon right now and all sorts of other stuff going on. There is something on YouTube that if you're in doubt of this, go to, and this is for our listeners, go to UAE Two Moons Project on YouTube. And the United Arab Emirates do not necessarily want to kiss our butts in modern science. They want to chase their own thing. And they have pictures and documentation from a side angle. And this is, remember in the last show, you guys were talking about the live webcamming from Mexico. And the stuff that is in the central hemisphere of the planet Earth gets the best shots. Where I'm up in the northern latitudes up here in Montana, and Gillian, you're over around on the other side of the planet, about just a little bit southern of my latitude or somewhere similar. So the latitudes also make a huge difference, and that's why the Mexico webcams were so good for so long. Now that they've shut them down, and anything. Anybody else?
Carol Ann says that anxiety. Look there. She's talking about how it makes you feel.
Yeah, she had a question for you, Sam, about how much anxiety and apprehension she's feeling when the 10 asteroid is nearby. What do you have to say about that?
Oh God, I hear this wah wah hum hum thing going on up here, and I live on one side of my house, and my kid's bedroom is on the other side of the house. They tell me they don't hear it, but I go to bed. The other night, I had anxiety so bad, I laid there for probably 4 hours and kept having to sit up because nothing was right, and it was uncomfortable. And no matter what I did, I couldn't slow down and go to sleep, even though I was exhausted. And I kept hearing this hum hum hum, and it's driving me insane. And I hear it on set all the time, many different times of day. And we documented that even back all the way back to 2011, when the first planetary close passes came by, we were hearing these harmonics. If you look up Missoula, Montana, strange sounds in the sky, you can hear the early days of what there is. It went off into Alberta. It was heard and documented in 2010, 2011 in Australia. Very loud, very cool. There's one video I try to find regularly, although I haven't been able to find it lately, where it's this girl standing in the street. And she's wearing shorts and a T-top. And she's going, "What's that sound?" And it's just, whoa, and it's awesome. So if you haven't looked into that, that also has been documented for a decade now, that these harmonic sounds. There's other studies. Type that in. That's also on YouTube. Documentation about the strange sounds in the sky. And I believe there's a German video. I believe there's other videos like in Brazil. And so there's a lot of documentation that these harmonic sounds are going on. And I've always believed it's like atmospheric rubbing, like make crystal finger on, wet, moist finger on a crystal glass where it's going wong, wong. Because I think these are atmospheres rubbing. And now in some cases, they have sounded like huge, massive ships going like in Star Wars movies. Unbelievable sounds of the sky. Do look it up. It's like a whole new rabbit hole of the truth that is occurring. And the trumpets, and if you're religious, and I don't recommend you go down that side of the rabbit hole, trumpets in the sky. But yes, that's what we've been hearing for well over a decade now.
Right. Yeah. I made a video about that a while back, but yeah, it's happening really often. There's always, I come across videos on TikTok where that's happening almost daily. People are sharing that.
That picture you have up now is debris field from the asteroids under Uri, and it has a long extending cloud that runs all the way to the bottom of At2, And it's literally, I mean, it's I've got one drawing of it I've made, but I originally in 2010 did some cloud series drawings of what I actually did see by eye out in space. And back then they were, of course, discounted. But there are space clouds in between these planets. They have this, we can't say they're made up of water clouds, but they're gaseous clouds around these atmospheres. And we've learned what they look like. We've watched them come in since they were very small. And in the early days, the whole Nibiru system, star and all, was this little blip up on the left-hand side of all the reports people were sending in. And I kept seeing it and I kept seeing it. And I thought, well, what is that? And then back, 10 computers ago, I learned how to blow stuff up. And then all of a sudden we started seeing the lead asteroid, and then there's star. And then what's that cut in of black? And then boom, there's Nibiru. That was the cut in of black on a lot of these pictures. And if you don't look at it that way first, look at the dark areas, you don't see the large rounded cut-ins. All you see is a star and then a few blobs of this color or that color. And that's on the early orbitation model pics, like the Southern Cross, the Anno Domini picture from like 2008. And then there's the orbitation model picture from 2009 that we use regularly, etc. So, I mean, we do have documentation going all the way back to when these were a blip that we got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then we started seeing the objects around the blip and the dark sides of, which was obvious that they were cut-ins, and because there's that big round cut-in. That's got to be a planet. But we're seeing the dark sides of them. And then 2011, 2012, you could actually see Nibiru and some of the other planets from Antarctica off the Neumayer station and a couple of the other live webcams down in Antarctica. And I can't pop the other names out of my head instantly, but we mainly watched Neumayer, and then we were running 200-300, maybe 1,000, 2,000 members in Montana Skywatcher 1 at the time. And we just started saving pictures. And here we are today.
Right. Yeah. I'm having technical difficulties with accessing a lot of my pictures. Unfortunately, I have some folders pulled up, but I have many folders created, where I can just go pull pictures at random, and it's not letting me. I'm just letting you all know. If you see me repeat pictures, that's why I cannot reach. I'm going to keep trying though. I wanted to show the ones that show the big shadows in the sky, because those are so great.
Yeah. The trick is this whole thing is learning to look at the dark first, the light second. And if you start at the side of the picture and don't look at that bright thing in the dead center of the picture, and in a lot of cases, I'll actually ask people who do submit pictures to Montana Skywatcher 2 or 1 to take a picture of partially of the sun on the right, and then show me the left side, and then take partially with the picture of the sun on the left and show me the right side. And that way you get a larger yet wider shot, depending on the camera you're using. And of course, Jesus has gone beyond that into better cameras with camera lenses and things like that. And he's learned how to take the best shots, because he gets great videos, just as well as, other people send in great material. So the trick is to really seriously look at the dark in the picture first. Don't blind yourself by looking at the center of the picture. You'll see far more if you start on the sides and then work your way in color. And like the region here, that's showing you that the bottom half is the real sun. But Nepesity is over the top, and that's a refraction in the atmosphere of that planet in front of you. And that's why it's making this hourglass blob, because the upper is a refraction of the real. Now, one picture in the upper right, I believe, is a refraction of water, but the other ones are not. The other ones are above the horizon. And you can see in the bottom right-hand corner is a really, really good example where you see that illuminated white face of the planet. And there's that orange that says to you it's shining on land masses, orange to brown. And that's always been a really strong identifier for me when I'm looking at the sun, even if I'm outside. The upper left top picture shows you on the right-hand side of that cutoff that it's Saturn's yellow moon, and the ion trail is right below your view. You see, of course, Nepenthe above, and then underneath, behind, on the right, is Saturn's yellow moon with the little wisps of ion tail. And then, of course, on the left is a red asteroid with a little sister in front. And time after time, they match and they match and they match and they match.
Very repetitive. Hey, Nick was asking, he asked, do you know about the New Madrid event, which will be happening at some point? If yes, do you know at what point in the future it's happening? Is this event followed by a huge tsunami?
Oh, I think he's cross-referencing a couple of things like Edgar Casey, and New Madrid is the fault line, and it's spreading apart. Literally, New York and Massachusetts used to be on the attached side where Morocco on Africa is. And the New Madrid has been splitting apart ever since, like, such and such an age and in the prehistoric dinosaur times. And our continents are drifting apart. There is a possibility, in my opinion, that can be an increased occurrence rather than slow. Unless you're talking about the Edgar Casey event, where he believed that a large asteroid would hit off the coast in the Atlantic Ocean, off the coast of South Carolina, etc., in that region, and cause a massive tsunami, which reaches like 300 miles into the East Coast, sending a 300 to 1,000-foot wall of water. I don't have the absolute correct figures on that, but that's the general gist of it. I believe it's entirely possible. I'm not living on the East Coast, thank you, but and I don't
Have any idea on a time frame?
uh,
5 years, 10 years? Any
I
idea?
hate to throw out dates or time frames because I
Sure.
personally was, panicking almost in 2013. I thought on the first run when these planets got here and they were going by us, and oh my God, look how huge they are. I thought we were in deep shit and going to go any day now. So I learned to sort of temper that, especially, and I got to tell anybody out there, and I hate to down anyone, but if you're listening to Zeta talk, oh, God help you, because that poor woman, although she's informed about a lot of things, she's blended them together in a blender and then handing out his fruit drinks. All these dates that have really pushed people over the edge, and I don't agree with that. Don't give out dates you can't back up. Don't stand there and hand people bullshit that's going to lead them down the wrong path. And we've seen so many of those people who are involved in money do this for hype, for their show. Oh my God, this is going to happen. Oh my God. And an example is that the nationwide cell phone alert for FEMA that just went off, and then I heard numerous people going, oh, this is going to set the vaccine off, and we're all going to turn into vaccine zombies. And I heard so many of those stories. I just sat there for a week shaking my head, going, oh my God, come on, people! You have to have a level of sanity, and you can't go down all of these crazy rabbit holes because it's going to drive you nuts. You got to stick through time-proven information. Follow reputable sources. God, stay away from Zeta Talk. Stay away from the money boys. I'm gonna always say Mr. BB333. He does a good job, but he doesn't link anything. He talks about the now. Oh, we saw this, we saw that. Great. He's reporting stuff we've talked about for years. And if he got in contact with us, we'd love to share some of this with him. But I'm not going to direct the pathway of his show, and perhaps he likes to keep things the way they are. I'm sure he's making far better money than we are. But we're not here for that. We're here for the information and the fact and the proof and the sharing. Citizen Science is a group of friends, and we're not trying to usurp something that is not necessarily ours, like the Christian dollar or whatever, or merched dollar. Although occasionally we sell some T-shirts for money raisers, because
Hey, Sam.
we need funding around here. So,
right. I got a folder for that to in a minute about the fundraiser. But
Oh, no worries.
Sarah was asking about, Gina Marie Colvin Hill. Do you know who that lady is? Gina Marie
I
Colvin?
do not. I have never heard of her.
Okay. She's pretty popular. And, she does a lot of videos showing the FAA cam orbs.
Well, I
You know-
personally direct Sarah to check some of her friends. That's sort of that's a
Oh,
sidebar as well. And I don't
Yeah.
mean that in a bad way. I just mean that, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
But,
I never heard of her. I apologize.
Yeah,
I've never.
I will say she does talks about crafts a lot, but one of her, I don't watch her myself, but because of how much she hypes up those orbs on the FAA cams, which,
Yeah,
like you
and
said,
then,
they were water
stay away
droplets
from
or lens
stay away from the
flares.
Alaska cams, because most of that crap, you got to learn what a lens flare looks like. It looks like you're seeing a dust ball on a lens, and it has all these little dots. And if it's white, completely circle all the way around, it's not a planet. It's a lens flare, and it's dust on. And the Alaska cams, they get a lot of water, they get a lot of snow, crap melts on them. They're stuck on the lens. Nobody cleaned the lens this week, and then you get an orb. And this is why I've never agreed with some captures off of webcams unless they're widescreen, and you can definitely see a shadowing, not an illuminated little round thing. And these people are, oh, here's Nibiru. And no, nothing that small is Nibiru. And we've documented that since Nibiru went all the way around to the backside towards the upper part of the sun, 2017-ish. So, and Nibiru's not ever been that small either.
Let's see if I can find it. I got a
And the
picture
name of the view that we got accepted.
Yeah, I've got a question for you, Sam.
Good.
Oh, look at that thing. Yeah, I love that one.
I thought, well, since we're talking about Nibiru, I'd show you my favorite picture of Nibiru.
There's three things there. You're looking at the face.
Yeah, you can see
the
three.
ion tail of a Saturn's yellow moon, which is massive, and a Saturn behind it, and then behind it is Nibiru.
Yeah.
And then over in the bottom left-hand corner, you're seeing some of the asteroids of Uri. And you can see the little fingers, As a matter of fact, they're so huge and close over our sky. We have very little actual sky right now. We have mostly looking at the bottom of other planets, period, no matter where you look.
Yeah.
And that, of course, changes with each of the cycle. There are days we don't see them, but then they move all the time. And it's just depending on your light cycle, where you are versus the cycle. And that's what part of the big thing that people can't get real like, yeah, right. And you're looking at, because Isatum is in front of Nibiru in our view currently. So you have to, even though this says Nibiru, there is Isatum's yellow moon.
Right.
Is one of those illuminations, and you can see the smaller round in front of Isatum, which is pretty big, in front of Nibiru, and then the actual full line of Nibiru, which is filling up the entire right-hand side of most of our sky, all the way literally to from it. Now, if this is at sunset, then we're looking due west at sunset. So therefore, we're seeing it over the top from the northwest all the way to literally the northeastern sky, which would be Nibiru. That's how big it is. And we're seeing smaller Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon with the ion tail and the illuminations. And then on the right-hand picture, you can even see the illumination of the green asteroid, which is that secondary one just above this main bright city light on the right-hand lower horizontal. Can you see the green asteroid?
Yeah, I do now. You say
I pointed that out last week on other pictures where we know that the green asteroid is crossing all the way over in front of and underneath Isatum's yellow moon. And we also know that the long box cube is also on that side. And if you look at the secondary illumination behind the top middle illumination, you see a box with a little trail off of it. So it's there. It's always there. I don't always discuss it. There's a lot of people that can't understand or fathom the fact that ET is outside our atmosphere, openly, completely out of hiding since 2019 April for Comic-Con, if they're out there watching. We have documentation of massive groups of star destroyers off these two massive cubes, documented. And if you don't believe it, you better look up our information because we proved it. It's beyond debate.
Yeah,
They're
I would show you
here.
pictures of the cubes if I could. I'm sorry, I
No worries, you know.
can't access it.
No homework
I'm
for
bummed out.
everybody, you know.
Yeah,
You know, that's why it's citizen science, because you got to get involved. And if you're not, then why are
right.
you here? You know, I mean, you either look this shit up. You know, a lot of time I'll lose my patience with some people, and then I have a tendency to step back and go, okay, you know, gather your shit together again and calm down. You know,
I know.
we've been doing
I
this for
know.
so long that it's just like people doubt it, and I kind of just now laugh at them. It's like, okay, yeah, you go ahead and think that. Because
You didn't say Skippy. Run with that, Skippy.
yeah, I did not. Yeah, I know you love that. Yeah, you go ahead and run with that, Skippy. I've said
You're all
that.
Skippy.
I think I've typed that an easy 1,000 times. You go ahead.
Yeah, there's a little doggy next door to us, Rebecca, when I was 10, and it was called
Yeah.
Skippy, Skippy. And in the South
Okay.
African accent, they'll go, Skippy, Skippy, Skippy.
Skippy.
Yeah, careful what you name your animal because you're going to be screaming it off your front porch someday.
Skippy. Oh, wow. It just cracked me up. I used to be in gills of laughter, and Sam would be like, oh, no.
Cough drop time.
Yeah.
How's your
I was
cough
going
doing,
to-
Sam?
Oh, it's all right. We were cleaning windows today, so I was breathing a little Windex and that sort of thing, so I'm a little sensitive. And I'm sitting in a room filled with cigarette smoke. Shame on me. And when I talk, I end up with a dry throat.
Yeah, it's also flu season, and every second person's going,
Oh, I don't get sick.
So, hey, guys, how about I show you all a video that I took this week? It was over Tulsa a few days ago, but not very often do I get to see
woohoo!
these
Nice one.
stripes of the planet Nipicity. But it was my turn, my day, to see them. And I took a short video, so I thought I would share the video clip.
I
It's-
always wish when I see a picture like that, I could share the one I just took the other day as well. Oh, my word.
Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, I see everybody else getting this, but it was my turn that day. But it's, this is the drawing basically for what I saw that day. And
Oh,
it was
my,
very
look.
much like, yeah, it's
Oh,
very
my.
much like this. So I'm going to go ahead and share that video. It's under 2 minutes. So give me a second. Let's take a look here. But, a lot of people have been, deceived into thinking this is man-made, by HAARP.
Yeah.
But we know it's actually from the planet Nipicity, and it's totally natural.
Well,
So-
they've got to call it something.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a cover-up. Hang on a second. Let me get it pull back up here.
Yeah, I was going on YouTube and scrolling through a whole bunch of your older stuff.
Yeah.
And you are being promoted by YouTube, fortunately, but you got to scroll through a lot to get way back in some
Really?
of the cases. And in some places they're listed where on your YouTube they aren't listed because they're on TikTok or whatever, or if you were to type my name on everything, then it would cross reference into that as well, and then you type your name, and then before you know it, you're going to have your 4.2 million.
I'll get there, right?
Right.
I know. It's definitely, I know it's growing. I know it's going to get bigger and bigger. I know it will.
Well, I
Because
figured
it's
it
not
was
gonna
time that you guys
stop.
got a little notoriety as well, because you all are working and doing a great job. And I figure if all of us jump on this,
Yeah. Yeah.
cart,
I mean, it's,
or like I've said, and I'm quoting Jesus again, get on board with this. I must have said that 150 times on Radio Wasteland alone. Once you get on board with it, and once you see these planets, it's just like, oh shit, I can't believe I've missed this for the last decade. Then of course, the age of the person as well. If you're in your 30s, to you maybe the sky looks normal, you know, I'm in my 60s and I know better. I know this is not our sky, you know, and I also expected them to come. So I saw them sooner, and I was looking in space at the time, and then I started getting these anomalies in photos. And then I had that one time I had this camera that you held it up in the sky and you could see the red blob and all the little planets around it. And you dropped the camera and you couldn't see anything with the human eye. And I filmed it and filmed it and filmed it, and then I fried all of that. I fried the disc, the chip, by pulling it out with my hands. And then I, like 3 months worth of work went down the toilet instantly. And I pumped it in the machine and it was blank. And I was like, no. So, you know, I have to do things with rubber gloves. I think I just crossed my mind for the first time the other day. It's like, maybe I should use the rubber gloves. Anyway, you know. But
Can you explain that, Sam, to people that don't know what that is?
Well, I have body electricity. I can't wear watches. I can't wear jewelry. I can take a spoon, big soup spoon out of the drawer, stick it on my forehead, and it stays there. And I can do 7 of those. 7 was the maximum count. And I have a body electricity, and I shock people when I walk through stores with them. And I've had lightning bolts through my car when I travel. And they're really cool purple little lightning that jumps from person to person to person, and then the door or in the car or the stick or the seat or the dashboard or wherever it hits, or off the ceiling, which I've seen it hit the ceiling as well. And it bounces around like something out of a Hollywood movie. Not kidding. And you know, when you go over bridges and water, or if you go over railroad tracks, or if you go under power lines, I feel it every time. You know, I can feel the cat 5 feet away.
You always tell me you can hear a truck coming when we talk.
I hear vibration through. Sound travels faster through the ground than it does through the air, and I can always feel stuff coming far before you can hear it.
Can you hear our train?
Yeah, I feel it. I feel all the planes. I feel all the. You know, unfortunately, I live in a truck stop town, so I'm feeling all the trucks all the time, and Jake brakes and motorcycles and helicopters and airplanes, and it's not comfortable, but you know, it's a gift and a curse.
Okay, so I found that video, so I'm going to show it to you all real quick, and then we'll be right back in under 2 minutes. But let's check it out. This was over Tulsa last, I think, Wednesday. Okay, this is clouds from the planet Nipicity.
I wish we.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Amazing, actually.
Like that here. Of course, you know, we have mountains everywhere, so I don't get to look at the horizon usually. You're muted, Rebecca.
Sorry.
I just saw
Just
it.
now saw that. But yeah, it was really cool. Yeah, and it is really flat here in Oklahoma, so it's, I'm sure, very different.
Yeah, I don't get to
And
see it that way, but yeah, I do recognize the stray clouds and the
right.
and it's closer than ever, and we'll see what effects it's going to have us on us, this week and the next. And I'm expecting more over from the other asteroids, but I mean they're so over the top of us now. It's hardly, you can't even really draw much of a real sky because we're not really seeing the real sky. And then you had earlier, you had the sun pictures with the shaft light, and that's the pinch off between Uri, Saru,
Yeah.
on the left, and then Nibiru and Isatum on the right. And they're so closely huge over the top of us that we're getting a sliver of our normal light, which is why some areas people are getting really cold and other areas people are getting really hot, because that center focal area is also exaggerated and probably quite warm. And then, of course, two stars will do that. And people don't take that into account. And that's why if you set out even in the shade, even in the middle of the year, that's not normally high summer, and all of a sudden your skin is on fire and you wonder why. Well, that's because there's a lot more sunshine than what we ever had in the last
Yeah.
3,600 years. So,
It stings my skin, the
yeah,
sun,
because
it
that standard
stings.
red star behind our yellow dwarf soul
Yeah.
is mighty bright. And it's never been this big. When I was a kid, the sun used to be the size of a 50-cent piece in the sky. And now it looks like a beach ball, and so and people think, oh, that's the normal sun. No, it's not been the
No.
normal sun since 2011.
So
And we
why
won't.
is it bigger?
Well,
What,
because the
why?
standard red star attached to the Nibiru group is a larger star. It is the dominant star of our binary solar system, and we are going cross path through the other system to trade places as our star switches places around its orbital rotation of giant gas giant Imaru, and
So
which is the electron cluster that holds our two solar systems together.
so what are we exactly trading places with? I mean, what's happening
We're,
again?
we're, we're passing ships passing in the night.
We're just passing each
It's
other.
it's sort of like a capacitor. When we're spiraling in our spiral, there's a
Yeah.
static buildup, and then we sort of cross paths and trade places every 3,654 years, and then we rotate in our orbit separate of it, and then we come. We have an oval arc because we offset each other, and then so we drift off into this oval, and then we come back and cross paths and drift off into an oval, then come back and
Mm.
cross paths. And a spiral rotation, two sideways, not like on a dinner plate in the same spot, through virgin space. We travel in an elliptical radio wave pattern through our rotating galaxy.
Yeah.
And we go from the northern ecliptic plane, and then we dive down through the center of the magnetosphere of the universe into the southern ecliptic plane. And then we go back up in a radio wave and do it again. And that happens like every 300,000 years, which is what the Mayan calendar is telling us, is that we've just transitioned from the fifth age to the sixth age. And you can look that up. And that has to do with certain harbingers of doom at the end of each of these ages as well, which is also depicted in the squares around the central skull of the Mayan calendar. And we could go on and on and on about that.
Right. I would like to see what the course looks like for that 300,000 year cycle. Like,
Well, we travel like a radio wave. You have to look at our galaxy. And we're in the
okay, like
bottom
that.
currently. We're depending on, your point of view.
Yeah.
You can, of the picture of the galaxy. We're in the bottom left hand lower side, way out here at the edge of the galaxy. And I can't remember the entire time. It takes like 4 million years for us to go around once or more. I
Gosh.
could be wrong, but I looked it up ages ago. Anyway,
Right.
and
Right.
every 300,000 years we go up to the northern ecliptic plane, and then at 300,000 years we drift back down, and it's sort of in a radio wave pattern of arc and dive and arc and dive, and we travel up and down. And currently we have, as of 2010ish, We started on our upward arc, and we went through and are going through the strong wave magnetosphere electrical area of our universe, which I believe has some effect on the planetary passings as well, because we're all being pressurized into a closer static charge, because we know there's an increased static charge at the center part of the magnetosphere called the strong wave properties. And then when we go up past and over to the top of our galaxy, then we'll be in a lower normal magnetic polarity area called the weak wave properties.
Huh.
And it has
Okay.
placement, and that's why the stars have changed since 2010, and why our angled view of the Milky Way has gone from somewhat plate flat, where horizontal, flat, to now a more vertical view of the center of the galaxy, which is our view into the Milky Way, which is the center of the galaxy.
Wow.
And why Perseus has changed, and why the North Star has changed, and that's Polaris, and why Cassiopeia and all that look different, and why Saturn or Jupiter are not in the winter mode anymore, where now they're in a southern arc, and all of the planetary things over the years, ever since 2010, 2011, have changed. And you have to study that stuff in order before you can realize that, wait a minute, that's not where it used to be.
So that's changing because the nearby planets are like pulling it out of its.
Our solar system is rising up through the galactic plane.
Okay.
And it's our placement. It's how we travel. And we travel in a harmonic deep dive, and then a deep uprising, and a deep dive, like a radio wave. And it has to do with our attachment to the universe, and all of us being building blocks of the universe, because we're all connected and we're all part of this structure that we can call our galaxy. It's all connected.
All of us.
Electrically.
Everything.
Everything is, it has its placement. That's why the placement doesn't change, and why it continues to flow millions of years after millions of years without breaking up or smashing each other. And that, you have some minor catastrophic paradoxes between bodies, depending on placement and push and this and pull and that and electrical. And, you could go all the way back to the Tiamat legend and all of that. But I mean, that of course is archetypes, and we can't trust the information between reality and an archetype or lore. So we only have base reference on that, but we can refer to it as a understood principle, possible principle. Anyway, I digress into crazy again.
No, one of the, one of the legends I hear a lot about is the red asteroid and the red Kachina and the blue Kachina. So how does that line up with?
That has to do with Hopi lore. And the Kachinas were gods, and they have Kachina dolls to represent and respect these passing bodies. And the red Kachina, I believe, is actually Isatum, and the blue Kachina, I believe, is our rarely talked about friend Matim.
Okay.
We always forget Matim.
Yeah, I never hear about Matim. Right, I do too.
Well, because Uri's blocking Matim. Matim is somewhere in the orbit between the bottom of outside left-hand side of Uri, which we rarely see visibly, and orbiting all the way up and back around Saru, and going under Saru, and then coming back to Uri. Matim has this really weird outstretched orbit, and it's such a tiny little blue, bright blue planet. But in 2011 and 2012, we could see Matim, and we could see Nepesity, and we could see Isatum. And at that time, they were these real bright little red, green, and blue dots. And we have a few pictures still of that time. But at one point in time, Matim was in a very extreme close pass. And I have one or two pictures of that, but I've never been able to prove the stock footage origin. So I've never used it as fact, because I couldn't prove where the picture came from. It is similar to what I saw my eye that one day in 2009, but I have no, if I can't prove where it came from, I can't prove it's not a picture of something from Saturn or Jupiter or a moon off of the side of uh, you know, Neptune or anything like that. And people don't take into account how many real actual bodies there are in our solar system. And moons, like they're up to 35 on one of the gas giants or more. There's multiple more positively charged bodies atomically structured in our solar system, and that was part of my paper that I don't go into too much detail, which is what led me to believe that we had to have a binary solar system because our atomic counts were wrong. And we couldn't account for that orbit and the jog in Neptune and the orbit. And this is where the origins of Planet X, and there's got to be this mysterious planet out there doing all this. And it's more than that. It's not just, you can't have a rogue planet out there without a star. You got to have a star to have people. And people can't live without a star. And that's why, and atomically, in my view of chemistry and my understanding of advanced chemistry, I knew we had to have a binary solar system. And in fact, the Greeks knew it. And in fact, 83.3% of all solar systems have 2, 3, 4 stars. There's larger stars, new stars embedded in the side of old stars. There's all sorts of star activity people have to understand. And the second star is the climate change. All the planets are heating up. It's not just Earth. So, there's a big topic we go left field on that for, and I try not to. So the whole solar system tipped all in 2011, 2012, when the second star and the second solar system got within a proximity level of us going to them coming to us, however you want to look at it. All the planets, all the normal planets' axes tipped, and then they started to illuminate and give off auroras that we've never seen throughout history. And now they're doing it. So you have to take that into account that, yes, there is more happening than they're telling us. And that's
Sam,
proof.
Sam, you said that there's maybe even more things as well out there than what there's names for?
Right.
More.
It's man's point of view of what is a planet. The atomic count, and I'm not going to go into grave detail because I'm reaching points of stuff I'm not allowed to discuss. The atomic count is far greater for our solar system than these 8 planets. We've got to take into account Sirius, Makemake, anything with an electric atomic liquid core. If it's a positively charged object, it has a count. Then there's also some of the asteroids can be taken into as like a negative neutron. We have protons, neutrons, and electrons that form up our solar system. As above, so below. Our space, our solar system is not based on rocks hanging onto such and such a size star. Our solar system is based on an atomic structure that is attached to the other solar system, which is attached to the electron cluster that holds the atom of what our solar system is. Atomic.
So is that Nibiru? Is that Nibiru?
Yeah, Nibiru is a gas giant, unborn, massive gas giant / electron cluster that is holding the 2 stars and the 2 solar systems.
Could you draw that?
Well, I don't have any. Well, the problem when you draw that, then you're going to go, okay, it's not to scale. And I have a drawn digital representation somebody sent me one time that I use occasionally. And that's.
I just wondered if you had drawn it, because when you're far seeing in that, you must see stuff and then just not be able to put all the detail into like a picture that expresses.
I try to draw stuff that's current for everybody. And if I start drawing stuff that yanks them too far out there, you have to draw, you have to weigh what, I don't have the full orbit model to actually draw it with lines and descriptions. I try to give it as in a 2D representation rather than a 3D representation. Because how do I draw that many spiraling objects heading off of a center? And I don't have scale. And so I don't even try.
It damaged my sanity just once, and you started explaining that it's not just two stars, something has to be keeping it together. And there's not just us, there's
Well, and
many,
that
many,
too is
many of them
attached
out
to
there.
a larger system as well, which is attached to another dimension. And they
Yeah.
have to take into account there's other dimensions beyond that, which are all attached to each other.
Yeah, nothing is all by itself.
Yeah,
Everything
now
is
we're reaching
one.
out into theoretical physics that is being debated to this day around the world, and they don't grasp on it because they're not even taking into account the binary system. So, I mean, how do you think their math equations are going to work? They're not, and that's what's wrong with current physics. And you know, I don't want to be too arrogant and say I know better, but excuse me, I know better.
Oh, well.
So, hey, Sam, there's a question. We have a listener from YouTube, Luna369, and they are asking, I don't know if you're familiar with what they're talking about or not, but they're asking, clarify, they want to know, why was the sun halo that was supposedly Imaru visible in the clouds below an airplane? Do you know which picture that is?
Not right offhand, no.
Okay.
Imaru is so big, it's a brownish blob. And depending on if you have an actual Imaru halo or if you have an ice crystals in the sky halo, which is the difference between that terrible word that I'd never even type, let alone utter, sundog. A sundog is when you see a halo that goes below the horizon line of a picture. That is a light refraction. If you see a brownish orange blob or a reddish mass behind the two stars, that is not below the horizon, but the horizon cuts it off at the bottom, then you're looking at a space anomaly, which means it is the brownish blob. Now, we've got pictures going back to 2015 on the early days when little tiny green nepacity was coming in. And we have many, many pictures of that where you could see the sun. There's nepacity on the right-hand side coming in for its first major cameo close pass. And she used to be a green dot that we watched day after day, month after month, year after year. And now all of a sudden she was coming in. And then Saturn moved over to the far left as she was coming in on the right. It was a cool show. And then, oh my God, look at the pictures of the sun, and the brownish orange blob behind the sun was completely visible for the first many, many, many months as of 2014, 2015. And I had kind of ignored it as a occurrence in pictures without really taking notice. But we did see the huge, massive reddish brownish blob coming in 2008, 2009. And then we saw it again in the space pictures of the joining of the two stars, 2011, 2012, with the back blow CMEs and everything. And then in the other larger space pictures, there was this blob. And most everyone discounted it. And I just went, wow, that thing is so dang huge. It's unbelievable, you know, because it is. And I've got a few space graphic pictures that prove it all the way back from 2010, 11 as well. And I don't use those a lot because I'm not trying to blow everybody's mind by pointing it out that often, because it reduces what's going on in front of us. So I try not to talk about Imaru and the two binary connective points and all. I mean, if you're into it, then there's the information, but I don't generally talk about that because I'm currently talking about the Tan asteroid and the close pass of Saturn's yellow moon.
Sorry, Sam. I find it so interesting that everything is
I don't
so.
mind adding to it, but
Yeah.
you know, I try to keep it ground level is for everybody that is really trying to find these planets now and not talk about the stuff that we don't really have a huge amount of information, but we do have some drastically proven summations and fact of what we've seen and gathered in this decade. But I like to share it, but I don't generically share it.
Hey, Sam, we have a question from Nick asking if you have an idea of how far the planets are. How far are those planets and the sun away from Earth?
Well, we know that, you know, between Earth and the sun is 93 million miles. For example, you should see how far away Mars is, or you should see how far away Uri is from our star. It's hundreds of millions of miles. There's a hell of a lot of room between 93 million miles and our star. And our smaller star is linked to us. That's why we see it constantly. We're directly viewing it because we're attached to it. So we're going to always be in the view of it. And their star is behind ours because their system is spiraling and they've got conditions that have set up, shall we say, man-made or being-made placement within their solar system that is high-tech. And I don't want to go to a bunch of on that, but their high-tech placement and how their orbitation works, there's a lot of room between 93 million miles where you can fit some pretty large-ass planets and not be playing bumper cars too bad. And we are kind of playing bumper cars as we go through them. And they've been there and they've been there, and then they're sort of not visible for a day or two, and then they're there, and so I can't fully orchestrate, because if I was off Earth, I would probably have a better idea of the orbitation. Instead, I'm sitting on the side of this round ball trying to understand what I see versus Australia, New Zealand, and Germany, and Holland, and Malaysia, and Spain. It's like, wow, and it gets confusing.
Sam, are planets totally round, or are they like weird shapes? Actually,
they're blobby, stellar rounding. That's why planets rotate. There's stellar material that makes us spin on our axis according to our magnetic north, south pole, etc.
Yeah, we're not perfectly round, though, are we?
No. We there's a thing called the mid-Atlantic bulge. Actually, because we're rotating, we're sort of fat in the middle, and then we got bumpy edges too, and so does Attu's moon, and so does the lead asteroid, for example. There's lots of multiple edged, non-round parts of every planet because they're rotating. They're on an axis. They spin. They shape. They grow. They get hot. They get cold. They expand, contract. There's lots of changes in tectonic plate movement. It's not always exactly accurate, but it's spinning and it'll correct itself at one point. Yeah. It's like we have no idea what the surface of gas giants are because we only see atmospheric.
Yeah, it's just I just wondered as well, because I had a talk with somebody about what shapes we are and about
your flat Earth and all that crazy stuff.
Well, there was something that was in my head now, but the cat suddenly got zoomy. Sorry, so I got distracted.
We're looking at a picture of lead asteroid Attu.
Look at that.
Attu.
I love it.
And you can see the little hook in the front in the center, just above the garage door, that's where the direction of the rounding as it orbits around Attu's moon. And you can see Attu's moon there with the face. And then behind it is larger Attu. And then we know the lead asteroid shape. And this goes back all the way back to, 2016-ish, when Attu made its first cross run. It matched the same thing. There you have Attu in front of the lower area of Uri's outer band atmosphere, which is why the sun looks freaky, because sometimes the sun actually shines through the outer fingers of Uri's atmosphere in certain places. And if you go back to the 2013 shot of Uri, the first close-up we ever had, there's a couple of areas that actually have inset rings that are farther back than the outer rings, and that of course has matched for over a decade in all of our pictures, which is how we knew Uri was real. And then we got the pictures of the salamander on the side of Uri in 2018, 17, 18, and 19, when she was on the right-hand side doing her cameo run, blah, blah, blah. And, I remember all of this in my head.
I wonder what Uri looks like underneath all that mist and shit.
It's a big dirt ball that's got such an atomic structure, then it's pulling all of those space gases in and atomically laying it out into its space gaseous atmosphere that we see. And that is debris.
Yeah, because it makes the sky so white. I just wondered, all that bleed off that must be coming.
Well, we're seeing the underneath of Uri stretched out to Attu. There's a cloud base underneath of them, and that's a debris field. And it does create ionization and it might even be making water. We don't know, because when you have increased electrical activity, then you have space water. And if you want to study that, look up Suspicious Observer. They talk about it all the time, or Thunderbolts Project or whatever. So there's a cloud-based space clouds, and that we're always, part of that is the white cloud atmosphere that we're seeing. We don't know what, it could be hydrogen gas, it could be actual water molecules, it could be ozone or some other gas, one of the 87 other gases, and we're seeing that because the light is refracting on it, and it's an atmosphere. And then we see the banding at certain side angle lighting. And then, of course, the asteroids and the salamander group and everything nudging itself out of its bottom base cloud, which extends, a few thousand miles below it.
So they're always moving. I mean, there's not really a way you can put a number on how far away they are.
Yeah.
Because they're constantly moving.
Years ago, I had people say, "Can you give me the coordinates of where these planets are in the sky?" And I went, "Yeah, right." By the time I tell you, it's not going to be there anymore. And I wasn't even going there. I was not even going to start to, hand out Google Space information, because at that time, especially, Google Space was not reliable because of they changed things numerous times, and they had the blackout for the longest time when all this was first starting. And then I managed to get a shot of the Texas cube way out in deep space, and then after that, I couldn't find it. So, and of course, it's all graphic, and they redact a lot before they ever pass it down, because information in the government always goes up. It never goes down, ever. And that, when my brief interaction with them, that was what happened. Everything went up. We never got the answers until I started doing this on my own. And now I have, over the last decade, found out that, yes, my far-seeing remote viewing abilities do work very well. And, which is the recruitment point and all of that. Somebody else talk. I'm going to take a breath.
Yeah. Well, I'll bring up a question from Nick. He's asking Sam, he says, is it frequency based that we can't see the planets clearly? Is it going to happen?
No.
At least it was shown to me in a very, very emotional, clear vision. That's why I'm asking how you feel about it.
The planets aren't coming from another dimension. The planets aren't invisible. What people have to understand is the planets each have their own atmospheres. You're expecting to see a planet like on Star Wars when they're coming in for a landing. That's not how planets appear. We've watched them over periods of time that when they're farther away, they have their natural planet colors on the side illuminations. But when they get closer and closer to our atmosphere and they're larger, and the refractive light of Earth gets on them, they turn a more bluish hue, because planets refract their color in space on the other planets. And this is why we have some yellow skies, and sometimes we have red skies, and sometimes we have deep purple, and other times we have white, depending on which planet refraction color we're getting. They're not invisible. You just have to tell your brain that they're far bigger than you expect. And once you learn, and the best way to start that is to start off in the morning. It's before sunrise. And Jesus gave really good examples of that. When you watch that light come up at the angle through sunrise, and you look what's above you in the sky, this angled light is going to show the bottoms of these large planets that are close by. Now, there's many of them. There's not just one at any given time. They're so close to us now that literally 80% of what we look up is other planets. They are above us and passing and rotating, or we're sneaking under them because we're tiny in comparison. We are a floating rock compared to these water type planets, or these gas giants, or some of these asteroids even. I have no concept how big some of these asteroids are, because we know that the lead asteroid gets massive. I'm talking, a quarter of your sky picture. And wow. And we watched it, and every time it goes by, it's one of those, sucking seat OGs moments. And we've documented all of that over the years, 2018, 2019, 2020. And even going back to the 2018 Boxing Day event, we documented this, and we watched what happened. And lo and behold, it mixed. And then we had live, discussions with people from across the United States as we watched it go past us. And they were all referencing the same events. So we documented that this occurs. And so And this is why I warn people at the end of the 180-day cycle, we're in for a real whoo-hoo, because we're about to have a close pass electrical events with large storms and stuff. We don't know if this year it's going to continue. We don't know how close it's going to be, if it's going to be worse or if it's going to be better or lesser. Don't know, but we know that it is now. And this is why, and some of my trolls go, well, you're always putting that up that one picture that says you've been warned. Well, you've been warned. And I'm, and I got a Comic-Con crosses my mind again. It's like, I hope they're out there listening to this. I really do. I really do. This is all documented. We've worked on this day after day after day after day for over a decade. We've earned all of this. And this is not hypothetical. This is all proven. Membership, citizen science, members, my friends. Go ahead.
Yeah. I feel the same way. I mean, when you see the bigger picture that it has been proven over and over again, it's just a lot of people think that we're probably just, it's an idea because it's new to them. They've never heard of this. It's just some idea. But no, there's so much proof.
Andrea on Temsky, hello, hi, thank you, love your letters. Asks if it's safe to travel by air. Yes, it's still safer than driving a car. Overall, and if anybody really took the count of how many, that there's at any given time around the planet, there's 1 million people in the air at any given time.
Wow.
That's a hell of a lot of people to fall out of the sky. Now, if you're flying and we're right in the middle of a Carrington event, well, then you're screwed. Bye. Because you're everybody around the planet's electrical systems are going to fly and fry, and that could still happen. Which is one of my concerns, that when the two stars separate, are we going to have a side burst CME that's going to go across the wave of Earth? And that's one of the possibilities. And I try not to, go into the gloom and doom, but I've often wondered what the separation is going to cause. Are there going to be geologic occurrences when the two stars separate again? Because we witnessed the backflow CMEs of 2012, and they directly showed larger star joining our star with hundreds of pictures. Unfortunately, I don't have them. And that was like computer 8. Something like that. I can't remember which exact computer it was, but I've gone from Windows 7 all the way to Windows 11 and computer number 15, because they don't really last, and I've been fried and I've been hacked and I've been ripped off and screwed with. But anyway, we've had enough documentary evidence that I do worry about the separation and how hot is Earth going to get when that thing goes, and where is it going to go? Which direction? Is it going to get close to us, or are we going to pass far enough away? But catastrophically over time, I always resort back to Cappadocia or modern day Turkey and all these underground cities. And I just, 30, 40, 50 miles of underground cities. And why did they have to dig those damn holes? Well, look what our Earth did this year. And we got hot. And the rivers are drying up. And last year, all the main rivers throughout the whole damn planet dried up. And then China flooded. And China flooded. And China flooded, and India flooded, and Africa flooded, and Spain is on fire, and you just keep adding and you keep adding, and then we're all flooded, and we've had events on the East Coast, and we've had events on California, and their drought is cured, good, and they're going to get a lot more rain because the jet streams have all changed, and our weather has changed, and we're not going to have the same hemispheric natural weather pattern that we've ever had. Examples of climate change are South America. The farmers can no longer grow the cash crops that they used to have to grow, so they're having to move, yet they haven't found the new crops. We've talked about that before. And everything and everybody, we're in reduction in food production around the world, and that's going to catch up like bumper cars on a train before you know it, slamming the brakes on our economy and our food supply. And we're there, and we can't blame climate change on car exhaust, and yet we can, and yet it's, in my estimation, nowhere near tip edge from post historic temperature rises from CO2 that are cataloged throughout history. I've fully done a study, but I don't think our conditions are the same. So I'm more inclined to believe in climate change, like all the planets are heating up. We'll go back to that topic again. And we know that. We've seen that. You know, there's NASA's even announced it over the last 8 years or so. So we're going to see some catastrophic events. Even if this is the worst part, there's a lot of people all over right now that are suffering all over the world, climatologically migrating because they have no choice all over. There's millions of refugees all over the planet right now, people starving. So, hello, we're there, you know, and we're fortunately in our luxurious G7 country where they're making sea trails, which I think has the double edge of blocking our view and also protecting us from some of these excruciating climatary changes. Lesser of two evils.
Right. Yeah, like you said, like a double-edged sword. It's like helping us and hurting us at the same time.
But if you have to
You
do
know.
it, and that's the only way you can do it, you do it. Because if you want your
Yeah.
crops in the Midwest to grow and not turn into a desert dust bowl, and you want to protect yourself from that extra so many percent sunshine that we know is coming in, which is why your skin's on fire, even if you're sitting seasonally out of direct sunlight, and yet you know your skin is on fire because your body's telling you. And this is why those trails are, I believe, being distributed, and why it's even harder to see the planets when you're at sea level, because your sea level air is so full of all this particulate. It's like looking through something. And then I'm up here in Montana, and like Jesus even said, once you get to the higher elevations, your visibility just drastically improves. So, you know, and I've had the opportunity up here to catalog it and document all the way since 2012, when I was staring at Nibiru and the concentric moons Nana and Melsaru surrounding each other, going circle, circle, circle every day, and trying to tell and warn people, and yet everybody thought I was batshit crazy. So,
Hey, Sam, I'm going to ask you Andrea's question, and then I'm going to step away just for a moment. And then I wanted to also check with Gillian and Mark, because I know it's getting kind of late where they are. I just wanted to make sure they're still good.
I might go off. It's like 10:30 here, so
Right.
I'll leave you to it, guys.
Okay, Mark. Well,
say
thank
hi
you
to the
for
wife,
being
Mark.
with us.
Will do, Sam. Thank
I'll chat
you.
with you later.
Thank you for allowing you, to be a sidebar away from the family for a little while.
No problem, Sam. It was an honor
Right.
meeting you.
For sure.
Bye.
We'll do this
Are
all a
you
lot more.
leaving? Night, night, Mark.
Godspeed,
Good night.
as they say.
Cool. He's so nice.
Yes, he's a
Really
wonderful
nice.
man. He's been a friend for many years, and I respect him. And he's like half my age, and I tease him from time to time. But he's a very good source of research material. And I least expect it. He's pulling some really cool stuff out of the internet world for me all the time. And we talk a lot.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, he's always real good to stay in contact. So.
Although his accent does not come across in type. Interesting. Okay.
I know, right? Yeah.
Bad joke.
Let's see. Andrea had a question. Okay. It was, so when we see the objects in the magnetic field lines of the ISWA, those could be asteroid bodies and or other planets? Question.
Yeah, they're smaller objects. We've actually seen events where the asteroids were on an area that were visible in the magnetosphere, and there's been the second larger object, which is right next to our moon. Because if you look at those magnetosphere pictures, they'll show you the small dot of our moon and how it figures into the wake patterns of the magnetosphere. And when there's these freaky wake patterns on the other side, showing what's past Earth, and all of a sudden our magnetosphere, and then it includes this very large, odd discoloration, people don't even imagine that it's another planet because it's even larger than Earth. And they immediately discount it as some coloration in the computer graphic, which it is, because the computer has no way to say, okay, this is a planet, or okay, this is an object, or this is the asteroid cluster group, or this is Nibiru on the outside of our right-hand side magnetosphere pushing our Earth magnetosphere completely off the scale and doing all these freaky post eddy trailing, where it starts crossing each other and the fluxing goes all nuts. And that's a definite direct representation of other bodies affecting us more than just this normal stellar material, which is what the magnetosphere graphics show. I hope that answers your question. Nobody else is there. Gillian. Okay, everybody's gone. All right, she's sitting down. I was just finishing up a little.
Yeah, I heard you the whole time. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry to yank you back. I hope you were finished with what you were doing.
I did. So good.
Okay. Do you have any more pictures we could? Yeah, pull up another picture and I'll try to describe whatever.
We got here.
And the trick is getting the, I'm still tickled pink about the Comic-Con possibility. Oh my God.
Yeah, that is exciting.
Oh my God.
It'd be interesting to see ourselves on Comic-Con. Oh, wow.
I've often thought about actually going and registering as a guest to Comic-Con, but I haven't been able to afford it. That's it's like I could, I used to do talks publicly here, and then we had other visitors besides, and I have many people actually fly into the Missoula airport where I gave public talks. And then there was, handfuls of people that actually flew in. They bought an airplane ticket to come to some of my talks. And I was teaching other stuff too back then. And then we had visitors that we didn't want. And then I started having the people who were popping up, and some were wonderful people, but then we had some rather strange guests come to visit me out of the blue that I wasn't ready for. And yet I ended up playing tour guide too. No problem. I can change a little bit every once in a while, but then it got to be a hassle. And so I sort of over time had to change how I was doing things and spend more time on drawing the pictures and connecting with people around the world, and then doing the shows with Radio Wasteland, etc.
Yeah. Speaking of Radio Wasteland, I saw on the last show in the comments that someone said that Chauncey had some health problems, and they believe that was why.
Might be the case. I was wondering, because that was my initial feeling, and I didn't want to make a call on it. So, but I thought that maybe he was not feeling well. So.
It's unfortunate to wonder.
And then, COVID was still going around back then, and he may end up, because I was even directly affected by COVID, and I've never got my lungs back since. And I have shortness of breath ever since I had COVID, and I had it really early because I'm up here in Montana, and they flew it in from Wuhan directly earliest in the country for the Great Falls Air Force Base, which is on the other side of the state, but it got over here really quick. And I couldn't even deal with my kids. I actually had to call somebody in to deal with Halloween on 2019. And so that was before it was public.
Yeah, a lot of people got sick that year. Nobody knew what it was.
Yeah, well, yeah. And I had body pains, and to this day, my hips still ache. I thought my legs were about to fall off, and I couldn't breathe. And I ended up in the hospital over it briefly. Just long enough.
Yeah, I remember we had you in the hospital, Shane.
And then I ended up in the hospital a second time because of it, because I couldn't breathe. And come to find out now that I'm not getting enough oxygen, which is, part of my brain joke. But no, I'm not getting enough oxygen, and I have to be a little bit more, I have to be careful what I'm around. And like I said earlier, I was using Windex. And when I use Windex, I get a sore throat out of the deal.
Yeah. Let's
Saturday's
see, Andrea. Right. So. Is it mullein? You see that, Gillian? Are you familiar with that? I've heard of that. It's an herb.
Mullein. It's a natural herb. Yes, I have plenty of mullein, and I do take it.
Yeah, I got it too because they said to us back when, because we worked in the care home, and there was always that debate about vaccines and stuff, and because I'm allergic, I can't take things. So. Yeah, they said
I'm down to one jar of the tincture that Lucinda made me. She made me a whole bunch of.
Yeah, she was making a whole bunch of stuff, eh?
Yeah, she made me and I just got these big, beautiful, awesome medical brown bottles that she gave me a colloidal
No.
silver. She gave me the lung stuff, which is made out of elderberry wine and mullein and all this other stuff. And it's like, yeah. And I still take a tablespoon of it every couple of days, and it does help.
Yeah, it's that time of the year. I think I'll dig out and because I've just moved and found all my herbs and tea stuff, I'm so excited to get those in a cupboard.
Yeah,
I bet you my mulleins in there. I can't wait to go and grab
recommend
it.
an occasional green tea, and then some chamomile from time to time. And I should have thought of that the other night when I was sitting here being aggravated, like I was insane, and I was like, "What the hell is wrong with me?" And yet, now that we're talking about it, other people are experiencing this agitation and frustration and desperation and hopelessness and discomfort and oh shit, what and you don't even know why. And you're going, why can't I lay down?
I thought it was because I was moving, but I was so restless.
Yeah.
Restless.
We're the tiger walking back and forth in the cage currently because we know that the ship underneath us is moving. I mean,
I just paced and paced in that caravan that week.
And
Last week,
pacing.
pacing.
When that hum kicks up, I get even more nervous, and then I'm going, God, shut up! I mean, ow, get out of my ears! And it's so
distracting.
Right. And when it starts, it's like, oh shit, here we go again. And
the one night I heard it and I got up and I didn't know why I was up, and it was about 5 or something. And when I looked out the window, there was that slither of moon. But every time I took a picture, it looked like the black area sort of moved like that and kind of throbbed. And when I looked up towards the star, it looks like a star, but it's much more than just a star. It was like as if several things were together, making it really bright, because it made that kind of Star of David shape, which means that there's things there blocking the light of what it is.
Star of David. Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we go back to the Bible on that one. Hey, guys, guess what? That star that they were talking about, in time of Jesus in the Bible looks like. Anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry, I always bring you these things.
Going there, sort of just teasing about it more than reality, because there's a time factor in between. Because we know that the tale of Jesus was actually carried over from Abraham, which was carried over from the Sumerians, which was carried over from the first dynasties of Egypt, etc., and the kingdoms of Ur and all of that, and the Anunnaki and blah blah blah. So I mean, you have to remember that over time, just the names got changed and the story is the same. The Star of David was, that's the Anno Domini cross. And that Anno Domini refers to in Latin as the year of our Lord in a base English translation.
Yeah, but what Lord is that? Yeah.
Well, we have to remember that the gods in religion, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, thy kingdom come. It's coming. And guess what, guys? The demigods are here. And we know that Earth is a factory planet. People may hate to hear that. We know that we were created and placed here. We know that the archetype Shiva, or one of the other names you want to give them, put wheat on the Earth, and scientific discovery recently announced worldwide was they know for a fact that the genetic makeup of wheat does not come from Earth, period. And so all of this information is a slow, soft trickle to get us ready for the reality of that. We're clones, man. We're a subclass biotool.
Sam, do you think that people have memories from them, genetic memories?
Of course they do. That's the problem. That's why they restricted us with short lives. You cannot, we're a combination of 12 different races. Okay, your limitation to see these 12 different races in your mind is only your own personal limitation. I have learned how far-seeing, it's under certain effects using different principles of magic, have found ways to look into those 12 races. We are connected on a subatomic
We must
level.
be, because that's what they say. Everything is one.
It's
And
genetic.
when you
It
see
is
these things,
genetic
you think you're
memory.
mad, but you're not mad. It's
And the
racial
block to
memory.
that is the fact that humans have a clipped 24th, because everybody talks about 23andMe, because we're even being manipulated out of the fact there's 24. Our 24th chromosome is clipped in a lab. That does not happen in nature. We are a structure. We are created, we're manipulated to live a very short life. That 24th chromosome is how we would self-heal and live 1,000 years. We're manipulated to short lives. We're versions of a 12 genetic mixture of all these other races of the Federation. And the overlords above, the Anunnaki and the Nibiruans and the Saruans and probably some of the intermediate lower races of the Federation, the guys above them told them, and the Pleiadians are on their side, because the Pleiadians like us, they believe us to be worthwhile and we should be furthered, and have been told the decree long ago, which has been set in place, which is part of the puzzle pieces thing that we're all going through right now. Why some of us see it and some of us don't. Now that plan was placed in because the overlords above the demigods told them that we ought to have the opportunity to ascend. And that's where all this crazy metaphysical stuff with little guys beating Tonga drums and people swinging from palm trees in movies where they're dancing and shaking their butts in grass skirts, talking about, oh, this new 6th age or 5th age, and we're going to do this, we're going to do that. That's where all of this comes from. There is a level of truth to it. A lot of it's lore, a lot of it's 70s. I'm from the 70s. I'm a 70s hippie. I know. and you know, I've studied in ashram since I was 9 years old. You know, so you have to take all of these lores with a grain of salt and actually lay them down on a piece of paper and put them in a scrapbook, and then you're going to, you know, run through the pages, and before you see a pattern of truth and a pattern of disclaimer and bad lore or manipulated according to regional societal traits, and whether or not you bury your dead facing east or whether you have them to the north or whatever, including what really to this day, which still fascinates me, is that they talk about Anglo-Saxons. Now the Saxons were the German and the Dutch, but they call the Anglos the people from Sweden, but then they became the Anglo-Saxons. Well, prior to that, you got to include Doggerland. So there's this whole region of civilization that's all linked from Northumberland, England, all the way to Germany. There's a landmass that's underwater, and when the sea level rose, all of that went blue underwater. Proven, documented. So my point is, Anglo. Has anybody caught that part where they talked about, where the Vikings talked about their gods coming down from space in these ships, and then they were all of a sudden these really blonde-haired, blue-eyed people? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then they mixed into the Anglo-Saxons, and then the rest of
So, are you saying that they were
mixed race.
blonde hair, blue-eyed people are like genetically from aliens?
I think they probably call them the Octurans. I don't know the balances of all the races. I could be completely wrong. So don't quote me. And that's why I don't talk about each race, because I don't have any real facts other than what I know.
Okay.
So I'm saying that I believe it, and there's lore that at some point in time there was a lost ship or a lost group of people that did fall from space onto Earth and crash.
You see, I was told that as well. Like there's this in the Baltic Sea, that anomaly.
Right, exactly. That's the Anglo region, and also southern to the southern.
And the Basques as well, because the Basques have the RH negative.
Where the Rus people mixed in with the Vikings, etc. There, you know, there are all kinds of bloodline mixes in that immediate area. But anyway, yeah, that's where the blonde people come from. Blonde hair, blue eye.
Oh yeah, Hitler and all those guys. Yeah.
No. Don't smear the whole entire race from one idiot.
Yeah, I know, but they were trying to make the perfect.
Well, where do you think they got that basis of information from that they overly accentuated on, and unfortunately picked scapegoatism due to dictator behavior? You can't blame the race. It wasn't the race of people. It was the idea.
No. Yeah, well, they just took it from how we were made anyway. So, yeah.
Well,
They're
they
just
knew
replicating, trying to do it again.
those people. You also got to include Switzerland and Bulgaria and Belgium and Holland and Sweden and Norway, of course, and Poland. They were all pretty much one group of people. And the moment you start dividing them up into pie slices is when you have arguments. And then the Rus and the Russian, and then you have the red-haired people who were very tall, and those were understood to be, the steppes of Russia and the Kurgan and all of that. So you got to understand that most of that history from 1000 BC all the way to 900 AD is all mixed up in a blender, and people don't really keep the history square. And the
Yeah, well,
battle.
time's just
No,
not.
it's a
never
big blender of history, and everybody goes, "Oh, it's this," and it's not. There was so much more history to the Vikings traveling all the way, literally, to Italy by river. All the way through Europe, and they did, and it's proven.
Yeah,
Because
people forget that the Earth changed, that everything
yeah,
rose
and
and
the ocean
fell and
level
all that.
changed and everything else like that over history, but within the early parts of that, yes, 1000 BC, yes, definitely, all the water changed after that, and the river and ocean levels and everything lost civilizations and everything, including the climate change at 1650 BC from the last passing of the last cycle. There's all this change going on continuously. There's many different stages that are still evolving, like our volcanic age currently. It's been an evolving process for a long time. It's just that people go, "Oh, it's normal," but it's not, because we see reoccurring mass volcanic activity around the world, raising our carbon and our ash levels far beyond normal. And people don't take that into account, which is also part of climate change, which is also part of our weather changes, which is also, and then we've also documented the passing of Attu's moon that a couple of times when those Alaska earthquakes were occurring, and all of a sudden the entire northwest plate of the entire Pacific Northwest of the United States of America is moving because Attu's moon went over. Yeah. And we documented that because we got pictures from Alaska, we got pictures from Montana, we got pictures from California and from Wyoming and Nevada and Louisiana and Arkansas, and everybody took those pictures, and lo and behold, there's Attu's moon directly above it during the time of this earthquake, time stamped and there and dated. And I have one or two of those pictures still to this day. And so we were cross-referencing all this crap live, and I hate to call it crap, but we're all this stuff live, and we have gotten here through all of this information to come to these summations at this level. Why we stand way about out in the clouds compared to anyone out there talking about anything, period. If you know a better site, oh God, link me to them. And again, I'd love to get hold of Planet X Hunter. And if you're,
Have we not heard from him?
No, I never get to hear from him. I'm limited here. The only way I can get him on.
What about Rebecca? Have you heard from him, Rebecca?
No, I have not heard back from him, but I also have noticed that he doesn't go by Planet X Hunter anymore.
Is he Dave's Waffle World?
Isn't it Waffle House? I really got
Waffle House. But I didn't realize, I didn't put it together until a few days ago that Planet X Hunter is no longer pulling up.
Yeah, and I can't type on YouTube, so I can't type to him on his videos because YouTube won't even let me in. I gotta have somebody give me a new account somehow and figure it out.
Andrea says yes, the Waffle Channel. So I just didn't know he made that significant change. That's pretty significant.
Well, he went through.
Was he being hunted, the poor dude? Yeah.
So people were messing with his copyright music and that sort of thing, and then he also got trolled really bad by the Money Boys.
Oh, really? I didn't know he had
that group of wannabes that took some of our information in the early days, and then they went off and created their own little channels, and then they started raking in dollars off of a bunch of lies. And it absolutely made me sick. And then they'd sneak in and steal another tidbit without being really informed. And then they'd go off and talk about that. And they said, this is that, and that's this. And I just sat there and shook my head. So.
That's, I am,
Or I sip of water.
Yeah. I mean, they used you terribly That's the
money
terrible
raisers
part.
and that sort of thing. Yeah. And
Yeah.
I can't even collect from PayPal. I tried. I had, like I said in the past, I had a small donation. I couldn't even collect it from PayPal. I don't know if that was ever rescinded or not, but I couldn't even
Oh,
collect from
really?
PayPal. It's like I'm so blocked. I hate to scream shadow ban, but wow. And then I don't know if new people who are first hearing us for the first time, we even have trouble on the phone, which is why my picture's not up there, because my outgoing feed is not powerful enough on upload speed
Right.
to cast my camera to work, but we can get my microphone to work. So this is why we're doing what we're doing.
Right. Which is working well. I mean, this is like
we have not been disconnected even once.
Right.
Time. Last time I
Yeah,
got
no
disconnected
hiccups.
3 times, but this time it worked from minute 1. And then, like I said before on last week's show, I said, watch, it'll work for 2 weeks. Knock on wood that it doesn't.
I know. No, it seems good. We can all hear and see each other. And I mean, this is like perfect, really, that we can connect on this level, with us and the members and
and those people that do listen to this, today's date is November 14th, the day of the lunar Ring of Fire eclipse, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Got to watch it. Had my very thick old-fashioned camera film.
Who do you think it was made the eclipse?
It was lunar. When they said annual eclipse, I didn't realize until after about the 5th article I read where they said lunar annual eclipse. And I went, oh, because here I went off. And that's why I earlier talked about a retraction, saying, well, it was either a passing asteroid or it was a SATM. But 2 out of the 4 have been other planets than what they say. When they're talking about the crossing of Mercury, Mercury's really tiny. And the last 3 times they said, oh, it's the retrograde of Mercury. And there goes this big, huge ass object. And you're going, And so, it's a shadow of, no, I don't believe you. So,
the other time it came back twice.
Yeah, some of it. And that was the crossing back when, I think around 2017, when SATM was actually crossing the top of the sun. And Rebecca's got tons of those pictures filed away.
Nice.
Doing the twin tail halo above the star, which also matches God knows how many Egyptian drawings and hieroglyphs.
That'd be a good show.
God, thousands. And, where the dual tail was coming up on either side, right and left above the sun, and that was 2000.
Oh, we all need to go and find our pictures of that so that we can
that's gone on 3 times, because after Saturn was on the left hand, on the left hand side, did a close Earth pass, and then started backing up along with Nibiru, which is the other side of their orbital model. And if you look at my stuff, you'll understand that. I can't describe it openly. But anyway, they moved away from us after the first initial pass, 2012, 13, 14, 15. And then Nibiru went way up high. And then Saturn crossed visually the left-hand side of the sun and then over the sun all the way 2017, 2018. And they were way back. And that's when it started doing the weird cutoff illuminations in 2018, which is what you just showed. Something was 2019 or 2020 was the larger Saturn yellow moon. But this back in 2018, it was a smaller yellow moon marble that was cutting into the upper right hand side of the sun, while Uri was doing this stuff on the other side as well. And we've been watching Uri on this side ever since 2019, etc. It's hard to describe, but that's the way it went.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'm grabbing my cough drop.
Yeah. No, the door. Hang on. Let me close this door. It got cracked open and 2 cats have run in.
That's weird. My cats just went off like they seen something going through the room.
Oh, yeah.
Well, remember, ghosts fly above your head.
Oh, my gosh. Don't say that.
Well, they do.
Oh, my God. I've just moved in here. They both got up and they look like set move.
There are ghosts at Walmart. There are ghosts when you're driving down the road. There are
Right.
ghosts that walk through your house every day, all day.
Well, I can tell you one of my cats can definitely, she sees something. I mean, I
Right.
know she does. I see
When
the
you
look
see
on
it,
her face.
okay,
She'll be like right in
generally
the middle of eating and she'll like take off running, because she sees something.
ghosts come in many different types. There's the small orb, there's a large orb, there's semi blobbish half corporal masses that and then there's dark masses too, dark shadowy nasty things. And then there's
Yeah.
generalized visual illuminated blobs. And a full-on apparition is where you can actually stare, and they transcend in view. You're staring at the skeleton, and then all of a sudden it sort of starts to grow skin, and then you see the depiction of who they were in their period clothing, and then it also retracts back into them where you see the skeleton and the skull and the arms and the waving, and they become luminescent and flowing like a banshee. And that's a full-on spectral view. And in some cases, depending on the spirit itself, it can have manifestations of morbid decay or a manifestation of just non anything but a skeleton and its life depicted period clothing. Or and then you can go, and I've even seen spirits that were horrendously, unbelievably beautiful and just charismatic, just like in Raiders of the Lost Ark, where the guy goes, "Oh, she's so beautiful," and then it turns into a skull. So, yeah,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, we
just like
also now
Raiders
remember
of the
that was
Lost
the
Ark.
Raiders
So
of the Lost Ark.
And I've seen that since I was a child.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
No, but you could feel them. This past week has been really profound. It's like
they
not even just me.
the slow ones who walk through the room, you'll see a sort of an odd warble in light that you see
Yeah.
transcend from right to left or left to right. But most spirits, some of the larger, active, flowing, more corporal, visual spirits, will usually fly above your head at the ceiling level. They don't need walls or doors. And they fly above you because it's uncomfortable for them to pass through you as you to pass through them. They try to ignore us. They see us. Sometimes they try to get our attention, and it depends on how much attention you want to pay to them. And I don't recommend it because the more you pay attention to them, the more they stick around. And I see enough of it already that I don't need to see anymore. So I see them pass by, and I see them fly at the ceiling, and I see them walk through the room, and I smell them, and I feel the electrical transition that they have
Yeah,
entered the
we
room.
just heard like this noise, like whoosh,
Yeah,
and there's nothing. There's nothing
right. No,
outside.
right. You just probably have an activity right there, and and when you discuss spirits, you're also opening a door to activity. So that's why I don't recommend people to be ghost hunters unless they're really wanting to invite something to come home with them, no matter where they go. Dumb.
Better
Don't
ask
do it.
Mark to come and set up some videos here.
Don't play with ghosts unless you're ready to have dip your toe into something you're not prepared to handle, and absolutely never own a Ouija board. No, don't even bring one of those suckers into your house. How stupid are you? Because I tell you, there's a lot more going on out there than people are aware of, and you either take my word for it or you don't trust my seeing skills. And believe me, I've learned some stuff that'll
so
scare you shit.
what do you think the ghosts are? Like, are they?
They're spirits. They're representations of the life force of what we are no longer, and yet they are
Yeah.
still held together in numerous different forms. Like I said, there's smaller orbs, there's bigger orbs. There's now at the crossing that I viewed when I walked it through the world of the dead in a shamanic rite practice of the shaman that I studied. I witnessed a collecting of the spirits and saw thousands and thousands, along with other people that I brought along, two witnesses, and we took cameras, and we have some pictures to this day, very few compared to what we took. 57 pictures, and I think 8 turned out. But anyway, spirits are in a half phase, and then until they're collected. And that we saw and witnessed a very large glowing green man, and he was like 8 to 10 to 12 feet tall. I don't know, but he was very, you could see them in some of the pictures. And I have if you blow up the picture today, you can see the green guy above all else in the picture. And there were thousands of spirits, and they were brought over to the celestial stairway in vast hordes, following different lines, grouping together in one centrifuge, and then going up. And we watched that all night, all the way till dawn.
That's one of my favorite stories that you talk about, really. I mean, he's told me this a few times, but I can just visualize it as he's describing it,
And,
you know.
yeah,
but
that was at the
what
time
it tells
when
me.
But go ahead.
No, I mean, what I was going to say, what it tells me is when you pass, you don't immediately go away. Like you're still here.
Yeah.
Right. And they're
waiting
knowing
for the
about
green
until
man.
you're collected.
Yeah, they come and collect you every
and I know that,
few hundred
I
years.
know that because of all the different period clothing that me and other people witnessed. We were all standing there together at the shoreline over this most haunted lake in Montana, which I was directed to by a Hopi Indian from Four Corners that I met years before when I did a Grand Canyon tour / went to go save a friend from Amarillo, Texas, and then we brought him back up. Anyway, and he suggested that we go to a place to watch the arrival of Halley's Comet, and that was, I think, in 1997. And that's when the night that we did the shamanic, I laid out a magic ring and went through certain rites that I know how to write spells and things like that. And we laid in an enhancement spell, and we watched this occurrence that with Halley's Comet up in the sky above us. And we're in the middle of an island in the middle of a lake, tiny little island. You know, it's got 3 little odd banks, you know, that you can run back and forth to with a camping spot in the middle. And we're on this island, and then we did the thing and put the accoutrements in, and then after we sat out on the lake, and then all of a sudden there was lines, and I mean 4 different lines streaming across the lake as far as the eye could see, joining in one central spot. And we're all following the green guy, and then they went to the celestial stairway waterfall and then straight up into space. We watched it for hours. And there would be a few filtering side ghosts that would break away. And then the keepers, and I'm not going to go too much detail about them. They're nasty. The keepers would come back and push all of these spirits back in line. And we witnessed levels of forlorn and panic and discomfort and period clothing and blobs and orbs and different variations of the spirit, including the X-ray skeletal face, and then remains come out to this beautiful person that was. You know, and you see these variations or half full spirits or spirits with weird smoky wispy tails, and then cloaked spirits. That was the one that mainly we had one come up right up in front of us, and there was a cloaked woman holding a child. And after we started flashing with the cameras, you can see in the second picture, she rolls the child away and covers its face with her hand. You can directly see her face, her jaw, her eyes, her skin, her hand, the child's toes, the child's fingers, you know. Freaky shit. Wow. You know, these aren't just blobs. These are absolute defined, exactly what we saw. And they came out in 8 pictures out of 57 because we had 3 cameras running. And we got 8 pictures. You know, 8 pictures turned out of all 3 rolls. And a couple on this one and a couple of that one and a couple on that one.
Right. Anyway. And what's really ironic is that was the night that Heaven's Gate was. You remember that cult that
right? Yeah, right. Church of Light.
Suicide. Yeah.
Church of Light. Yeah, they all committed suicide that night, and there was.
It's like they knew they were going somewhere that night.
Or so, I think, committed suicide on that occasion. And yeah, I was about to say that, but I just didn't figure I was going to mention that. I
feel like it's significant. You know, I feel like that. I feel like they knew they were going to go that night. You know, that was the night to get out of there. You know.
Sorry, my phone's ringing.
That's our
Okay, hold that thought.
Yeah,
Hello.
go ahead.
Yeah, I better research this place that I've moved to.
What What's
It's
that,
just a
Gillian?
robocall. I got the bloop when I answered it.
Oh
There was
yeah.
nobody there. It's like, okay, bother somebody
And
else.
it's so
No,
nice,
it's just
Gillian. I was just gonna say, I was so thinking. I was watching you, thinking about how nice it is that you're at your new place and you got your privacy now, and you can do what you know, host a
yeah.
podcast if you want. You
Hey,
know,
if you
she's
got a new
been,
bed and a new couch,
yeah,
did
it's
you
so
Yep.
spray?
great.
Did you spray for spiders?
Oh God.
On
Don't
the,
even get me started on those things.
carefully lay the couch down on a blanket and then spray the bottom of it for spiders, because when you have any furniture in storage, especially
Hmm.
this time of year, and you bring in a mattress, I've had some really toxic spider bites from bringing a mattress into my home. And so I'm saying, check your mattress, check your couch if it's free, especially make sure there's no spider nests, because you don't want to invite them inside.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
I had this
I
whole
did bit.
place like try to spray everything.
I got
Ugh, the smells.
I got a used mattress from somebody once, and they were clean, reputable people, but they had it in their shed for a month, wasn't even out there very long, and I put it up in my home, and I got one of the worst spider bite collections I'd ever had in one night. It bit me down my chest all the way to my stomach, and it was literally necrotic, where it was a toxic spider, and I had to go
They're
to the
talking
doctor.
about bed bugs here. I'm like, oh,
Oh,
nasty. Ooh.
yeah, you should always check that.
Yeah.
Check the
That too.
corners of all the seams of cushions, including especially the mattress. We don't have bed bugs up in Montana. The altitude, we don't have fleas,
Hmm.
altitude.
Wow.
We barely have
Really?
anything. We have rattlesnakes and garter snakes, but we don't have any of that up here. We have wood ticks, which are also nasty, but we have small fly
Hi,
issues,
Andrea. Mm.
and
Can
and
see
That is.
some things like
by the way,
comments
all
here.
of that, now that the climate change is going on, all of that, the temperate regions for those creatures to thrive has also moved, including cockroaches and Zika virus, and all of that has changed latitudes now. So all of our old hemispheric bets are off. All that changes.
Remember, we used to draw like joke about tropical Montana and tropical
Right.
Nairn and stuff, but it's
That,
actually changed,
that's
right?
where that term comes from.
Mm.
Plus, back in the 80s, Montana had a tourist attraction campaign where they said enjoy tropical Montana, and I remembered that from when I was a young adult. And then I've always said aloha from tropical
Yeah,
Montana,
aloha from tropical
because
Montana.
I expect the climate to change, because in the
Mm.
overall magnitude history of the Earth overall in its entire existence, our average planetary temperature is 90 degrees Fahrenheit everywhere, tropical. The whole planet
Wow.
is tropical. We just have varying degrees of ice ages, and we are at the end of our fifth to sixth ice age. And we're on the high point swing of a temperature rise, which has yet ways to go in its normal planetary cycle of overall time history. So our melting off uh, glaciers is normal, but we're going to get warm everywhere.
So, will our ley lines change? Because Caroline was saying, see if I'm near a ley line, but I think there's ley lines all over the place here. Because
Well, ley lines
Clavacairns in
ley
these
lines have
places.
to do with cartography, geology, whether or not you include pyramids all over the planet that could be affecting our geological placement according to some higher design of alien extraterrestrial control. I mean, there's varying degrees of that. So
Yeah, because there's a tiny pyramid here.
I
It was
wouldn't
near
see that ley
Aviemore in
lines
the
magnetically would really drastically change. I think that would all remain the same and somehow help to focus magnet us in one place. Now there are magnetic arms or arms and legs that happen during a pole magnet change. The orbitoid body or magnetosphere puts out these little arms to stop it from tipping. And those are strong wave property reaches, and that's why your magnetosphere is actually like a full ball, although we don't see it. We just see the side electrical patterns instead of the north and south pole effect, which is the strong wave, versus the soft wave. You have to understand magnetospheres, and it's a circle
Mhm.
of electricity, North Pole, South Pole, and yet they connect in the middle, and then they have a weakness in certain areas and a strength in other areas. And the planet and everything else reacts that way, and those properties bounce into each other. And when they are slightly compromised, they electrically discharge and repel because they have to balance. And that's those little
Right.
legs that come out. And we've seen it as ion connections between planets, where all of a sudden there's this illuminated superhighway where the ion transfer between huge bodies suddenly occurs. And that's a balancing. That's either it's
Yeah.
either recessive or aggressive. It either receives some of it or represses it or repulses it away, depending on placement, push, etc.
Those are those things that looks like a beam of light, doesn't
Right,
it?
and
Like a flashlight or
it's an
something.
electric superhighway. It's an
Yeah.
Yeah, they
electron,
look like a strobe light just came down, like
Yeah.
and
purple.
then all the light sucks into it and just gets grabbed, and it's like a gravity well. I hate to use that term, but it's like an elevator that's moving
It's like
quick.
the Energizer in Star Trek.
Right, it's like, or even the beam from the Death Star. If you want, I really wanted to go left.
I want to go with the peaceful shit, not the
We
Death
first
Star
witnessed
shit.
some of that in northern Russia in 2010 and 11. There was ion bleed offs between other planets that was illuminating in space, and you could see that, and you could see the circles of the dark side of the planet showing, but you couldn't see the planet at all because they were completely black dark siding. Yet you saw the ion bleed off between this larger planet and this other smaller body, and you could see the larger body stealing away the ion bleed off, illuminating at literally just after sunset. It was awesome. And it was a video from Russia, and it shows Russian road and buses going by. And I used to be able to use it all the time, and I've been able to find it for the longest time. But it's an ion bleed off between dark bodies. And once I understood that the larger bodies pull the light and the ion connection from the smaller bodies, it explained planetary ion bleed off and why there's connection between in the space clouds and the existent transference of how the light refracts off that, and all of a sudden you added the gases on top of it, and then it's this huge mass of things where all of a sudden everything changes, including the solar system view, the outlook, the bottom base clouds, the electrical connections, the asteroids, how the object cluster group starts illuminating and glowing by itself. So, which are accelerated large positively charged electrons.
Wow. So that's what causes like all that flickering lightning.
And the discharges when they pass by, and there's these giant electrical discharges because the asteroids are gathering static between the two of the bodies. There's an electrical transfer going on, and it's gathering. It's like if you rub your shoes on a carpet. They're going around in between that carpet, between planet A and planet B, and they're becoming this static charged electrode body of most likely metal. You know, the difference between, a rock asteroid and a metal asteroid. And if you're constantly discharging, you become metal. So I would automatically assume that the lead object and those guys are probably of a higher, because we've got close-ups of the lead asteroid, and it's smooth, and it is like melted metal.
What about the sprites? Is that what,
Right, I believe, and I don't think science believes, but I believe sprites are actually metal asteroids rather than rock asteroids. And that'd be an asteroid that discharges over and over again and then becomes metal. Space star metal.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, that's why NASA just went to that big asteroid floating out about between us and Mars. And they went and mined it, and they're checking the carbon base, and they know there's a lot of material on there that's probably mineable.
Huh. Wow.
And it's within our reach, and there's probably billions of dollars worth of material on it, if not hundreds of billions or trillions.
Yeah.
Or quadrillions.
Very
or whatever.
special. But don't you think it would actually be one of the alien factions targeting it, for themselves?
Perhaps it's a plan that we do move on to actually start mining the inner solar system and start producing Federation commodities in a larger scale. you know.
Maybe. Yeah.
And then who's to say that the genetic material of you, me, and Tim Jones from Facebook haven't been sampled and recreated for other purposes on some grand, what would they call that?
Yeah, cloning station. Huh?
Yeah,
Like gonna
where you have
clone us.
I was looking for the
Sure.
word patent, where some alien guy has a patent on humans and is selling copies of us. And I mean, who's
Right.
to say that's not occurring? I mean, we are a proven workforce, and you program us to go after gold above all else,
Yeah.
and
Right.
greed and commodities, and we kill each other over it and fight wars over it.
Yeah.
Well, then we're doing exactly what we were put here for, to go get that shit, no matter what. And if you've ever mined gold and actually found gold, all of a sudden, you're not tired. You will work your butt off until you can't see anymore, and you realize, oh shit, I started mining at 7 a.m. The sun came up, and damn,
Yeah.
it's dark.
Oh
And you look
yeah, I
behind
started
you.
at 6
gold.
a.m.
No, you look behind you, and you've moved a mountain of dirt, whether you found the gold or not. But once you find gold, you get gold fever, and then boom, off you go. And then your brain you become this workhorse, and I experienced it. That's how I know it occurs. And you just go, wow, how did I do that? I'm not kidding you. And
Yeah.
you can move mountains with
Yeah, I've experienced that for the last 3 days now, and I think my little battery is starting to go blah 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 blah. I'm just tired.
Oh yeah, I was like that the last couple of days as well. Whereas last night I actually managed to sleep long enough and was comfortable enough I could go crawl back in bed, because it's colder outside, and then you get back into that warm blanket and you get right back to sleep. And normally I can't do that. I wake up and zoom off, the brain goes, and then I can't slow down.
I was going to tell Nick, thanks for watching. Nick is going to be exiting the show. He's got to do other things, but thank you, Nick, for being here.
Night, Nick.
Yeah, he's with us from YouTube. So, and Andrea said she's got to run errands, but she's taking us with her. So that's so thoughtful. Man,
we totally lost topic a long time ago.
Well, I
get the topic talking, and I forget that this is a show rather than a couple of friends bullshitting.
That I know that's what it's like, though. We're just hanging out, but yeah,
it's because we haven't done it for so long, or we all did it on the sly. And when you start doing it with multiple other people, and other people start realizing it's all right to think about this stuff, it's what we were actually made for.
Right. That's why I jump on when I can, when I'm aware of it, and we've been doing this so long, and then I know Rebecca feels this, and I don't know about what you end up saying on your site, Gillian, but we end up saying the same thing over and over and over again, and it gets to the point where it almost beats you like a wheel of cheese.
It's true.
Oh my God, I'm back to that thought process. Is this to go to Comic-Con? Holy crap! Yes, please. Everybody who listens to this, subscribe, like, share.
If I'd known that, I would have worn something else.
Well, if like Jesus, and I'm quoting him again, if we don't, then who? And because we've taken the time to document all of this stuff, and we've all discovered that there's nobody else out there that's even remotely close, and they're still wondering when Nibiru is going to get here, when we've all been watching it since 2011 and 12 and prior, and point of view. So this is real. It is happening. There is another solar system. We cannot deny it. We've seen evidence. We've seen close-ups. We've seen land masses. We've counted moon. We've documented asteroid groups in cycle year after year after year in a repeating fashion. So therefore, we have proven this.
We bond, Sarah.
We have proven this time and time again that this is an occurrence. And people really need to start reaching for this information, because there's hundreds of different shows and videos and TikTok and Facebook and YouTube, and all of that. And you just have to get in and try to learn when what happened and how it happened. And then before you know it, all of a sudden you end up like Rebecca, knowing what's going on just by looking at the picture.
Right. I mean, it's crazy how it all fell into place. It wasn't like I ever set out to, I never really thought I would figure out as much as I have ever, but it just happened. So that's, nice.
It's as if you ignite something inside and it just suddenly
Yes.
triggers. It causes one of those electrical things to
Something
start
like
happening.
that. Because that's, I mean, over multiple years, it wasn't something that just, I know Jesus and I were talking about that the other day. He's the very same. I mean, we're just parallel so much, him and I. And yeah.
It's amazing how we all find people are like that we bond with.
Yeah.
And you just instantly are drawn to these people. I mean, Carol Ann was one of my friends it was Carol Ann and Nancy Greenler and Brenda as well. And because of them, because of meeting them on Sam's show, we formed like a bond. And Sam was watching, everybody was watching when I came here to Scotland and that. It was just, you see, when we all
years ago.
met many years ago. I know, Carol Ann, it's like, wow, we've waited a long time for Rebecca to come along and join us because everybody seems to have a different thing to bring to the table, and tables are actually part of this weird story as well, because I keep having dreams of a table. And I told Sam this, that table where the emissary would be with the people, and when the beings came down, after the stuff had happened. And I wasn't even sure what that is. I just know that the ignition point, that like Caroline says, it's like love. It's like the spark. It's like we were meant to find each other, and Sam calls it indigos and stuff like that. But
well, a lot of
I
it has
think
to
that
do with it. A lot of it has to do with where you live in today. If you're running off of a fear base, then you're going to mask yourself with free. And even Yoda says, the future is emotion, and you have to take away the emotion by doing logical science, which is how I see things, because I look at everything through astrochemistry and subatomic chemistry. To me, they're one thing. And that goes back to the original sciences, and I'll plop that on the table. Speaking of the table, one more time, is citizen science. We are doing citizen science. We are not relying on the masked, paid, political, government-based scientists who are all working for their tenure and their paycheck. And the moment they say anything that they're not allowed to, they no longer have a paycheck or the weekend cottage, or their kids go to college. So that's why they're held back from a lot of facts and truths. And then information does not go down, it goes up. So the lower people don't even know about this unless they spend the time to go outside and actually look, because it's a whole lot easier than people give it credit for. Now, we do citizen science, and Rebecca and I were talking about where real actual science comes from, and chemistry. And, that's the basis of what Einstein missed, was he didn't look. He was giving us the dinner plate, and gravity is pulling us into our star, and that's why we turn and rotate year around year. And yet there's this dark matter, quote unquote, that holds us back. And he was trying to figure that out through all of his equations, which is what we unfortunately still standardize as today. And we have to think past that. It's new science. It's not gravitational. It's static electricity from electrical space, placement, subatomic and astroatomic. And we were talking about in early Egyptian wisdom was Hermes and Hermeticum and Hermetic science. And we talked about how religion has sort of influenced some of that and stretch people away from the realities and the truths. And what happens, and you guys were just discussing this, is once that you are introduced to the Hermeticum, or the knowledge of the multiple planets, all of a sudden other things start working. And then all of a sudden you're more connected to things, and things are easier, and you're wiser, and you're calmer, And we've talked about that amongst members. And that refers to the Hermeticum, which is the teachings of Hermes and of wisdom and magic from the Egyptian lore, or going back throughout even the Kabbalah from the Jewish sects and the Polish Jewish Ashkenazis and all of those regions, different religions, and going back all the way to 1200s and 1400s when the Muslims and the Arabs were trading technology. And prior to that is where the developments of standardized chemistry came from, was in the 1400s through 1600s through a guy by the name, I think his last name was Bacon, oddly. And there were scientists that developed these vastly interesting documented things beyond Newton and Edison. And it's amazing, yet those are the guys that we talk about, and they were both wrong.
So do
Gravity.
you think? Oh, sorry, go
Go
finish
ahead.
that.
No,
No, I mean, well, you said that that's where they're wrong. I mean, do you think there will ever come a time when they will say, we have a correction to make, or we've made a new discovery, it's electrical, not gravitational? Do you think they'll
well,
ever
to talk
tell
about
us?
gravity, you're limiting the occurrence, the event, the anomaly, because
Yeah.
everything is static charged. Everything has, the same reason that your fingertip does not go through the tabletop. Everything has an electrical charge, everything. And they either mix or they don't mix. And that's why our oxygen stays inside our magnetosphere in our little bubble, because our electrical charge holds all of this atmosphere inside. And out there, it doesn't, and we're different than that charge out there. And then the other bodies have theirs. And then there's it's not a void, but there's space gases, mostly hydrogen. And those, when mixed between an electrical field, create multiple accelerated occurrences where the electrons in these atomic structures are accelerated, and that's why they glow. They put off light, and they mix and join and create new things. And that's how universes grow from universes, grow from universes, grow from universes.
Oh, wow.
On a small scale, from the subatomic water molecule all the way to astrophysics. Astrophysics rather than, or I should say astrochemistry rather than astrophysics.
It just seems to work perfectly, because when I watch, the time lapse videos, you can tell all of these planets are like perfectly synchronized, like clockwork.
Right, because they're held in an
Can't
atomic
imagine
structure.
something so big could do it all just so
It's so
rhythmic.
perfect.
It's like
It
Tinker
is,
Toys
yeah.
with little balls. They're all connected in an
Yeah.
atomic structure electrically, because they can't hold a placement that's stable if it's got a paradox in the atomic structure of protons, neutrons in their natural placements. Because we know in subatomic chemistry that there's shell structure, and there's only so many protons and so many neutrons that can fit in each shell structure before two compounds or two elements, when mixing, change and reform by knocking one proton or a neutron out of this structure or that structure. And yet to combine, they have to link, and they have to be non-paradoxal, meaning they have to become a stable compound with either two atoms or three atoms or whatever. And that's the same thing with the solar system. We wouldn't exist if we were paradoxal, if rocks kept smashing into each other nonstop. We wouldn't be 6 billion years old. So we know that there's placement and an order to it. It's an atomic structure with some degrading, perhaps radioactive offshoots of these intermittent close passes of each other. I mean, there's transition. And I mean, we know that dirt comes from space. And we know that asteroids are smacking into each other, making smaller asteroids, making gravel, sand, dust, microparticles that fall on Earth, which is how, if you're an animal and you die on the ground and your bones sink into the dirt, and then dirt from space lands on it and dirt from space on it, and 100 years and 1,000 years go by, you're suddenly a fossil. because of the weight of the barometric pressure of the air above you, pushing all that sand down into rock, which is how rock formations are, et cetera, depending on subatomic chemistry of the rock itself, and then add small bio life forms that can change and transmute rock as well. Anyway, or volcanic, et cetera. So most of what we have, our dirt, comes from space. So we're not paradoxical, but yet we are catastrophically eventful.
Huh. I'm
And
just
we see
wondering, like, yeah, I mean, like, if you never know what could reach us from another planet if we're, receiving dirt from another planet.
Oh,
Could there
we
be
know
like,
that there's asteroids that are on the way towards Earth that they believe will actually hit. Big
yeah,
ones.
wow.
They're
Really?
watching them. They've announced it, but then they don't keep you informed of it regularly. They've told you once, and that's it. And I think there's one in 35, and I think there's one in 50. I'd have to go relook them up, and I'd have to get a huge list to pull it together.
Yeah.
But I check the NEOs all the time, and they discover shit out of the darkness that they never saw yesterday. And they haven't figured that out yet because they don't see dark objects. They only see briefly illuminated objects. Still, wow. I mean, let's look on a different spectrum here, guys, because they're right here. Or they already know, and then what kind of show are they getting? And I constantly ask that one. It's like, oh boy, I wish. And yet at the same time, if I knew and I couldn't tell anybody, it would probably drive me insane. So I'm glad I'm not there working for them, handing information up, not down.
I bet. Yeah.
So,
I wonder.
for anybody that doesn't know me, I've known about this, since 1978, and I keep, I was told I couldn't say anything after 80 for 30 years, and it drove me to almost to the point where I'd completely, literally forgotten most of it on purpose.
Just have to go somewhere quickly.
Bye.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be counting. All right, get out your stopwatches, everybody. How long is Gillian gone for?
Oh,
The next answer is...
Don't know where the cat's went to.
Yeah, I have that occasionally with Rebecca, where I end up having to run across the house because the cat knocked something over. I go, okay.
Yeah.
At my door. All right, good. So
usually I'm out on the porch and I have cats and birds and all that happening around me, but
fortunately, we're down to one cat. I'm down to one cat, and that's all too many.
Right. Yeah.
I'm kind of
all
allergic
too
to
many.
cats, and of course I have one. And the members of Montana Skywatcher helped save her, and now she's hugely fat and very happy and very spoiled.
Yeah, good.
And she's Nova's kitty, and we brush her.
That's great.
Spoiled. And she knows when she wants to be brushed, and she only eats one very expensive cat food, and you know the trick, And the never-ending cat litter and having to do the cat box, even though it's not my cat. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. I know. I do know. I have 5 cats.
Oh boy.
So
I would have an asthma attack from hell.
Yeah, really. Yeah. But they're all super happy, and one male, 4 female. So, and the girls are really fat, and happy, and the boy's kind of skinny, and his name is Skinny. Get that?
Yeah.
But he's pretty skinny. So anyway.
Yeah. I don't know what the Nibiru view is about to become. I know that when the PM, when the sun starts setting in the west, currently is and when it's in the south, even any time in the PM is your best time to see Nibiru overall. But then of course there's the sunrise magnification part, but then literally you could go all the way till midday and on.
Yeah.
But the dark shadow on the right hand side of the sun, and the fact that did you see that video with the ion tail the other day, like 2 days ago?
I don't think so.
I think I posted it on Montana Skywatcher Anonymous.
Okay.
And I don't know if I sent you a copy of it or not, but it was something I think JD had posted.
Let me see.
And it was an absolute, everything from the right-hand side of the sun was a close-up of the Saturn's yellow moon and this ion tail that just kept going and going as they panned to the right. And I just went, wow, look at that.
Really?
And it was absolute, just like this picture. In the upper right hand corner, you're seeing the split, almost triangular split on this
Look at
side
it.
of the body. That's the Saturn's yellow moon, very huge. And you can see the split ion tail on this side of it because it goes on the other side of the planet as well in our out view. And that's part of the winged red planet. But this is the yellow moon in front of the winged red planet.
Yeah.
And you can see the ion tail bursting off the face of it. And then behind it is this atom. And then the illumination of course, the green and the blue asteroid are on that side in this picture. And then over to the middle left, you're looking at the spiral and the red, who is dark face showing. And then lead asteroid is the long upper dark trail going across the middle of the upper pick from mid pick top to right.
Okay. I was trying to see if I could find it real quick. If I could see
It's
what you're talking
it's
about.
the roundest circle on the top, or excuse me, the bottom 2 inches of the right hand side of the picture is the lead asteroid, and the red and spiral.
Yeah, there's something else. I
think-
mean, when I was sitting at the storage facility waiting for the guy to come, who was also late. It's been a story of my life this week. Everything was late by an hour. And anyway, I could at least sit down and watch the sky.
Yeah, you have to
And-
expect the system to be broken because everybody's struggling. I mean, I went to the store the other day to go get milk for the girls, and I'm at the store going, God, I am just so not here. I'm so tired. Like, you know, and it's like 9 o'clock in the morning and I should be wide awake and, you know, all horses forward. And I'm just dragging butt. And that was like 2 days ago. So, yeah.
I'm really struggling tonight, as I just felt stiff all over. Like oh, really?
I
It's
think
like
that's
I was
everybody. You know,
fluxing.
I hear lots of people talking about how they're having body aches, or they're exhausted, or they're confused, or they're annoyed, or they're uncomfortable, and they don't know why. And of course, these close planetary passes are affecting us, and we are hearing it on a subatomic, no, excuse me, not subatomic, a lower harmonic of the human capacity. And this also answers why animals are behaving differently, and you know, we all feel it and hear it and we know. And I mean, countless numbers of skywatchers who have said to us, we all knew something was wrong. And yes, that's exactly what's going on, because they're damn well here. Even in the Bible, it's referred to as the birthing pains. So yeah, we've got cramps, we've got aches, we're nauseous, we're uncomfortable, we're agitated, we're emotional.
Yeah, but when I was in the caravan park last week, milling about, like having my holiday that wasn't a holiday, I just had to have somewhere to go. Anyway, I've never watched the geese before, but in the morning they would come out of the south and they go all the way to the north, as if they were at an angle though as well, and they would just kind of go around and seem to come back later in the day and just do it again, day after day after day.
Well, be thankful. Well, they do fly back and forth between cornfields and then sleeping positions at night. Be thankful.
Yeah, I Googled and I've seen that. It says that they go somewhere to sleep and then.
There's been a mass bird populace die off around the world for 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years. And we don't see the birds we used to have here anymore at all. We see some small ones and we see big ones. And the predators, I did count like 14 eagles flying around in a circle, this big mass of eagles. I couldn't believe it. It was awesome. And now back in the 70s, that, you know, you'd barely ever see one. But up here in the mountains, we see eagles, bald eagles now. And we see birds of prey, and we see finches and magpie and crows and blackbirds and starlings. But that's it. All the other birds are gone. So, and yeah, we also have ringneck doves that aren't from here, but they've managed to multiply. And we have.
We're talking about little finches. They're talking about birds. I didn't really see the little finches this year.
Right. There's far less birds, and they've documented that in science news for a very long time. And of course, it doesn't make mainstream media. That we're in a mass die-off of animals all over the place. And that, of course, also
especially the water ones, especially.
migration patterns are all messed up, and this is gone and that's gone. We've had frog problems, and of course that goes back to the plastic issue, which we could do an entire show on, and how
Yeah, that's.
far it's invaded
I
our
can only
planet.
imagine in a few decades how it's going to be with the rate we're going with plastic piling up.
Well, we also have to take into account every nuclear explosion on the planet that has occurred since the 40s is inside our DNA pattern, period. We wear every one of those atomic blasts in our body, including the Fukushima thing going on right now. So we have to also worry about, because that affects, we have DNA and RNA, and our RNA is being affected by plastic and by radiation, and that will affect our offspring. So, yes, we have to worry about it.
Yeah. I mean, they say we already have plastics, in our body and our brains, it's
Yeah.
part of us. Part of us now.
DNA diribonucleic acid, our recessive offspring ribonucleic acid, where we pass on our genes from that second, because we have a 2-strand genome. From that second genome, our offspring come, and we are degrading our atomic genome from poisoning us. We did it a long time ago, and people are just now realizing it.
It just seems like it's like a population control measure to me. Like they know they're doing that to us. Really.
Well, then you've got the spectrum of willingness to from automatically culpable to unknowingly participant. So, casting blame isn't going to solve anything on that one. But yeah, it's already happened, and
Right.
those who are in control, they're going to semi remain in control, and those with ultimate piles of money are going to have ultimate piles of money. So we have to do what we have to do today to kind of hopefully change that for the right and balance it somehow, but not violently. We have to balance our future. We can't attack, which we can't prove, and we can't attack a group or a scapegoat, and we can't be complacent and ignore and go, oh, and I hear that a lot of times from people too, is what they say, well, what can I do about it? And the whole point is when you change your opinion about things, your opinion about things change, and then you start to see more. And you intentionally let go of some of the things that have kept you from seeing more. And that's what we talked about, the Hermeticum. And that's part of what the doctrines of the Hermeticum and wisdom and knowledge of the early ages, from the Arabs to the Egyptians and all sorts of stuff, has to do with enlightenment. Because once you understand things and how they fit, you develop a natural balance of self-nature. And then before you know it, you become wiser, which is what enlightenment is all about, including the Buddhist religion or the Hindu or the Taoist or Egyptian or any of the previous religions that have stacked up through time.
Right.
So, and it's a base truth of understanding that there's the heavens above and the demigods. They're mentioned for a reason. Not that we have to imagine this guy sitting on a throne in a fluffy cloud where we go to heaven and sit beside him. I mean, how boring.
Oh dear. Yeah.
I got to sit here forever.
I know, on a cloud.
Shit,
Oh hell.
Send me back. I want to do it again. And that's kind of what it is.
I know.
Point of view. And then when
Right.
I had my ET encounters, that really, really, really changed how I
Eye-opener.
do things. And knowing that, how we view religion and from our point of view versus other points of view sort of changes your personal doctrine of, like, for example, the river of life, which is discussed by the Hindus. And life is like a flowing river. And if you try to swim to the shore against the tide, you're not going to make it. But if you go along with the flow and you follow through, you learn more and you see and you become. Yeah, these cutoffs, those are all light pinches between bodies. There's an object of large size cutting off our view of it to make it flare that way.
Pinching, yeah. Like multiple planets, at least two, if not
One or
more,
two, even one,
all
even
around.
one can, you're looking at the bottom right-hand corner, you
Yeah,
see a star.
you're right.
You're
Look at
seeing,
that one. There's like a big, heavy one there, and then there's one there.
look, top 4 are planet face, and then 2 through the atmosphere, and the bottom 2 on the right-hand lower picture, the one with 5 on it.
Okay.
If you look, those 2 bottom flares are actually less illuminated. See how they're light blue compared to the white blue on top 4?
Yeah.
Okay, the left one top and the right one top is planet face. That's the cutoff edge, and the 2 going up to the up are through the atmosphere. Those are atmospheric refractions, which is why it's refracting on the sides in between.
Here's an example, kind of showing like overlay wise.
Right.
Yeah.
And
That's
the
why it
refraction is a
pinches
pinch.
it.
That would be in this picture. It's coming in from the left because you can see the orange on the left-hand side. So we know that's a Urey cutoff illumination.
Okay.
Because usually on these cutoff flares, one side will have a larger percentage of an orange to brown to green to blue. And you know that's shining within the atmosphere on the landmass, on that orange part, which does turn more brown. And I've seen my eye many times, and that's how I knew it was brown, because you're looking at planet face, and that's the refraction line off that planet face. And that's how you can tell which side the cutoff flare is coming from, unless there's actual segment or a cookie bite out of the side of the star, and then you're looking at half a sun, or the bottom cutoff, or the top cutoff, or the right side cutoff, or dual.
Yeah.
When you see a dual cutoff, that's when you'll see the blue shaft light.
Right.
Because then
I would
the
show
light,
pictures of that if I could.
but then
like
the
I
light
said.
is being restricted enough that we're actually seeing something else that I don't normally describe that has to do with Nibiru. And that's where the blue light comes from. Anyway.
The Tool Star, eh?
Yeah, I didn't say that. Did you?
What's that? The tool star, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't hear you talk about that much. That's a
No.
craft, right?
No.
The blue. No.
No, it's it's exactly what the word is, tool star. It's a small mini atmospherically joined star. And it's a tiny one.
Okay. Really?
Part of their technology to keep them from going into ice age and shit like that. It's part of their manufacture. You hear it all the time in all the videos. They talk about how the Nibiruans have to manufacture their atmosphere to keep it stable. But they don't tell you how.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they have a electronic star.
Well, if you want to increase your attachment to something, wouldn't you add a belt or a strap or something that would get you a little bit better handhold? Yeah.
Okay.
And it's close to their atmosphere. And I don't go into too much detail about it because it's sort of kind of a taboo subject.
Sorry, Sam.
Now, I'm not sure that the immediate overlords would like me to discuss.
Okay. I don't know what they would think about it.
I've got a picture that has evidence of it, and someday I'll drop it on you. And it was redated, sadly. The original poster posted it like 3 or 4 years after he got back from Iceland, or from Antarctica. And it was a picture that was taken in Antarctica, and it was one of the greatest things I've ever seen. And that's what really told me I knew exactly what I was seeing here in Montana. And I was going, no shit. And then when it came horizontal, where you could see it in the south come up from under Earth up here in Montana, and I'm just watching it going, oh my God, and there's land masses and clouds and moons on Nibiru, and nobody listened. They go, oh, you're nuts, man. You're talking. I even had family members at that point in time just said, please don't come back to my door. I'm not kidding you, it happened. And they asked me not to return after I tried to point this out to them and that I'd written a paper on this oh, we don't believe you. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's like, dude, don't you remember when the government came? No, don't remember any of that. I'm like, oh, Jesus. Excuse me, but it did happen, So,
I don't know why some people are, enamored with this topic, and then others are just so repelled by it.
Well, there are
Like,
some people that are mad about it because it hurts their feelings. And then there's people that are jealous and don't want to accept it because, oh
yeah,
my God, no way that idiot knows what he's talking about or whatever. I mean, there's 10 different reasons why people fear this because it does change and people don't like change, and I'm one of them. I don't like change either. And boy, by God, this changed everything. And now I don't get to follow through with what I wanted to do, but it just didn't work. And I tried to help rely on other people. And that anyway, so
right.
uh, it's uncomfortable for people. And then there's the automatic blow off. Well, I cannot do anything about this anyway, so I'm not going to worry about it. And then they disconnect. And the general public does have a very short memory because I remind people of these events all the time, and they go, "Oh, I totally forgot that happened last year, or the year before, or the year before." And then I'll send them copies of videos going, "See, remember this?" And they go, "Oh shit, I forgot about that." And it's like, yeah, this is serious, not kidding, So,
Right.
and then because of the drama and the danger involved, people don't want to know it. I mean, you don't want to know that if you live in Oklahoma, you're at probably 10 times the risk of having extreme weather than I am, or someone in uh, Arkansas, for instance, because of the mountain ranges, because of geographical, excuse me, geographical location, and people in Denver are susceptible to freak storms and their forests being blown down and flash flooding because the clouds drag into them at mile high. So there's all these different events that can and will and are happening all around us. And do you remember that everybody forgot about the Colorado floods already?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that wasn't that long ago, right?
It was about 4 or 5 years ago. And Colorado flooded
Yeah,
like crazy because of the weather changes. And
right.
everything dried up. And then look at the freak winter storm that California had last 2 years. And then it's going to happen again this year. It's going to be really weird. And don't be surprised if Texas gets a whole bunch of snow, which they drastically need. And then because of
Sure.
that new jet stream pattern that's going over the Rockies, it's all a whole different ballgame. And so
So do you
people,
think it's just going to keep, like you said, getting more and more severe, like the
yeah,
winters
we're gonna have
get
a
more
really weird winter.
extreme?
It's going to be gnarly on the East Coast, and
Yeah.
supposedly kind of tame up here for once. I'll knock on wood. I hope to see that for once, that we get a mild winter. But Montana is not famous for mild winters. We have really nasty winters up here, which is what keeps our population so low. People go, I ain't living through that again. No way. And then they move back out.
Yeah.
Not everyone stays up here, but I'm from Missoula. I'm from Montana. So I live here because I was born here. And I came back. I lived elsewhere along the Oregon coast and all that. But anyway,
Yeah.
and I had contracts and did other jobs and went around and did stuff. Anyway, so you have to be very careful about where you live and think about maybe the possibility, depending on food and that gardening and building ice houses, and maybe not counting on electricity
Right.
going to solar. Um,
What
put
area?
capacitors in that won't blow your system if we do have a Carrington event.
Yeah.
Some sort of a fuse breaker that'll take the load so it doesn't blow your system up. Maybe it'll work later, or keep spare in boxes disconnected. I in a Faraday cage. I hate to even say that, but that's literally what you have to do to avoid an event. If you have an electronic gear and you don't have a Faraday cage, which you can make an entire room into a Faraday cage if you know what you're doing,
Right.
which is a negative plane space where solar uh, cosmic particles won't fry your electronics from stem to stern, which is what happens in a Carrington event, including power lines and transformers and television sets and computers and anything else that happens to be plugged in at the time of the event, which last happened, I believe, in 1850.
But would you have much of a heads up before
I
it
think about
happened?
20 minutes or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
not sure that
20 minutes isn't a lot.
it depends on if it's like
Right.
if it's a side glancing rotational CME, coronal mass ejection, because sometimes the CMEs whip out like an arm swinging off the face as the star rotates, and has this long duration coronal mass ejection when the filaments and the negative and the positive filaments on the coronal holes cross and blow up and connect, and it's an electrical explosion which casts
So,
material out into space and then rotates like a swinging set of arms. And if that covers over the top of Earth, depending on the magnitude of X-class flare or above, large event, then it will overdo our Earth's magnetosphere, and then material will flow in and past our machinery and our electronics, and so much so it will fry everything. That's what a Carrington event is,
right.
including
Well,
blowing up power lines and all sorts of shit going crazy, including items in your house igniting on fire,
oh
toaster,
my word.
microwaves. Depends on if you're using the toaster and it's on, and
Yeah.
the wave that
And
thing
it
will light on fire,
happens.
boom. So, and if you're in close proximity, you could have explosion debris, God knows what. Same thing, microwave, computer, God only knows what it would do, because we haven't seen it in modern technology. Fortunately, we're typing on plastic keys, not metal ones.
Right.
A little bit of, people ask me, well, how can you use a computer? Well, I'm typing on plastic keys. If I was touching the computer, I'd probably fry it at some point in time. I don't want to be mad around my electronics. Thank you.
Uh-oh. Right.
Right.
Pick up on that.
Yeah, I've fried things when I get mad and things blow up near me. Not something I want to brag about, but it's happened.
Right.
I make light bulbs
That's
pop.
I've touched electronic equipment and large
really.
industrial electronic equipment and blown it up.
Yeah, things don't work. Ever since I was a little girl, things just don't work if I play with
What
them.
about like your cell
Mhm.
phone draining? Because I've noticed it could just be my cell phone, but it drains way too
Right.
fast. The
Yeah,
battery just
if I put a cell phone in my pocket, by the time I get to the store, it's dead.
yeah. Yeah. Well, one question that Nicole/Andrea is asking is, where is the best place to be? If you had to be somewhere in the world if that happened, where would that be?
Oh,
In a certain
you
place.
know where I live, right?
Mhm.
Yes, yes.
I live in the last best place.
Really.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm living right here on the side of a volcano. It's a wonderful place. You ought to try it. No, I'm kidding. I do
Yeah.
actually live on the side of an old volcano. It's kind
Right.
of active. I do feel a small, minute tremor from time to time. And the University of Montana is not talking about it. So I know what I feel. Anyway,
Yeah.
and I know my house is moving, and I know that the whole damn town of Lolo is moving because all the doors and some of these stores at certain area geologically that I've identified are this fault line going through the town, which is why there's a valley there in the first place. And people don't get that part where, rivers run inside fault lines. Anyway, and I'm watching this area move, but, Montana is, I was told to stay here, so I'm here.
Right. Yeah. This is where I've
But
always
wherever
been,
you are,
Oklahoma.
you have to be
Right.
comfortable. You have to be high ground, nowhere close to a river for a mass flood. I mean, if you're living in a really nice valley with forest and everything else, and you're 30 feet off the side of a creek, I would think about maybe making sure you have some really strong doors and not get flooded out,
Yeah.
because we're seeing mass floodings where we're seeing the amount of water that's falling from the sky at unseen rates ever before, and it's only going to get worse in that department. How are we going to go tropical unless we go tropical? We're going to see flora and fauna changes regionally. That's why the crops aren't growing the way they used to, and why certain plants are changing, why certain ranges of forest are going dead, and some other plants are taking over right before our very eyes.
I was just thinking about the migration happening right now too. Wouldn't you say that that's part of it as well? You know, the
Well, we know that
supply
the Mycenaeans and the Minoans throughout history, which was about back that time. It's hard because, you know, science dates them a little bit later. But we know that many cultures up and just sort of vanished, and some of them were catastrophically burned down in fires and things like this. But mainly the one that's most documented, the Mycenaeans and the Minoans. But there's also the discussion of the topic of the sea people. There's the Great Flood of Doggerland cycle before that. There's evidence of drastic change. The Sumerians, for instance, in between the last cycle and this cycle, there was a whole region, southerly region, that was far more delta. When the climate changed after the last cycle, that sea level rose, and it robbed them of hundreds and hundreds of miles of climatary regular growing area. The early kingdom of Ur and all of that are some of our oldest archaeological sites on the planet, dating back to that period, up to 4,000 years ago. That's just about that's the middle spot. 3,654 to 4,000 years is where you shoot for. And in that period of time, all of these cultures changed, and all of a sudden they became desert or desertification, or moved populace, or lost cultures, including, you know, pre-Incan, pre-Mayan, which were other groups of people prior to the Mayans and the Incans, which is an entire culture that they barely even understand, because most of South America, in the northern part of South America, is buried under vast civilization archaeology and is barely touched. There's been culture living there, and that was, you know, during the culture change of space people in between the Nibiruans and other races, which they discuss in their hieroglyphics and carvings and bakhtums.
wow. There's so much,
Yeah,
you know, that
there
was
is.
left behind for us, you know, if we understand what we're seeing. Yeah.
And like I always say, you know, they carve these stones, and it takes them, you know, months to years to chisel out this shit on this
Yeah.
big ass rock. And they don't do that as you know, it's not graffiti. They're doing it to warn us. And if you the moment you start slapping the dual binary solar system together, all of these tablets and all of these carvings, they start to form a correlation, and you're going, wow, what if? And then, you know, and then you take into like we talked about Hermetic, and the tarot cards even show you an example of Hermes, or the Hierophant, and they show you the book on the lap of the Hierophant, and that goes all the way back to Arab mysticism and magic and wisdom in the early sects of the early religions, from the Moors and from the Arabs. They had batteries, you know, all of that stuff. They had technology. And people don't credit that.
Yeah, you can see the pictures of the batteries, giant batteries it looked like.
The pyramids were like broadcast power stations.
Yeah.
It's the pi and the pi equation of what they built. They didn't build that just to go, oh, look, you know, because there's nobody buried in the pyramids other than the early pyramids, which also shows you the alignment of their civilization and how it had to be moved over the dynasties from Western Africa over to Eastern Africa over time, because the planetary changes and the ley lines, and how the whole Sahara Desert used to be a vast, wonderful growing area where they grew millions and billions of bushels of wheat and fed mass people in order to be able to build the pyramids, and all these cultural vast populations of slaves and all this they had to feed. And there's even alligators, you know, in the desert of the Sahara, in some, you know, archaeological digs in the middle of the desert. Well, excuse me, if you find alligator skeletons, then At one point in time, it was a swamp and not a desert. And people, they don't take into account these drastic climate changes in between cycles, because a slight tip in the planet's atmosphere, where you rotate forward or backward or sideways, changes your geographical location, your weather, your climate, what you grow, what doesn't grow, where the deserts are, where the mountain ranges are. It all changes. And that's what's coming. Faster and faster and faster. And when they leave, I expect drastic change. I don't know.
It just, and they're leading people into thinking it's what, carbon emissions, things like that. That's
right.
causing.
But they're not meeting the temperature expectations. They're worried about this 5 degrees Celsius change. Well, did they mention that everywhere on the planet was 15 degrees warmer than it was last year at this time? And we saw the rivers all around the planet, the major tributaries all around the planet dried up. And where did that water go? Into our atmosphere. And it dumped on China, and it dumped on, they talk about the Libya people, that whole town in Libya being wiped out. 3 to 5, 10,000 people got killed in one night. But did they tell you it came from a storm? No, they didn't.
No,
And
they never.
That was the first Mediterranean storm documented like that.
Yeah.
I think it was briefly listed as a hurricane and then a tropical storm, and then it hit island and it broke apart on the upper shore of Libya, and then flooded the whole region, followed by the dam failures, which is what killed all the people. But they told you about the dead people, but they didn't tell you why. So we're seeing major climate changes and things like that.
It sounds like it's just going to be a gradual, situation. I mean,
well, it hasn't really been gradual. Every year it's gotten more drastic in all of these events, and then they keep handing you a new name, from shelf cloud to derecho to straight line winds. I mean, when I was watching the weather in the 80s, high winds were 35 miles an hour, and now we're calling high winds 80 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour. And they'll be high wind. They don't say, well, these are extreme winds, which they are. And we've seen entire towns and regions and areas. No ice. I just got water.
Yeah.
He didn't put any ice in it. I think she's hoarding the ice for herself.
It's not frozen yet.
Oh, it's not frozen yet. Okay. All right.
Ice hoarders. Yeah.
My youngest daughter walked in and I said, will you give me some water? Yeah, because I'm out.
My phone is really getting hot. I might have to leave soon.
We're noticing our fall is happening, and we haven't had any freezing yet. And we're noticing it's warmer than normal. And yet the fall is here and everything. And it went fast. We're all of a sudden, boom, we went into fall. And all of a sudden, everything started dropping. And we're already, we're losing our leaves now. The colors are great.
Yeah, it suddenly started in the last.
I've looked ahead into the future winter forecasts and everything, and I've been studying that for a couple of months now. And I think we're going to go into an interesting winter. And people on the East Coast, I strongly recommend buying Montana snow tires. And if you're down south, if you live down south and you don't know what snow tires are, if you're in Texas through the East Coast, you might think about buying some.
I bet.
They're
even saying, they're saying that where I am, the weather guys are saying that they expect it to be more participation. I can't say it, but more snow and rain.
In your area, you're going to be getting the push off between the two fronts. Where you're going to be getting the cold northern air meeting that warm Gulf of Mexico air coming over the Rockies from the Pacific, which it never used to do. And that's a moisture band by itself that never used to exist ever. And all that moisture is going to mix right above your head. And then it's going to go into Missouri, followed by Indiana, followed by the East Coast, and perhaps all the way in through Atlanta and Georgia. I don't know, depending on the trade winds and the cross normal jet stream. And the old winter jet used to be over the top of Washington State and then over California. Well, now it's not. Now the winter jet has moved into almost a triple jet. It's much wider, like the Antarctica is doing. I mean, the Antarctica jet stream has doubled in size in the last 5 years. I've never seen anything like it before. It's way huge, and it now encompasses this most of Australia. And there's this rotational jet stream that never was before. So they're going to see extreme weather too. And these jet streams that are going over the top of us are also from boil off and geological change and latitude longitude change, because maybe we rolled under it rather than it moving up to a certain point degree. And we also have to take into account that magnetic north is not what it used to be. And so anyway, I'm going to stand up and get out of this chair for a
Yeah, I
second.
know.
My butt hurts. I'll be right back.
There's a lot going on with all this. I mean, it's just every day there's like more destructive weather, more, videos of, I see like, floods so bad that it's washing cars down the street, which isn't something I remember seeing as a younger person. I don't believe that those kind of floods actually happened till just recently.
There's a lot of it is weather, but then you also have to take into account the northern hemisphere rotational, literally on land hurricanes that never ever used to exist. And these are these rotational storms that are coming off the Pacific that are literally from the coast of Japan. They go all the way across the Pacific, which they never used to. And then they go up and they get run across the Aleutian Islands and they're pushed down into Canada and Washington State and all of this. And they're full on rotational storms running all the way down to southern California in some cases, depending on. And the weather in the Pacific used to actually run off the California coast and go all the way out to Hawaii and then swing up. And now all of that's changed with this new freaky El Nino they're talking about. But even before then, it was a changed pattern where the Pacific winds have been coming from the opposite direction past the southern part of Hawaii. And I'd never seen that before. So that all changed, and that was, shit. And then at one point in time, the Gulf Stream changed, and that was 2010, 2011, where the normal rotation of the Gulf Stream changed. And that may have had to do with this crossover Pacific jet stream coming over the Rocky Mountains in Mexico, which it never, ever did before. And that's all these changes in upper level jet stream activity, which I watch regularly.
All the polar vortexes. I hear.
Oh, yeah.
That
and then the numbers of rotational.
Yeah.
You don't even have to talk about polar vortexes. Let's talk about what's been going on in Taiwan. They at one point last month had 3 major typhoons in Taiwan, Indonesia, Korea, South Korea, that whole area of the east of the eastern coast of southern Asia had 3 major typhoons. And we talked about this earlier. There's that one that just came from the southern hemisphere off the coast of Japan and is now rotating over the Pacific. And I think it's a current category 5, but it may have petered out. I don't know. But it was a whopper. And that was a couple of days ago. And it was following a pattern I'd never seen before. Because usually out to the Pacific Ocean, they usually run from east and then drop down and then head toward the southern region and then transition into the jet stream. But this is one that rotated up like a hand reaching out. I've never seen that before. So I could be wrong. Maybe I hadn't documented that event often enough, but who knows? I'm seeing new stuff and it's like, wow, a category 5 in the Pacific, and is that going to come across here? And we've never seen the rotational hurricane speeds in the northern hemisphere ever before. There's never been on land northern hemisphere hurricanes which have blown across our country repeatedly and wiped out people's houses. And they're, it's a derecho. Oh, it's a shelf cloud. Oh, those are the rain bombs. And they're handing these colorful little tags to it, but that's not describing the actual activity of a huge rotational, massive low barometric pressure hurricane level strength wind storms. And if they knew that a freaking hurricane was going to go through Indiana, I think they'd take a day off from work and bring the lawn furniture in, and tie things down and move the camper next to the house so it doesn't blow away, or chain your front porch down, or remove that tin roof on the shed over there or whatever, And if they told people, I mean, we've looked, I've sent you links where these storms come through and absolutely devastate entire counties, flatten trees as far as the eye can see. Oh, it was a tornado. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. And then we've seen these storms and they're, miles across. And then you look behind and there's a big green planet behind it, or the purple one, or the asteroids discharging. And we've seen, and they fit the pattern time after time after time. And how do you equate a close pass? How do you describe that? When it's way up there, and yet we see it plain as day, and then it's discharging and doing all these high winds and all this other shit, and yet we can't even describe distance because we can't describe size because we're only at that point, proximity equals size, and we can't judge it. And that 2018 first run I saw, I was like, literally, it was like Red Sonja from the Conan series movie, Hollywood, and it was, all that lightning and all that crazy storm and all that was coming from one spot, and we watched it go across the sky, and it boomed and echoed through the mountains like I've never heard a storm echo. It just kept going and would back echo, and it just didn't quit. Boom, 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 and it was like an entire regiment of cannons was firing volleys nonstop just over my shoulder. And I've never seen a storm like that. I watched it go off to the northwest. And it's like I sent you that video link of the Montana storms in the year 2020. It's on YouTube. And that Montana storm where it ran all the way across Montana in 2020 as well. And I didn't get to film that or watch it. I mean, I know it went by because it sure affected us here, but we got to watch it. But I didn't, get to watch it go across state after state like we would normally do. And anyway, that one, that's where, and I looked for that one. And it took me 2 years to get a copy of it.
Wow.
Yeah. And
that's a good one.
I wrote it
it's
down
really good.
And I got to find it. I wrote it out in 2020. And I knew it was just this boom, 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 freak lightning storm from hell going across the sky. And it was literally from west to east this time. Previously, it was south to northeast in 2018. But when it went literally from the west sky to the east sky, and we watched it go by, it was just absolutely phenomenal and the most unbelievable thing I've ever. I mean, you couldn't come up with a Hollywood description of what I was watching.
Okay.
And we had freak weather, and you're getting pasted by debris in your yard, So and people don't realize it, and it can happen in 30 minutes, and boom, your whole town's gone.
Right.
And it was a storm. Okay. And we're
between
there.
the storms and the fires, right? The storms or the fires.
Well, everything's pretty soaking wet and in pretty good, with the exception of Texas and Arizona and parts of Southern California. But I think I don't know if your area's gotten enough moisture this year. I don't know about Nebraska or Kansas. I did not
really.
Check. I have not checked the farm reports in months. And I used to stay on top of the corn prices and all this, watching what's going on.
Yeah.
But I have been trying to take a little more time to rest because I haven't been doing so great on sleep.
Sure. You got to take care of yourself.
Well, I'm so unfortunately obsessed, and I have a tendency to overdo, and I overstudy, and I don't take enough time. And it's hard to shut the brain off. And what my rest is,
always.
Sometimes it's a haunted sleep, and I'm clicking my pillow like it's my mouse.
Yes, I know. I do know. I was up till like 3:00 in the morning visiting with Gillian. But
how do you stay awake?
I know. She's like, "What are you doing?"
I'm just getting ready, getting the house ready for bed and stuff like that now. So because I have to put stuff out in the morning.
Is it like 12 about midnight your time?
Oh, it's past that now, but I have to get up at 7 because it's my last of 5-day shifts, and it's the kitchen one. So if you start later, you finish later, and
you want to get in there early then.
Well, something's happening that's exciting tomorrow night, but if I talk about it on air, somebody's going to troll me and tell me I can't do it, and I'm not supposed to do it.
Don't jinx it ahead of time. Just
keep the hope in your heart and enjoy it. Watch it happen.
Sure. Sure.
Oh, it's been magical. People have been so amazing. Since I moved in here, every couple of hours I get knock, 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 bing. And somebody here's something for your new house. Have a wonderful life. Next one. Here, have this for your new house. Oh, here, I have this for your new house.
That's so nice. Is it a do you have many neighbors? Is it a complex?
It's called Laurie Drive. It's called Laurie Drive. And it's in a suburb.
Careful about your ad. Don't give out your address.
No, it's a great big long place. It's near like a farm area.
Yeah.
And
it sounds like you have really great neighbors.
Well, the two ladies I've met are absolutely lovely, and it seems like every second person from work is up here as well. So they were like, "How did you do it?" I'm like, "I don't know."
It happened. It finally happened.
It's just I've been waiting for so long.
Yes.
You know.
I don't know what happens if they find out you're a YouTuber. Oh no!
Oh my God!
They'll want her autograph.
YouTubers moved in. Oh no!
No, they're going to want her autograph.
We're YouTubers, but we're Skywatchers first. But
yeah, I've been knocking on the door, Sam. Knocking on the door, and we can teach them. Hey.
Well, I've noticed that some of my YouTube videos have actually gotten quite a few views lately, which is very nice. And
I'm curious, how many people are watching just now?
Currently 26.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. And I find
26.
out that by the way, on your last show when you were giving out numbers, immediately after the show, it tripled. And I figured I'd tell you that, and then because I actually was looking at the hours went by, and then it doubled again overnight, and then in two days it doubled again. So,
right. Yeah, several hundred last time I looked.
Your last video went 800 the last time I looked, and unfortunately that's a very low number. This is why I tell everybody, hey, share this video, like the video, comment on the video, get hold of Rebecca so you can be on the show, because we want to hear what you think, what you know, what you found. We'd like to see some of your pictures if you can get them to us. We ask for a wide shot, sometimes right or left on, pick the best of. Don't bomb us with 30 pictures.
Oh, remember me in the beginning? It was like 9,000 pictures.
Oh, I know. And I kept telling everybody, well, look, if you're going to send me 40 pictures and I got to watch those, then the other guy that sent me 40 pictures and I got to watch those, and then the other guy or gal that sent them to me and I got to watch 36 of those, and that's the end of my day. Now, if somebody sends me 8 pictures or 4 pictures, the best of, and go, what's this? Then I can comment on that, and I can comment on maybe their 3rd picture or their 4th.
But they're so beautiful. How can you not?
I can move on to the next person and answer them, and then move on to the next person and answer them. And I can only do so many people per day. That's the thing. And so the less you send me, and you send me the best of, then it's easier for me to answer everyone, and I don't fall behind, which you made me look up membership requests because you were talking about it the other day, Rebecca. And I looked up, and I got well over 1,000 plus requests. And I can't even get the older ones, let alone the new ones.
Carol Ann, she remembers me when I used to take 10,000 pictures as well and blow up cell phones with them.
Yeah.
I've killed 7 cell phones since I came here. Am I upgraded person or what?
Well, I found that, you'll learn to take a series of them, the best of, a left shot, wide lens, and then a closer left shot on whatever is gathering your attention, and then a wide lens right shot, and then whatever is gathering your attention on the right hand side. And then you've given all that you need to give, unless you have something that's really cool that you do blow ups of. And if you want credit for your pictures, tag your name on the picture and the date and the location before you send it to Skywatchers or Nibiru Followers Anonymous. That way you get credit for your pictures. We try not to sell any of this information to anyone. And the only way that it will ever become published any way would be in a guide for other people. And that might be, you know, a monetary thing, but we're not intentionally trying to sell your material. We're doing it for scientific reasons, for collective purposes, so that we can see what everybody sees around the world to correlate, match, and identify exactly what's going on in the sky above us.
Perfect. Exactly. I try to, I always put people's names on the comparisons I make too, name, address, date, time frame.
Yeah, I get so many
Yeah.
I can't do that. I don't have time to
Oh,
tag.
I
I
it.
just
know.
wish I had that very first one that I saw it with my
I
own
used to
eyes.
do that. When I'd
Mm.
repost their material and now if it's a prominent shot, which I've had quite a few of recently, I will take it and I'll repost it on Skywatcher 2 usually, and then I'll say thank you so and so Robert in New Zealand or Andy
Yeah.
Pohl or Gillian or Rebecca, and if I see something really special, then I'll repost it and then I'll thank. But on all, God, I get 50, 80, 100 pictures a day from people, if I can get to that many of them. And
Sure.
I don't have time to tag their name at the end of my file number. I'm keeping them in files that I'm sorting as fast as I can into files that I save. And I save the pictures for scientific comparison. And that's what we use them for. So if you don't put your name on them, you're not going to get credit for it. And then you could say, hey, Sam Hofman used my picture. Cool. And he said this, 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 and this.
Yeah.
And then that's your reward for sending it in. And someday maybe it'll end up in a guide. But we don't sell your information. We're not marketing any survival gear or t-shirts or hats unless it's for donation purposes, etc., which we do have occasional drives. But go ahead.
Right.
Water.
You're doing great. I had
It
a
was-
folder for your fundraiser. Just trying to get some. Let me pull that up.
Yeah, I
Since we're
haven't
on the
gotten
topic.
any in the mail PO box.
Right. Yeah, we got a fundraiser. We do this every year for Sam and his daughters to, just make their holiday time, from here through December a little bit more exciting and special for them. So we're trying to raise
Yeah,
funds.
and you have to get them in early, because if we don't, because the
Right.
check has to go through the mail and all of this, and we don't get it before Christmas, then now we've had great Christmases after Christmas in the past, which we
Yeah.
don't.
Need to
it's like,
find
oh,
out what them pencils were that you got before.
Oh God, every month, Jillian, I'm thinking of you as I'm drawing with those pencils. By the way, I don't use crayons; I use pencils, and
Proper
occasional.
pencils.
I'm
Yeah,
the trolls
crayon.
like to tease me, and these are some of these people that can't deal with whatever issue, either religious dogma bothering them, or jealousy, or fear, or hatred, or whatever reason it is that they don't want to learn this stuff. And we're openly sharing it as we can, and like all of us, this does cost a lot of money to do. And
Right.
example is that Jillian sent me across the ocean some really awesome pencils, and it's been one of the best gifts I've ever gotten, along with quite a few others from some really nice folks over the years. I've gotten some really cool, interesting things, a lot of nice
What's
crystals.
what's the weirdest thing that you've ever got? You must get like really
Oh God, the weirdest
random stuff.
The weirdest thing I ever got in the mail still to this date is that big bundle of about $35,000 worth of movie money. And they were the fake $100 bills that Hollywood uses, and on the back it says, "This is Hollywood money." They look like real $100 bills there, except the paper doesn't feel right immediately. But I got it in the mail, and thank you to whomever spent all that money to send it, because it was like $10 or $12 to mail it. Yeah. And I opened the thing up, and I immediately knew that nobody mails $35,000 in a FedEx package. And my brain just chuckled there. And that to this day has to be the weirdest thing. And there was no return address, and I looked.
So you don't know who it was?
No, there was no return. So some person thought it'd be interesting to mail me a whole bunch of fake money as a donation during one of the drives.
Some metaphor that one is.
Yeah, and I kind of I was spun 4 or 5 different possibilities of why they would do that through my brain, and then I just blew it off as like, okay, whatever, because it takes all kinds to fill this planet, and I thought it quite interesting. And if they're hearing this show now, at least we're going to give them some credit for being here. And secondary, it was an interesting joke. Thank you. Other than that, we've had. I got a bunch of really cool zippy magnets. When you lay one little crystal next to the other, they all jump towards each other years ago. And I got a really nice pair of gloves from the Rebecca in Ohio recently, and I love them dearly. And from Montana Skywatcher T-shirts that I couldn't afford to order, nor could I order, because I don't bank online or have an Amazon account or anything like that. So yeah, and I've gotten, and another weird thing. Oh, I got to bring this one up. And I was looking at it today. I got an Alex Jones hat in the mail one time. And if you know who that is, yeah, Bobby Allen sent me an Alex Jones hat. And I told him thank you. And then I have spent many, many months looking at it and laughing to this day, going, thank you, Bobby Allen. I would never listen to Alex Jones. Thank you. And wow.
Yeah.
Okay. And, and I had to try and rein him in, and he was always grabbing our material. And he's a good guy, and he was an original one of the Montana Skywatcher 1 members way, way, way back when, and I always kept Bobby Allen around, even though he was a pain in the butt, and I loved him dearly. And he was this older guy, and it's like, okay, respect your elders. And we talked a lot and called me on the phone a lot, and if Daniel in Louisiana is listening, hey, Daniel, I haven't talked to you in a while. I have your phone number. I'll call you. That's just another old time member. And there's lots of them out there. And
Yeah, come on, Alex Jones.
yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like he was definitely had a good sense of humor,
Well, he had
look at that picture of the eclipse. Look how the light's dragging.
Right. And it tells me that picture was taken by people that were on the eastern side of the eclipse, probably in Colorado or maybe one of the middle states, for it to flare out on that side like that. I watched it this morning inside.
How long did it go for?
Oh, it was a few minutes. Yeah, the setup was 20, 25 minutes long. I'd have to I didn't clock it, but I did watch the time count forward and back as it happened on TV, live on YouTube from Arizona. And then I watched it here outside at the same time. I had my little film and I had my little homemade, solar glasses. So.
Yeah, we made something really goofy when Hale Bopp. No, when that other solar eclipse was in South Africa, it was years ago. It was around the same time as Hale Bopp because we were really into it because of working in the library, and everybody was going to be an eclipse.
The distractions they were trying to point out to people when Nibiru was arriving, and all of that, and they were. I remember the Elenin issue. And how they, look over here, there's Ellen. And meanwhile, at the same time, Nibiru is coming up from underneath. I'll never forget that, because it was an absolute contradiction. And everybody kept wanting to talk about Ellen. And it's like, well, yeah, it'll be there for 3 months. But this is happening now down here. And of course, and this is the early days when we had, 100, 200, 300, 400 members. And a lot of people don't comment. I don't know how many people said, yeah, I hid in the background for a long time till I understood what you were saying. And then I commented, which is excellent on one hand. But on the other hand, I do want people to participate and communicate and say, hey, I'm here. How are you? Have a nice day. But, also have intelligent conversations rather than talking about, the faces in the sky and all this other stuff or the sun simulator or HARP or any of that other shit. So.
Yeah. I was one of those faces talkers. I made
I see them too.
4 videos of faces.
You wouldn't believe what I see up inside the atmosphere of Uri and the Wormwood scenario and all that. I see stuff I don't even talk about. And
Right, I bet.
and
Oh, then I better not ask the next question I was going to ask.
okay, ask it.
He's hooked now.
How do you hook me? What do you want to
No,
know?
well, every time we talk, I think we always talk about this one though. I always swear that it's like there's demons up there and that they're stuck up there.
Right, and
Yeah.
you know, that blows me away about the Skull asteroid as well. You know,
Yeah.
and I've seen multiple thousands of smaller things that I, in my one of my wildest dreams, would never even want to have on a Halloween nightmare dream. And I've
Yeah,
seen
it's
it
like
up
things were exiled up there. The demons, they said
right.
that.
And if you
And
go to, I'll give you a hint. I have ideas, but I have to be careful not to create a hysteria out of my opinion. It's like the movie Ra versus Apophis in the Gods of Egypt. It's the Gods of Egypt movie. Came out.
yeah, that's the movie that's in my head as well because
Okay,
that
right.
guy was on
And
one of
Ra
them
is up on a
hovercraft jobbies.
spacecraft. Ra is up on a spacecraft, and he's trying to keep
Yeah.
Wormwood or Apophis at bay from eating his humans off the face of the earth. And I've often wondered, and I'll leave it as a small comment. I have often wondered if the spirits of the giants and other victims of the passing wormwood were taken up there and never collected by the Green Man. And anyone who's been listening to this whole show, just linked all the way back to the early part where we were talking about spirits and ghosts and the collecting of spirits off planet Earth. So, and I've often in some of those pictures of that asteroid group, I have seen numerous really spooky collections of mass numbers of spirits, skeletons, intact beings, all kinds of different clothing types, and by the thousands. And I've seen that, and I just whoa. And I've never really talked about it because I didn't want to send the religious people down that possible pathway or latter days and Armageddon and all of this shit. And yet this is also why
You see that kind of stuff in Lord of the Rings as well, where they call back the spirits of the dead to help them fight the battles and all that stuff. So it's as if it is a recurring theme in there.
You'd be amazed what you can do if you call back the dead. If you know what you're doing, you don't want to do that. But I've been there, done it. I can see them, and I have stepped into. The trick is to know your magic and have a protection ring, or a magic ring, and then they can't affect you. And if you don't, well, then you're just asking for trouble. And I've seen trouble, so we'll leave it at that. But you have to know your magic before you dare invoke the spirits. And of course, the elves. The term elven comes from the Anglo Norse legend, angel. And that's where the elves and the people, the white people, the people who were white, and they lived longer, and they had these magic lore and understanding of nature around them and magic abilities. And then, and that's where Tolkien got some of this legendary stuff, was taking Norse legends and Saxon legends and Norman legends.
Oh, they say there's nothing new under the sun that wasn't.
Right. And Gaelic legends and Irish legends, and he mixed them all together through everything he learned, and he rewrote Lord of the Rings for decades before he came up with the final story, Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion, and
I think Mark's going to have a bit of a chore as well now. How long is he going to be writing?
I tried to have Mark run on what he knows and make it easier for himself to make a less lengthy book. And I've given him permission for rights for whatever monetary he can get from it. And if he wishes to send me something, well, then it's a gift or a donation. I give away the rights because he knows me from his point of view. So I told him to write what he knows. And he's a pretty good writer. He sent me some stuff before, so he's proven that he's eloquent in his words. And he's a thinker, although he does get distracted far too easy because of his age. and level of superstition, because he has a level of superstition. And over time, that will grow and change, and he'll learn. But I told him, go ahead, write whatever you feel comfortable writing, and then
You
publish it.
said to me as well to do that too. I wanted.
Well,
But
you're teaching your people in Scotland, and Rebecca is teaching her people in Oklahoma, and Andy is probably talking to his friends, and we don't know what Petty's telling his friends, and I'd love him to come on, and we don't know what Dave's Waffles is house is up to, and how much maple syrup they're serving with their waffles. So
Mhm. Don't make me
and
think of waffles now, man. They have a
I
new ice cream shop.
well, we have to invite other people on to express what they've
Yeah.
experienced, and me all the time talking. I can tell everybody the order, because we have proven the order and time after time in the monthly site drawings. Tomorrow's site drawing day. No, it's a little stressful, but only for about 5-10 minutes, and then I sit down and actually just do it. And then I worry about when I'm posting it, and then I have conversations with people, and then I'm going, oh God, did I say something wrong? And then I'll spend the next 2 days going, what did I say? What did I say? So, and that's my
Never,
week.
nothing. You never say anything wrong.
Well,
So
I'm always concerned about saying too much, saying too
yeah.
little, or saying something
You
wrong.
always ask me, did I say too much? Did I say too much?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Well,
Well,
my feelings suit me well, and sometimes I have a tendency to be a little overly frank, and sometimes I crush people's feelings without realizing it, because to me it was obvious. That's one of those Sheldon Cooper things where you just say something that's blatantly obvious to me, but could be, misconstrued as something that could be taken as an insult, even though it wasn't intended that way. And people have sometimes a tendency, especially with typing, to read in their mood into what the other person is typing, which happens in a lot of personal arguments all over Facebook every day. You have to take into account, and if you have a problem that you think you're being insulted, ask people. See, are you trying to insult me? And if they say yes, well, then you have your answer. But if you feel personally insulted, sometimes you have to ask, was it me or was it you? Anyway, and that, of course, is taking somebody else's comments and placing it on your shoulders, which I do every time I do a show and talk live to people. I worry about steering them down a pathway that could lead them somewhere other than the truth. And I worry about that.
yeah. Now, if you're a teacher, like you're an honest teacher, you worry about igniting something wrong, something.
Right.
No, you don't want to do that.
Correct.
Mm.
I don't want to say the wrong thing and send somebody down a dark pathway that leads them to be afraid. This is citizen science. Yeah, it's really spooky, but it's freaking awesome. Otherwise, I couldn't have spent the last, 13 going on 14 years, April, upcoming next year. And
Wow.
where, that's Montana Skywatch Republic. Prior to that, it's been 44, 45 years now that I've known about this. Since the 80s, that I knew other facts that add up to what we know now. So, and I don't even know what people think about me. I'm just this guy on YouTube that says he knows what he knows, but I have taken a decade to prove that.
Right.
Yep.
Actually, longer. Really.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
But yeah, no.
as
Over the
openly
past.
as publicly as possible, with an
Right.
understanding of kind of mostly what the hell I was spewing. Not spewing, but
Yeah.
some people see it as spewing. My trolls, I'm sure, do. And
Yeah, nice little troll train, but they're sleeping tonight, thank God.
we went through a whole lot of people in the early days, and some were religious, and some were flat earthers, and some were harpists and chemtrail. Pardon me, I shouldn't have said that. And then we went through a lot of people that came and gone, and there's a lot of really great people out there that have just grown away from it because they can't handle it, or they can and they're looking it up elsewhere, which is okay. But I encourage everybody to visit regularly if you are a member, because if you don't know what's going on, you're missing all the good shit. And this is why we're doing more of these, podcasts and live talks, so that we get a larger audience, and then, get a base where this information actually becomes an accepted standard. Because we do not guess. We know what we're talking about. We've documented. I mean, we're going on our, 8th or 10th major asteroid that we're documenting. And, we'll see what happens next month and who's going to be doing a new cameo. And we know that Saru's on the way in again, and God only knows what's going to happen then. And maybe we'll see Matim, and, and what's Nepesity going to do, and what's the Saturn's close path going to
Wonder
be
what
like.
my Tim's going to do. I mean, you said you've only seen it minimally, so.
Yeah, I've seen it 5-6 times in different orbits, which led me to believe the orbit, and then somewhere I read something about it, and it sort of stuck that it was orbiting below. And, I don't know how I know everything I know, but I know what I know sometimes for other reasons than I know. And that's just knowing. It's that far-seeing ability where you just know shit, and you don't know why you know it, but you know it. And that also happens when I have contact with people and on the internet when I'm typing. I know stuff, and you've seen examples of that, Gillian, and Rebecca has seen it, and how I draw stuff ahead of time, and blah 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 blah. Not trying to blow my own horn here, but the system works, and we just know that it works.
No, it does, because we know the accuracy of the drawings. It's just undeniable.
Yeah, it blows me away.
I know most of
I'll sit
it
down
blows you away, even. Yeah.
I'll do a secondary drawing, like, oh, this is on my mind, sitting in front of the table in my living room, and I'm going, I've been thinking about this lately, and I could draw that. And so I draw a secondary picture out of my head, not looking at any pictures on the computer, not even in the computer room. And
do you zone out and just draw it and then come back and go, oh,
right. Yeah. And you just zone out and you draw it, and this squiggle line has to go over here, and there's a crater here, and it looks like this. And I know that a cloud will go wisp over here like that next to this. And then I date the drawing. I put what little writing on it, like, naming the planet or the object on it. Then I'll post it. And within an hour to a week to 2 weeks, boom, there's an exact copy of it in real life. And that's happened so many times.
I can't believe you called one Casper.
Yeah. Well, that's because of that asteroid in front of the lead asteroid, which has recently moved into place from the side and behind. Depends on the angle of where they are. It puts off this atmospheric ghost-like pattern, and sort of illuminated from whatever it's made of. And it looks like a ghost. And we saw it, and it looked like a ghost, and it looked like a ghost. So I called it Casper, as in Casper, the friendly ghost.
Right. Yeah. Next time I'll get pictures loaded of Casper so we can look at Casper. I don't have any up there yet.
And we know the green asteroid by its little white or illuminated multi-weird cellular dots around it, which also puts off its own halo that everybody was taking pictures of for the longest time, and it would end up in camera lens flares because it's so bright. Even if it's close to the sun, it shows up as a lens flare.
Oh, so that's what it is.
Yeah, so bright. That's all those little, and when it was close, it went through a close pass a couple of months ago, and I didn't talk a lot about it because it was masked in this halo aura, and you could see the little outside dots around the green asteroid, and 1 or 2 on the inside facial profile. But it was so big, I wasn't even going to go there to try and describe it to everybody, because I didn't want to add to the fear ratio, because it too was crossing underneath Saturn at that point in time. And of course, the long box cube is in that same area all the time.
Yeah, you see cube a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And I wish people get in on the cubes and the Star Destroyers, just like Star Wars and the Empire Orb. Hello, come on, we've documented that for 10 years, and even before.
But don't you think it's because they got people focusing on UFOs. You know, that's where their mind is at when they think of alien crafts. Is
Right. That
Oh, they see
UFOs.
these little dots in the
unidentifiable
sky.
dot that's way out there. Yeah. And it went
Yeah, they
across
don't
the
think
sky
about
really
cube.
fast. No, I'm
Yeah,
talking about a cube that hangs in the same area, the size of a giant moon that stays in one place for the last since April of 2019. And that day, I sat and watched them offload Star Destroyer after Star Destroyer, a small support craft, for hours.
right.
So, and then I did a live report on that and tried to get people to talk about it. And I knew they were in hiding, and I had no idea that there was smaller cubes. And then we saw later in 2017 the long box show up, and I thought, oh shit. And then we got some close views of that, and it didn't look the same as the Texas cube. The exterior finish wasn't as complete. There were more holes in it, like it was still under construction. Sort of like the Death Star 2 in Star Wars. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
And reality's messing with your brain at that stage, because we're not watching Hollywood, we're watching outside, and here it is, a reality. Well, how do you tell your people that? Oh, this guy's out of his mind, And
Right.
so I tiptoe through the information, and when people want to talk about it, then I'll talk about it. But generally, we always have a tendency to not discuss the cubes.
I wonder why that is. I mean,
Well,
because I think most people
it
think
scares
it's
the hell out of people.
interesting. Huh?
I think it scares the hell out of people.
Maybe, could be.
I mean, who wants to know that there's been an entire
Oh,
fleet
wow.
of aliens?
Yeah.
Huh. It's 4
brutal.
degrees here tonight. Oh my God, there's pink snow-looking stuff all over on my radar.
We have 58, and we should be 48.
What's that? The temperature? Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like 36 degrees, something like that.
yeah. See, it's 60 where I am. Not too bad. Chilly.
Yeah, we're like well over 10 degrees higher than we should be at this time of year.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, meaning heavy
Okay.
snow. That just means heavier snow.
So let's see. 4.
Yeah, you got a cold front coming in off of Iceland.
Noticed.
The high pressure system moved.
Okay. So it's
I've
39
been watching that
degrees
high pressure system,
Fahrenheit.
which is what caused your rain last week. I've been watching it on satellite. And you had a pinch between two high pressure systems in this low Pacific storm, which was Tropical Storm Lee, got shoved in between those two high pressure systems, and you got all the rain. That's why.
Yeah,
Ireland,
it just didn't stop.
Yeah.
I thought the caravan would wash away.
and Ireland had very high winds that day as well, or that week. And I don't know about Mark, but Mark lives in the center of Ireland. And I don't give out his location beyond that. So,
Oh, good grief, excuse me. I think I need to go to bed.
Probably so. You've got to get up in a few hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. But thanks for joining us and helping.
And
Well, it's
I-
always exciting to talk to everybody. I think
Well-
it keeps you up longer than you think you would.
It flies by. It goes by
Well,
way faster than you think.
well, I encourage you to come back next time and make sure we get more people. And
Yeah, tell some more
get
friends.
JD
Yep.
going. Come on,
Yeah.
JD, and get everybody
Yeah.
else, and try to talk Andy to come in for a live one. And
Yeah, try and get some man things on as well.
I can do a late night show in the middle of the night, no problem. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I'm flexible. I can create my own sleep schedule, no problem. I don't sleep anyway. What's the difference?
Right. I'm up late too.
yeah.
So let's plan. 'Cause
I don't
we
think
gotta
you
get
people sleep. Like, what do? Go into one of those Borg alcoves.
coffee.
Oh,
Coffee.
Right, I'm
on,
sorry.
on average, I only sleep 4 hours a night.
I
Me
know,
too.
I'm like that too. It just,
Me too.
it comes, I usually sleep from probably like 1-ish till about 4.
Yeah,
And that's,
I've been getting up at like 3:45 in the morning. I'm going, what? I mean, oh, did I go to bed at 11? You know,
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
you know your own cycle. You're like, right, shit, that's when I fell asleep. Because now I'm
you
up.
know,
I
and it's
wake
been
up
so
2.5 hours
uncomfortable.
before work ring goes off. I'm like, oh, I can't believe it.
Well, may you have the blessings of good, restful sleep then.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, because I mean, mine is a little scattered and uncomfortable. There's times I'm
Mm.
afraid to go to sleep. I'm so uncomfortable. I can't go there. You
Well,
know
I
that.
just have these
Oh,
weird dreams. Every time after I speak to you guys, I have dreams like,
yes, we're attacking your subconscious brain.
it's my hyperactivity. I'm like, when am I going to go and visit them? I
Yeah.
want to go and visit them.
Get the X-Files theme song going. Here we go. Yeah.
Yeah. Forgotten
Yeah.
I better go play the X-Files music quickly.
Okay. Or Final Countdown by what's their face? Yeah, my
Yeah.
favorite one to
Yeah.
this day is Nara. You know, with
Oh,
the
yeah. But you
drum
know,
beat.
that was the cold case music, Sam.
Yeah, I knew that.
Mm. I loved Cold Case. I mean, I was fascinated by how but because it was almost like she did remote viewing,
I do.
touching the
Yeah,
stuff
and
and
that's part of what people do. They just know stuff and they follow.
yeah,
And that's we could go talk about the ADHD thing and Asperger's syndrome, and these are people that are highly advanced in other ways that they don't necessarily fit with society, and yet we're downgrading them in attitude that there's something wrong with them. When
mm,
and this is where I refer to indigos, is where there's something that's right with them, and society is currently not recognizing that. And I'm one of those
yeah,
people.
because they act like I'm some kind of chaos factor, like I don't know what's going on or how to
Well,
cope, but I do. But I seem to have 5 different scenarios playing in my brain at any given time. It
I,
doesn't
as a
stop.
child, I was thrown out of every school I went to, every one of them, all the way from grade school to high school, every one of them, and I went to many of them because I have my mom used to refer to me as Mr. Know-it-all, and I cannot shut up. I won't shut up, and I will talk to you about things, and you
Mm.
look at me like, what the hell is he talking about? And I've even had people mad at me or jealous of me, saying, "Well, will you stop using those big words?" And I'm going, "Excuse me, but those are my words. They're not big. They're not small. They're
They're
my
just,
words. So you don't understand my vocabulary." And
yeah, I
people get
remember
mad.
reading Famous Five and Secret Seven and Nancy Drew, and they were all going, "This is Peter and John." I'm
Yeah.
like, oh my God, how can we
Meanwhile,
sit
I'm
like this?
talking 300 miles an hour. So
Terrible.
yeah, people have their place, and it's the time, and we're here and we're doing it. And I really want to encourage other people in on the show, strangers, newbies, anybody that's brave enough to come online and join a show and share their experience. And even you want to hear it. Well, I knew the sky was wrong, but I didn't know why. And then you
Yep.
can ask us direct questions, and we can start you off on a topic, maybe a study area that you could start with. And of course, the understanding the skies or the radio wasteland shows, or go back through Rebecca's YouTube files and her TikTok files, and there's a lot of information that she spent years putting down. And you'll gain. The more you look, the more you'll learn. And
Yeah,
like
it's like one little seed, and then every time you put those asterisks when you text us, you're like, oh, look what I just did. Let's go look at that word. And
when a copy of this
mm,
show hits YouTube, share it with people. Say, hey, you don't
yeah,
have to believe this, but I'd like you to listen to it. Yes, it's
yeah,
long. They talk for hours about numerous things that they've spent time learning as a collective group. And we've proven this. We are not guessing. We're not, the gossip says, not, or we're not giving dates, or when a spiritual end of the world is coming or any of that
just
stuff.
helping people put this big picture, this big jigsaw together. It's like piece by piece by piece,
And I'm not
and
trying to
then you
sell you
get the big
survival
picture.
supplies or snake oil, and Rebecca works hard and you work hard. I know you have your group, and Rebecca has her group, and we blended the groups, and we call them sister groups, and it's citizen science. And that's what we're doing. And I don't see enough of that out there. I see one guy or the other guy reaching at little balloons floating on the ceiling. So
Mm,
Right.
okay, well, That's me off to bed, peoples. Like,
Good night.
you guys will no doubt
Night,
talk some more, and
Gillian.
I'll be jealous because I couldn't stay awake.
No,
Well,
you.
I'm
Well,
getting
you
hungry
stayed way
too, so we
longer
can
than I
wind it
thought
up.
you would. So I appreciate you. I'll chat with you soon.
No worries. I like to help the newbies
Okay.
as well, or people that are just like, oh, maybe I shouldn't ask this, or maybe I shouldn't. I encourage people to do it as well. Like all these things that we've talked about, everybody was actually scared to think new things, and that is why you're here. That's why you're here, because suddenly something's popped on in your head, and you were meant to be here. Don't stop now. Just keep questioning. That's all I can say.
I love it.
Yeah.
Night. Night,
Nighty
Jillian. Love
night.
you. Have a good night.
Love you
night.
guys. Bye bye.
Bye
Night.
bye. Love you too.
Bye. Oh, leave. There we go.
Bye. There she goes.
Yeah, you got to make that
Yeah.
whooshing sound and then put your hand in front of the camera. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
See you tomorrow, you know.
I know. I can't believe. I mean, we're almost at 5 hours again, Sam.
Did you look
Oh,
up any of
how-
those? Did you look up any of those YouTube links that are not connected to the planets that I talked about? Like, I'll give a plug to Beard Meets Food, and I watch him, and he's like been on YouTube for like 7 years. He's like pretty
Yeah.
much #1 eating competition hero in Britain, and I watch his stuff. And then I've been watching Escape to Rural France and watching him build his long abandoned, burnt down chateau. And there's
Okay.
sidebar stuff that I watch, to
I
distract
gotta
me.
write that down. That sounds like something Alan would really like too. So
Escape to Rural France
Uh-huh.
and Beard Meets Food. You got to watch that.
I will. I'm writing this down
Meats is
now.
spelled MEATS, like in meat, not meeting or
Okay.
greeting.
And you're
but
saying
meat
you're
as in
saying
animal hide. Meat.
okay.
MEAT. Beard
Meat.
Meets Food, and he's got a beard, and he's a great. I just love watching the guy because he's in always such a good mood, and then he eats everything in sight, and it's just amazing. Total
I'm always
distraction.
impressed. Yeah, I'm impressed that people that do those eating competitions.
Yeah,
I mean, I just don't know how they do
Well,
it.
I was cross-referencing your videos, my videos, the number of views that we get that we know about,
Yes.
and the number of views that, like, for instance, an example, like 2 years ago, where there was the fart spray prank, where you buy
Yes.
fart spray online from Amazon and all of this, and from Spencer's.
Right.
There was 2 different kinds. One was far worse and literally toxic. I mean, these people are gagging. And these things get 5 million views, and it's like,
Yeah.
shit, and we're sitting here trying to, carry on citizen science and sneak the reality of the truth underneath the guide wires of all this disinformation and government and TikTok bans and Facebook bans. And you don't follow in society standards, because we get banned because
Right.
we say something. Like one time I typed out a slightly expanded number, and I'm not going to say the number, of Jews killed in the Holocaust during World War II. Okay. And it was a sidebar conversation, and I was having a conversation because I was discussing that I'm Dutch and my father is actually from Amsterdam, and I'm an immigrant. And I just haphazardly said, and look, the Germans killed X amount of Jews. And I got blocked from Facebook for 2 months because I typed an incorrect number, and it was just slightly exaggerated, and I got blocked for that. So, we've been stomped on. I mean, how many times have you been in Facebook jail or TikTok jail?
Many.
Oh,
I'm so
God.
careful now. After what happened to me back in April. I mean, well, I know Leandra knows, but it kind of gave me like a PTSD situation.
Right.
I mean, because now anytime something flinches, I panic.
Yep.
I feel, because that my whole account got taken away from me, and it's a miracle I figured out a loophole, I guess, in a
I'm
way.
smiling here. Really, really, my nose is about to fall in. When you sent me that post a couple of months ago,
Yeah.
and I opened it and I saw the 87 spiraling pictures screened down into a central vortex, and my computer crashed.
Oh no.
Oh, Christ, I jumped so
Yeah.
hard. And I
Yeah,
actually
it's like that.
physically jumped out of the chair and reached over and slapped off the power. And it was so automatic reflex because it's happened to me so many times already. And that's why I'm smiling so hard, going, man, I just saved another $500 computer, and so,
Man.
yeah, we've been through this so many times where we've been hacked or blown
Yeah.
up or screwed over or cut off or Facebook blocked or YouTube cut off, or I can't even open my email, and and I should be
Yeah.
able to, and then some people tell me, yeah, what you post doesn't open, and that's in the UK or Australia or Canada,
Right.
and
Well, last week, we did our live show and Jillian couldn't not see it. Like it wasn't that she couldn't access it. It wasn't there for her to click on even. She couldn't see the video in my YouTube profile. So,
right,
yeah.
and then we can go back to the gossip page, where we know for a fact, if you've ever looked up the number of banned books in the United States of America, the list is so long and so huge that it will astonish you. Out of worldwide publications, what we are not
Yeah.
allowed to have in stores or on shelves or publishers anywhere in the United States. You would be aghast if you
Right.
saw.
I know they're
And then,
desperate. They're desperate to maintain,
right. And,
control of the situation.
I'm not trying to go overboard and then talk about things I shouldn't talk about, but I am trying to point out to people that what people automatically assume, that, we're the greatest country in the world and all of this, is not exactly correct.
Yeah.
There are some things going on, and unfortunately, we've allowed a lot of people in a lot of places to have too much power and too much money. Although that's been set in stone for so long, there's very little we can do about that other than get informed personally and hopefully teach the next generation some of these issues, or maybe hopefully change some of it today. And I'm not speaking in an aggressive or hostile way in any way, shape, or form, by war or anything like that, or overthrow of the government. Period. I'm speaking through conversation, debate, like-minded people joining together to debate and discuss the futures of humanity and not fight over it, because that doesn't solve anything, and it never has, never will. We have to change how we see things. We have to change how we treat each other. An example,
Yeah.
of course, is what's going on in the Palestinian Israeli situation, and with this cult of Hamas, which has been unfortunately elected into a position of power where they had too much money from other backing that is not necessarily going along with all of society on this planet. Now, we cannot rule out their fresh opinion, and they're entitled to their opinion, but violence is not the answer to share it. And I don't agree with what Israel is doing to the Palestinian people right now either. But on one hand, we don't have a choice over that, and we better check who we're putting in power. And we'll say those in charge of Israel right now might be an example of that. And we should watch what's going on around the world, including who's running Syria and who's running Turkey and who's running Afghanistan and who's running Germany or Holland or Spain or France or any of the other. We got to start watching our government officials, and hopefully the NATO and everybody agrees and can work it all out at the United Nations. And we don't need variants off the United Nations. We need everybody to kind of work it out. And a lot of that is kind of breaking up because of political and financial and economic and climate change and all of this other stuff and wars. So there's a lot of
Right.
talking to do, but very few people are listening. And unfortunately, with the planetary effects, that's increased, and people are edgy and more likely to turn to fisticuffs rather than debate. So we have to give the other people a little more room, because we're not all ourselves right now, and we're not all having all the right amount of moisture in our brain so that we're comfortable, including the people with bipolar syndrome, schizophrenia, or any many other mental health disorders or lunacy, because the planets do affect us. So if you're angry about something, you maybe stop and think it's exterior and not you. And maybe you can calm down and before something bad happens in your world. Because we don't need to make drastic, dire choices. We need to make involved, competent choices. Because right now everything's changing. And I don't know why I'm going here, but that's what I
No,
think.
it's true though. I mean, I'm frustrated because I'm all the time thinking to myself, if I could, be in charge or whatever, I mean, it'd be a whole different place. I just feel like the people that are in charge got a whole other mission in mind, and it's not about us and our safety and happiness.
Thing
It's
is,
frustrating.
I don't want to be in charge. I have
You
opinions.
don't want it. I probably don't want it either.
I would,
Yeah.
I give suggestions, but I don't want to be the guy that has to, I could handle it, but it's not something that I see as wise. um,
Yeah.
I'm like my namesake from the Bible. I'm the chooser of kings, not the king. Wow. There's no easy fix in what we're coming into, and our next future is the next 100 years and next 1,000 years till the next cycle comes by and transition of the planets and all of that. Let's hope that the information gets carried and broadcast apart. And let's hope if we do share the Earth with another faction this time, that we, we did have a thought we were talking about earlier. Well, maybe we're going to reach out and start mining these asteroids around us. And
Yeah.
then Earth can be a better provider of the commodities to the higher races. So let's have, awareness of this. Let's be acceptant. Now we can work together and balance out our economy so the world can all work together to have better living conditions and food for everybody, and actually achieve this space mining to increase our commodity output. Let's have a hand in it in a constructive way instead of destructive. So let's see our future as we move on to the Jetsons, where we could be safely mining asteroids and
Yeah.
coming up with multi-quadrillions of dollars worth of product. And maybe we're set up for that for the next cycle. I don't know, but that crossed my mind. Like, wouldn't that be cool if,
Right.
and that's a solution. It's
I
not
do feel like
everything
though,
everybody wants.
like younger people, people like in their 30s, and now I feel like they are leaning more towards, what we've been talking about as far as less war.
I've seen
I
a lot
think,
of younger people being told that we don't have a future and this is Armageddon and our world is polluted and
right.
we don't have
But
a
I don't think they're
future.
going to put up with stuff. I think they're going to
I
change
hope that
things.
they're empowered. I hope this next generation of voting populace, these young people who are now turning 18, 19, 20, 21, etc., all
Yeah.
actually do vote. And let's vote the crazy out and put some common sense and adults back in the room. And careful who you vote for. And if they're not an adult and they're not wise, don't give them the job. And they're spouting crazy shit about conspiracies and all this other stuff. Don't vote them in. You want somebody the middle of the road. I don't care who they are, a politician, regardless of whether he's telling the truth or not, leads people forward. They don't talk about gloom or doom or how everything is wrong and we can't have this and they're going to sacrifice your babies and they're coming for you next. A politician that talks like that is not earning my respect.
No.
Lie to me, but lie to me well. Don't scare me into putting you to make more money. So, if you're going to go do the job, do the job. Otherwise, get the hell off that soapbox. I'd often thought, politics up to a point, but then I'm not willing to sell out for anything. And unfortunately,
Right.
currently,
They're
mostly how
also
it's
corrupt.
working. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
pay you if you do this. And if you don't, I'm not boasting you. And I'm not handing you this political contribution to forward your campaign because you're not going to do anything for me.
Yeah.
So, and we know that's how, unfortunately, the system has manipulated itself to being anymore. It's now about money and not what you're doing in Washington. You want reelection. So you spend all your time getting reelection funds rather than coming there to actually help legislate new laws for the betterment of society, which is why both Republicans, Independents, and Democrats are all there to govern logically.
Yeah.
And that's not happening. Now it's a soundbite. Let's see who can end up on Fox and scare the shit out of people into, oh, they're going to protect me. And that's not what's going on. And we've seen, I hate to bring up George Santos. That's a lie. We're electing lies.
That's
It's
true.
not what we're doing here. It's not what we're about. We're America. I don't care what Republican, Independent, or Democrat you are. We've lost that. People are angry at each other. They're driving each other off the roads and shooting at each other and freaking out and Karening everywhere because you walked your kid through the grocery store and whatever. And they felt they could come and tell you how to live. And unfortunately, I think a lot of that has to do with planetary passes. I think that just starts aggravating people where all of a sudden they're so uncomfortable, they're going to share it with everyone. So if you feel that there's a planetary effect and you're uncomfortable, stay the hell home. God, don't run somebody off the road or suddenly whip out your AK-74 or 47 or your handgun and shoot the guy down the street for a pack of cigarettes. Holy shit, And our crime rate, if you compare crime rates around the world, in Japan, they have the lowest crime rate in the whole world. And their highest populace of people are old people because they're alone. And they live better in prison than they do alone in the streets.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and we got to think about our prison system. We got to think about our system. We got to think about how we do things, what we're spending, where our money goes, who we're paying money to,
Right.
who we're not paying money to, and get the greedy people out. Look what China's doing right now. Their entire economy is unfortunately based on greed and payoff. Same problem in Russia. Same problem in many Eastern Bloc countries, which is part of what the Ukraine issue was. Trying to get the corrupt Russian government, good old boys, the a la cartes, out of actual politics for the Eastern Bloc countries, or Western Bloc, Western Russia, or Eastern Europe, depending on your point of view.
Yeah.
India and population is taking over the economy. China is in deep trouble. Africa's in deep trouble. South America's in deep trouble. Our economy is doing very well. Canada's kind of stumbling. So there's a lot going on, and you got to actually go out and reach and find that information. And Jesus said that again as well. You have to go out and look up the news. You can't take NBC. You can't take ABC. You can't take CBS. You can't take CNN. You can't take you can take some of their opinions, but if you're going to do that, you got to look at Al Jazeera. Then you got to look at the India news from India. Some of the India news is the best news out there. They have reporting documentaries that are in depth, and they go to the facts and they look stuff up, and they don't hand you a headline on what Trump is doing or what so and so Kardashian did to this week or what so and so said that had to do with apple farming and real news. And so you got to look around, and you need to, if you think of it, look it up. Don't give the excuse, well, I don't have time. Look it up. Go in there, check your facts. And God, I hope this is Comic-Con, and I hope we have some guy standing in front of the screen still hours later.
Right now. He's at Comic-Con watching right now.
And if it's not, and people in Comic-Con that you hooked up with, share a copy of this with, even if it's off YouTube. Send it to people that went to Comic-Con that or whatever. And this is documented. It's true. It's real. It's not a guess. It's not a joke.
They would love this. We need to go next year and have like our own little booth or whatever it is you do, or have a slideshow.
Well, I have to have enough donations to buy a plane ticket to get there.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do shows for free unless I get a motel room and maybe, what a writer is?
At least.
Do you know what a writer is?
No.
Well, okay, if you're a rock band and you're going to book into a club, I used to book at my nightclub. They would
Yeah.
send me the writer before we ever hooked up the date. The
Okay.
writer was what said how much money they wanted, what kind of food they wanted, if they wanted a limo, if they wanted green M&Ms. We had Muda Baruka one time from the Caribbean, and they wanted fish dinner and a limousine. And that my job was as the manager to arrange all of that,
I see.
sort of a concierge. And a writer, you send a writer in for a booking, and that says, okay, I want you to pay for a hotel room. It has to be at least quality with no bed bugs, blah, blah, blah. I want dinner available. I want to be able to get to the arena that you expect me to talk to through some pre-provided transportation and not have to hail a cab or an Uber, because you
No.
don't always get where you have to go when you want to unless you have a limo or a driver. I don't care if it's a small car. I don't need a limo, but you want transportation to the event, from the event, and then booking home. And that's why I don't do too many public talks anymore, is because I paid for a few rental halls out of my own pocket, and people have given me some small donations, which is great, and it helped offset that. But I can't keep doing that for free. That's the point.
No, I
And
know.
we do. And if we were to go to Comic Con, hopefully we'd get paid. I mean, fantastic. I'll stand there on the stage with you and me with a microphone. You bet.
That'd be great.
Maybe you can go get a tan beforehand, in some local hotel.
I know.
Have my nails done, maybe buy a new shirt or something,
I just know, like I told you before, there's like endless amounts of potential with this information because it is so limited. I feel like it's just getting to the right person who can
right.
Help
And
push
we
it,
do
make
the
it
little side interview
publicized.
shows. I don't know how many of those you've done. I know I've done a bunch of them where they never go anywhere, or other people don't hear them because they're not members of this group. And I really look at the Radio Wasteland series as a very good series. And Fight for Our Freedom Radio, and I don't know if she's listening or not, but she had trouble sticking to topic, and I do too. And you add that together, and you completely blow topic, right? And we discuss shows ahead of time, and we'd write down a list of topics.
Yeah.
5 minutes in, we never hit the sheet again. It's like, oh, okay. And so some of those shows were very distractive, and then I'd go back and go, oh God, I said the wrong thing, or I said too much, and So
I hardly ever go back and watch my own videos for that reason.
Right.
I just rather not.
I don't watch a lot of my
remember.
older videos. A few of them I do.
Yeah.
Like the one I've watched the one where Radio Wasteland interviewed me about when I came home from high school after my paper got noticed by the government and my test scores and all of that. They did a study on who I was. And then they come to talk to my parents. And that show is how Samuel Hofman found out about the Nibiru system. I think is the name of it. I don't remember exactly the title.
Okay.
But I watch that one every once in a while.
Yeah.
And I've got 9,000 or 10,000 views on some shows, but that's just about it. And after many years, one would hope that you'd have 1 million, but no.
Right.
I can't share it. Only people out there can share it at a greater rate than I can. And I do share the old shows. And when I get a new person in that's really, involved in communicating with me on Skywatcher when I'm there, and I try to talk to a few people, and I'll hand them this and I'll hand them that, and I'll hand them a show here, and I'll pull out the planetary names, one way back from 2009 from the Pleiadian message all the time. And then I'll throw out the Thunderbolt projects or symbols of an alien sky.
Yeah.
And all of
That's
that.
a good one.
Oh, I love that. I've watched that thing
It's
150 times. And to this day, every time I still learn from it. Every time. Every. David Talbot. Oh my God. I mean, wow. Maybe he's just an actor reading, but I mean, the Thunderbolts project is awesome because they're actually reaching out for new science and saying electric universe, and they're exploring awesome science. They haven't.
We should do our version of a Thunderbolts podcast. Have those pictures lined up and compare them to what we.
Well, have Mark write you a show. Of course, that's adding to
Yeah.
his workload. Have him write
I
you a
know.
script, and this is why I want other people to
Yeah.
come on, because I want to hear their points of view. They can describe it in a way, and it's like we noticed with Jesus, where he's a really good co-host, and this is why I want to see him more. This is why we want to see Mr. Waffles, and why we want to talk to Andy and Petty
Right.
and Maria in Alaska and all these other
That's
people that have been
right. Got my
around long
list
enough,
going. Yeah.
and get all these people online to talk openly through the chat, because the other people who are out there that are newbies are going to hear something that they say that keys with them, that leads them down the pathway of correctness. And once you open up to see this, it's just, it's the hallelujah trail from then on. And it's like that old Western movie where the guy the guy named Oracle takes a sip of whiskey, and all of a sudden he sees, and I love that movie.
It's like that.
Hollow West was one, or something. I can't remember what exactly movie that was, but the guy's name was Oracle. And I've always
Okay.
identified with people like that, because I've known, that I'm me, and I didn't talk a lot about it to a lot of people over the years, but I'm very good at what I can do. So I'm comfortable with it,
No.
and it's fun. It's awful cool knowing more than everybody else around you. I think it's insane, but I love it.
I
I
bet
sit there.
you do. I feel that way a little bit too. Yeah.
Well, when you see something coming, and then it's coming, and then it happens, and you just go, "Oh shit, yeah, saw that one," and you chuckle.
Yeah.
And
Well, it touches your confidence, I think,
yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's what the last
Right.
decade of doing this, knowing the planets are there and not anyone sees it, and I'm going, but they're there. And so there's been the
Yeah.
panic part of me was going, am I talking on my backside? And then there's the part that says, no, I know that, I see that. And it's just unbelievable that you can't. And there's that elation, because walked outside, there it is again. Oh my God. And you freshly go through both sides of the spectrum of the pendulum. Like, oh, I can't believe it. And oh my God, there it is. And oh, I can't believe it. And oh my God, there it is. Even Jesus said that. It's like you go through this process where you're constantly reminding yourself how insane this is, and yet there it is. And that's the biggie. And it hits me every day, every time I walk out the door. Oh shit, there it is.
It's really happening. There they are again.
And oh my God, and
Yeah.
I hear it, and I'm reminded I've been saying this for a decade, and oh my God, and who's going to
Yeah.
listen? And my neighbors did actually start wondering why I was always staring up in my front yard between me and all my neighbors. And I told every one of them what they think about. Some of them kind of believe me, some of them want to believe me, the other ones discount me, and the other people probably say really bad things behind my back, and I don't care. I'm going out in my yard and I'm going to look up. One time I had the lady down the street call the cops on me because I was taking pictures. And because I was being suspicious in my own yard, in my own driveway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why she called the cops, because you were taking pictures.
I was being suspicious.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'm not even sure she knew I was her neighbor since the day she moved in. Since I'm the oldest member of this area and the street that I live on, I've been here longer than anyone around me.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
if they don't know me by now, I am not a stranger taking weird pictures of little children's shoelaces or something, And that's another one of those fear people that are, I'm afraid of that man over there. What's he doing?
Yeah.
We gotta get out of the fear mode and get back to reality here. I'm taking pictures. I'm in my driveway. Shut the hell up. I mean, my God,
Yeah.
You call the cops on me, And if I would have been drug impaired or been in the middle of a crime, well, all of a sudden my life was changed, except I'm not drug impaired and I'm not in the middle of any crimes. But I mean, I got the third degree, had to show my driver's license, had to show them what my pictures were of, which was actually beyond my constitutional rights, but I showed them freely.
Really? I didn't think you had to do that.
Picture here. I was taking pictures of clouds.
Right. No harm in that. Yeah.
No harm in that. Showed them all, and they went back 20, 30 pictures and went, oh, guess you are. Have a nice day. And here,
That's suspicious.
Yeah, that's suspicious behavior.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Now, if you said I was taking pictures of like cubes and, planets.
Oh, I wasn't going
They
to
would have
go
thought,
there, you know.
no,
No, I
I
wasn't going to
know
go
that
there.
they
I
would
just
have
said,
thought that
I'm
was
taking pictures of the
suspicious.
clouds. And I
Right.
said, here you are. You look at, here's my camera. It's on my clouds are on the cloud. And that time I had a
Yeah.
flip phone and it was all being uploaded,
Right.
and I would try to get it live, and then my phone died, and then I never bought another one because I can't
Okay.
afford it. I was paying
Use it.
internet rather than having a phone, and besides, who do I call? I don't have any local people, but my family doesn't talk to me. And as a matter of fact, I was laughing. The phone rang today, and it was you, and you're the only person that I've talked to on the phone in the last 2 weeks. Amazing.
Oh boy. Really?
Yeah, my
Do
phone
you,
has not rang in weeks, and it just dawned on me. It's like, wow, I haven't heard the phone ring in forever. It was weird. Yeah, see what
you're
happens when
lucky.
Jillian doesn't call me. I'm kidding. Um,
Yeah.
you can always tell when Jillian's on the phone. I always know when you're on the phone before I even answer it. So
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's what you said before. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I know who it is before I answer the phone most of the time. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, it's like a built-in caller ID. Is
Yeah,
what you
yeah.
have. Yeah.
I got snicker value going on that one too, and
Right.
it's just you just sort of have a feeling, and over time I've learned to trust what these feelings are, and it pays off, and it helps me
Yeah.
keep schedules and be on time and know what I can and cannot do and shouldn't or should not do. When we were going to talk about, I was going to take my girls swimming, and I just knew better than driving the car a short distance, 30, 50, 70, 80 miles to go to other swimming pools. I just knew I couldn't. And immediately within a week, that car died. And
Yeah.
we'd have been on the road,
You would have been
out of
stranded.
town, no money, trying
Right.
to go to a swimming pool, and we'd blow up our vehicle,
Yeah.
So I knew better than that. And there's an example of it. You just get a feeling that you know better than to do this or not to do that, or you should or should not do this. So, and that's kind of how it speaks. And of course, I did learn that being in connection with people around the world and have them actually say, yeah, you're seeing exactly what's going on. And I'm going, wow, So over time, you learn. You learn to
Yeah.
trust it.
I mean, I get things like that sometimes where, you'll have a
It's
thought
intuition.
cross your
And that's why
mind.
we're
Yeah, it's
all
like
here.
that.
And that's why
Yeah.
people are connecting with us, because their intuition has led them to this. And even Leander says, this isn't by chance. This is by real. I
Can't
mean, this is
be.
happening.
It
And
can't
and a
be.
lot
It
and a
can't
lot of people,
be.
huge numbers of people over the years, in the thousands, have said, I just knew that I had to talk to you. And they said it bothered me for weeks, and I put it off and I put it off, but yet it kept haunting me. And I've heard that story a couple of thousand times. I stopped counting.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
And
So
this is, of course, part
several.
of what the Pleiadian told me too. And this is, I don't want to go to the bragging point, but he said that people would be attracted to me and he referred to it as audible glamour. And that's really not a dictionary term, but it's people automatically recognize a shining light of charisma. And
Yeah.
I'm not trying to
Okay.
brag about that, but that is
But
what I
it's
was
true.
told. Yeah. And see,
Yeah.
and you say it's true, and therefore I have my verification that happens, and it's happened in thousands of people. And they've come online in private message and called me on the phone and going, I have to talk to you. I have to talk to you. So, and then some of them go away and then they're fine. And some of them are here today. And some
Yeah.
of them actually get mad at me, not many.
Jesus said the same thing. So, hey, I was going to tell Joe good night. It's 2:30 in the morning where he is. So he's falling out of his chair. So thank you, Joe, for hanging out with us again. I appreciate that.
I think Joe is a female.
Oh, sorry.
I
I
think
see
that's
that now
Jolanda.
for sure.
I see that. I think that's
Yeah.
Jolanda.
It says Joe Post.
Yeah. From an old Montana Skywatcher, first original #1 member from a long time ago. She's been around a long time. Long time.
Awesome.
And
Well,
doing
been hanging
her
there
job on
with
her
us a
side of the
long
planet,
time.
doing Europe well.
Right.
And the governments did announce Nibiru in the early years like Russia and Holland and a couple of others, and that's vanished. And I don't know if they got bombarded by the side misinformation as well, and they got, disbelief by it. But there's been slow release of information in ways, and they don't repeat it often, and you got to just catch it. And this is why some of our videos, have been grabbed up by people in Sweden and stuff like this, because they're way up there on the planet and they see different effects than we do. Same thing in New Zealand and Australia, and they see different things than we do. The Mexico live cams, or the Spanish webcams, or webcams in Turkey or Istanbul, where Patty is, and Hungary, and all of that, Budapest. They're at the middle of the earth. They get a different view than we do. And you just, over time, when we compare all of these pictures and those unbelievable dark shadows that you can't argue with, and they're there, and in hundreds of pictures every day, that never used to exist. And even if you just see the dark shadow, you're already one step closer to seeing the passing planets, because they're there. They didn't used to look like that. That's not our sky, and we've proven it.
That's the
And
cool part.
I don't know any other way to explain it than over and over and over again. That we've watched it, and we've watched it, and we watched it year after year in the same cycles, minus the exception of right to left transition between the last few years, where the planets have switched placement. So, and that was all documented. Got it on all the drawings, all the comparatives, thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures. So, you cannot argue with what we've taken the time to document.
Sorry, Sam. I was just going to say, but those dark spots are in the same, locations just over and over again. It's not like it's just a random, dark patch once in a while. It's every day in the same spot.
Yeah, in 2012, it was Saru on one side, Nibiru on the other.
Yeah.
When Yuri was not that big to cover up the whole sky, or the whole half the sky. And then Yuri got bigger and bigger, and then Saru moved, and then went over and around over the top of us, and then Nibiru moved, and then the whole thing. And then we were looking at the smaller stuff underneath them. And then we got distracted by them for a very long time, and it was very hard to make early correlations out of the massive sky fillers, because we were still looking for smaller objects back then. And then we started seeing the dark side, complete circular crescent cut-ins into the light, and the cloud bases, and the base cloud of Nepesity, and the base cloud of Isatum, and the base cloud of Nibiru, and the base cloud of Saru and Yuri, and how the asteroids got bigger and bigger and bigger. And over the time, we've documented it all. And until it's into a working orbitation path that you now have in your head.
Yeah.
And you kind of, and Jesus does, and you guys put, I don't think he's fully put the location of the object cluster groups into his orbit model yet, because you made reference, and I don't think he completely gets what's where. And he needs to do a little bit more looking at the monthly drawing, because he's caught up in his own filming. I don't think he's comparing the monthly drawing as closely, which is okay. I mean, he's doing great. He's doing great science.
You're right. Yeah, he told me he's not able to always identify what he's seeing.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's just like you said the other day, when looking for the cube, for example, that Attu and Attu's moon is going to be right to the left. You know it in your head, because you know the placement of the Texas cube, which you've already also associated with lead asteroid, blue, green asteroid, red asteroid, spiral asteroid, little sisters, and now tan asteroid in the salamander asteroid group. And all of that is now in place in your mind. And that's why you're able to identify these easier, because you see the pathways of passing asteroids, and you know the direction on the left comes from the left, and the direction on the right comes from the right.
It's just like the drawing.
And if it comes from the right and it's stretched out, we know it's Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail, which I started drawing from 2019 on, because we watched it closer and closer and closer. And you can't make that up. I can't draw drawings that do this and have it match month after month after year and have it turn out time after time the same. You can't make that up.
Right. So Nicole just asked, she says, what is that giant dark spot towards the west, but overhead? It's always there. Well,
That's Nibiru. If you're looking at the west at sundown,
at sunset,
yeah, sunset at the west.
west,
You're going to
northwest,
see
even to the
literally
north.
from the west to the north sky is going to be a big dark spot. And that's Nibiru. Because during the day, it's on the right-hand side at morning, and then it's down in the south by southeast. Come afternoon, when the sun is unfortunately oddly in the southern hemisphere, it's to the right, which would be southwest. Come 5 p.m., 6 o'clock setting sun, when the sun is in the west, it moves over to the north by north sky. The west by north sky.
Right.
Everything from the right-hand side of the sun, west to north, a dark spot is hugely vast Nibiru and Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon. And then you should, at the horizon level now, to the due north from the northwest, see the ion trail of the clouds from Isatum's yellow moon, because it's so huge that it's now just above the horizon at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That's what I see from up here, which it's changed, meaning that we are going closer to Nibiru and Isatum, and Uri is now passing, and Atu is close overhead, and Nepesity is in our south sky midday to southwest sky midday. It moves over the top of us. And Saru is in the left side distant sky with a weird deep all the way across from one side to the other open illuminated orange core. And that's all.
I was just going to say, I was thinking, like, while you were talking, when you say, what's at the west, it really depends on what time of the day it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, if you're looking at sunrise to the northwest, you're going to see Uri over the top of you. And then straight above you is Atu. And then over to your south by southwest sky is going to be Nepesity immediately angular overhead to the south. And then Nibiru and Isatum are on the east by southeast sky at dawn. And that all just turns as the day goes.
Just rotates. As the sun turns, the planets are staying with the sun, the same spots.
Unless they're going overhead, which then they do this weird current sort of oval over the top of us and move. And yet their placement pretty much stays the same, but it onsets from far away to closer to overhead to ovaling. And then the sun goes down, so we don't see where they go from there. But then they pretty much reset within an 18-hour circle instead of 24. I've never changed my opinion on that because they move faster and they're transitionary. It doesn't happen at the same time every day. It happens faster every day, less than a 24-hour cycle. So we're seeing a transition of the planetary movement. Every day it's new a little bit more. And that's why they keep moving and why I can't give you coordinates,
Yeah.
And
it's impossible.
And that's why I do the monthly drawing on a 2D drawing. I thought about improving it or moving it to 2 pictures, but then I got to slap them together. And then you're going to be, and literally a wide lens view is the best way to see it. And I can't do and I should 2 drawings, but then you're going to have to look at this side and then switch to the other picture and look at that side. And so I've always just tried to draw it in on one piece of paper. And I ran into that years ago where I wanted to do more, but I wasn't going to go there. Because then, hey, let's look. If we look this way, this is what you see. If we look this way, this is what you see. If I did that every month, then everybody'd really be confused.
Right.
And
things like Nepesity, I've noticed it on your drawing, it's, there somewhere above the sun usually, but there are plenty of times when it's directly across from the sun, like opposite of, so it's not always above the sun.
Yeah,
like
and
you're
that's when
drawing.
you were reporting a couple of months ago where it was in the south by southeast sky at sunrise, where you were
Yeah.
seeing a green planet. And that's that oval over the top of our heads where they do a little different jig than they have been. And that's why
Yeah.
sometimes Nepenthe is really close and sometimes it's far away, and yet it's always in view, depending on if Atu and Atu's moon is in the way of your view. Because she sneaks back around and they do the dance, where we're always wondering which side is Atu and which side is Nepenthe. And they've done that since 218, 219, where the view, due to their rotation, changes our out view. And sometimes Nepenthe was on one side, and on other times it was on the other side. And that's what we always refer to as the dance, because they're doing that little smaller planet rotation in front of us. And the Nepenthe is below and slightly behind Uri and Atu. And then she does this little smaller planet jig in front of our view, where the gas
Okay.
giants don't, because they're bigger and they move slower, where we see different reactions to her depending on our rotation and Nepenthe's rotation, which is also atmospheric gathering, why we've seen the rain bombs, where the other planets don't do that, or Atu and Atu's moon and the asteroid object cluster group do discharges because they're smaller and closer. And that's why we do that. And then when Uri comes in, we have the big catastrophic storms. So we'll see where it goes. And it should be lessening actually over time, but then there might be more dramatic earthquake, tectonic plate things. I don't know. Tidal flow. We don't know. Don't know what's going to happen. Don't know if we're going to have any, 10-point earthquakes or what. So
Yeah.
a lot of that's conjecture, and why I try not to go there and have these freak out discussions with people. I just say, be aware, be prepared, supply up, learn about having storage water, learn about having extra food. Think twice about your living if you're living anywhere near any ocean. I hate to say that.
Right. It affects a lot of people. Right.
Yeah, yeah. And that's where
Yeah.
most of the large cities are, around our oceans, around the world.
Right.
And they're all tidal locked in trouble. And, I live in the mountains. Okay. I don't anticipate a free bath, but if you're people ask about California all the time, and a lot of people have been leaving. And they're gonna have a new lake, that big whole empty space in the middle where they're growing all the crops for the last 70 years. Used to be a lake, and it was drained in the 1800s by overwater use. People don't
Okay.
know that whole area in the middle of California is a big, vast water basin, and the heavier that fills up, the more the tectonic plate movement will occur from the weight, and that messes
Wow.
with the entire Pacific Northwest plate, including the Juan de Fuca all the way up to Oregon and all the way up to Vancouver and the Aleutian Islands in Alaska. And there's a big crack that all of that's moving. And every time one of these planets goes over, we see 5-pointers. And of course, we know that the USGS has downgraded a good portion of the earthquakes, because when you compare the earthquake status to actual geological seismic counters, that their earthquakes are much larger than they're telling people about. When they bounce from top to bottom plate, that's a big earthquake, and then they tell you it's a 5. No, it's a 6, it's a 7. And depending on the geological location you're in is whether or not you go up and down or rock side to side, or whether you're living in a soft rock with cushion area, which is what California does. And they get lighter earthquakes than they realize. Whereas Japan goes rocka, rocka, rocka back and forth for, 5 minutes, which that before the tsunami was unbelievable earthquake. I've never seen the like of it. And I watch that all the time. And I watch the tsunami footage. That'll teach you, life is finite and don't live near the seashore. And we've seen freak waves all the last couple of weeks. And I try to mention that to people. It's like, guys, there's these really weird waves coming again. And you're at the 180-day cycle, so you just have to be prepared. And, sometimes, I don't want to
Well,
scare people, but we're in trouble.
right. I'm going to jump to this question and then I'll come back to the one I have now. But someone just mentioned or asked, how far from the ocean do you consider as safe?
Depends on which coast. I would say on the East Coast, 350 miles. On the West Coast, 100 miles, 200 miles. I've looked at tsunami information going with the Juan de Fuco and the great quake that's expected off the Oregon coast, and they're saying everyone from Seattle or Vancouver down within 60 miles is in deep trouble. And then you've got to take into account glaciation or the possibility of volcanic activity, because usually when a tectonic plate bumps immediately after, within 200 miles, all within 200 or less miles, average 250 miles, volcanic activity then increases because that plate has moved and the pressure in the lava dome underneath from an escarpment, which always happens because one plate's being shoved under the other, and that the plate that's being shoved under turns to liquid and then becomes a geological volcanic lava dome. So you have tsunamis, you have earthquake, okay, earthquake, tsunami, and then on top of it, you can have possible volcanic activity, which would then melt glaciers, and everybody from Portland down to San Francisco would be in trouble. So there's, yeah, that's why I live in Montana. And if you look at the geology in the Rocky Mountains and know that at one point in time, the Rocky Mountains used to be 6 miles high, and we're looking at a worn down version of them, just like the Appalachians used to be. If you live in southern Missouri or northern Alabama, you've got a whole series of older rock that has been there forever and is very stable. If you live, somewhere near the escarpments in the Great Lakes areas, it's a little low. It could flood, but that's old rock. The trick is looking for old rock to live on and higher elevation away from any slosh or a few hundred miles off the coast.
What about my area, like Oklahoma? What's my biggest,
Your
thing I'd have to
worries
think about?
is the water in the great aquifer basin underneath you, the great limestone rock that the aquifer sits on, which was underneath Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, which used to be filled with billions and billions of gallons of water, has been overpumped for the last 40 to 70 years. So that area, unfortunately, with fracking and everything, all the chemicals the fracking oil companies have dumped in to break the shale and all of that to get the gas out and the oils out, has caused a soup that is eroding an area between Oklahoma, Amarillo, Texas, and Tucson, and well, not Tucson, excuse me, Amarillo, Oklahoma City, all the way down to Austin, Texas, is a sinkhole from prior civilization eras, earlier thousands and thousands of years, that it took the Mississippi to dump in and fill the area, just like Louisiana. So most of Texas is a filled in sinkhole, and there's an escarpment that runs from Oklahoma City to Amarillo, Texas. You probably know of it. There's an area that's dropped down this wall. I think it's like 80 or 90 feet. And if you go to Amarillo, Texas, they give people the tour of this dropped in area. And that's a layered sinkhole where this whole region, literally from Amarillo, Texas to Oklahoma City, all the way to Austin, Texas, is an area that dropped about 80 to 90 feet. And that whole region of stone could do that some more, or not, or it could rise up. It depends on the pressures underground. But there's the ground always moves everywhere. And your geology changes, and that's why rocks are standing straight up, even though that at one point in time they were layered down in leveled, flat, horizontal sandstone, and then you got a layer of this and a layer of that, and then now it's standing straight up. So that happens quickly. And I've never believed in gradual building of the Rockies. I think that mountain ranges are thrust up quickly. And in some cases, depending on your point of view, quickly could be anywhere from 10 millimeters a year to 1,000 feet in one day. So, tectonic plate breakup I believe there's large shifts of great, immense plate movement in our past history.
Right. So
And I don't think it's been
Nicole, she
recorded
mentioned,
history.
yeah. So what Nicole mentioned, that was the idea I was thinking. Is it what you're describing for my area, possibly a sinkhole scenario, like
But on
sinkholes?
larger. See that the one, it is a sinkhole from Amarillo, Texas to Oklahoma. And that's why you guys have the earthquakes you keep having. It's because the underground pillars, those limestone domes that used to hold this vastly full aquifer, have now eroded, and those pillars are breaking, and your ground underneath you is the booming earthquakes as things are cracking. Because
Right.
they don't really have any plate. There's no tectonic plate area except the middle of Oklahoma, and all of that is this bottom of this bowl, and it's been laid in since the last million years, where the Great Lakes and Hudson Bay and all this water from the glaciating melt off has filled in an archipelago, which is now Texas and the Gulf of Mexico. And that's a sand fill in. And we know that there was an asteroid that hit there which wiped out the dinosaurs, and so that hole was huge. And so billions of tons of gravel went up into the atmosphere and caused a nuclear winter for decades and killed off the animals. So we know that like Louisiana, it's a silt fill-in pile-in, and those have a tendency on top of limestone, which is coral and dead animals made of that, and then they get a corrosive, such as salt water, on those internal pillars, and it becomes calcium carbonate, like a fizzing Alka-Seltzer in a glass. And all of those dome pillars from the aquifer start to fail underground. And that's been my geological interpretation of your area. And there are a few people that agree with me. And so, yeah, it's kind of an interesting place to live. I actually took a tour of the sinkhole, and because I love geology, and I've done the Scabland tour from the Great Lake, the glacial Lake Missoula, emptying out into Washington State and Idaho, and going all the way down to the Tri-Cities and everything in southern Washington State, where it washed all these billions of pounds of rocks down and tore through mountain ranges over and over and over again. And we have evidence of the Great Missoula Lake glacial flood here in Missoula, and you can see it along our mountains. And I grew up with that geology as a kid, and I always knew they were lake marks. Even before they proved they were lake marks, I always knew, those used to be water lines, because they go all across the whole valley, and we were Lake Missoula underwater at the end of the ice age, and we held billions and billions of gallons of water, and we'd be right now 400, 500 feet underwater where I sit, and all that water just dumped because of a geologic change that opened up a crack or by Arctic scoring, because rocks are moved underneath glaciers, and sometimes they score away mountains. So a scoring occurred, and it opened up a ravine in Idaho State, and all that water just ripped through all the way down to Wenatchee and Tri-Cities and northern Oregon and out to the ocean, which is the great God, I can't even think of the name of that river that runs all the way past Astoria there out,
Yeah.
Every once in a while I can't pull a name out of my head.
Yeah, all the time for me. So
big, huge ass river that runs from Montana to Washington State out into the ocean, where the salmon swim up. I can't even pull the name out of my head still.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just north of
It's there.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, it'll come to me 10 minutes after
it will
about it. And so geology changes, and we got to think about tidal flow. God, watch the Fukushima 2011 tsunami videos. Oh my God, those poor people. Wow.
Oh, I know. It was
130,000 people, I think, something like that, lost their lives in Japan.
That was just,
and they've got more on the way too, because they're sitting in the middle of like 5 tectonic plates joining. Like, wow, including the
Right.
Aleutian Islands, and all the way from the west and the east and the north and the south. So they're
Now,
in a rough spot.
I've seen videos where, yes, like the water is becoming such a thing there. Like there's water that they can see under the sidewalks or something. I remember now.
Yeah,
It's been a while, but
yeah,
yeah, they're just
that's from shaking. It raises the water up, and it's called
yeah,
liquefaction, and I've seen that in earthquakes. I actually witnessed liquefaction. We had a huge earthquake up here in Montana too about 4 years ago, and it was like a 6.8 in what's the name of that place? It's in Idaho, and it's off the Valleys of the Moon, which is a volcano that went off when I was a teenager in Idaho. We actually toured and watched the live lava, but I can't think of the name. But there's still aftershocks going on. So actually, that is the place that I expect a volcano to go off any day now.
where is
And
this at?
it's in central Idaho, central southern
Idaho.
Idaho, and
Okay.
it's on the tip of my tongue again.
Yeah.
But it's near uh, volcanic park, Valley of the Gods, or something like this volcanic area in near. Then that's near Chalice, Idaho. But then this is farther to the central west of, and all you have to do is look up any Idaho quakes, and that's the area that's been going off ever since for
Yeah.
like 5 years now, and there's still aftershocks going on. It's probably volcanic lava. I really believe, because it's in the middle of a very huge unpopulated mountain range from hell. It's an awesome mountain range, and it's mounding. And they had the big earthquake there, and I think that was the wake up call. And it's been quaking ever since. And 2 points, 4 points, 5 points, a lot of little ones. Of course, I stopped looking at that. Chalice, Idaho, I think is the name of it. No, not Chalice. That's the other one. It'll come to me. I'm thinking Summers, but that's not it either. I could change and go off screen, but you'd lose my mic if I looked it up.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
We get the idea.
there's a lot of activity going on.
Yeah.
There's the volcano. There's changes in Yellowstone. Don't be freaked. Yellowstone is highly vented. We'd have long advance notice of some major stuff going on there before it would ever really blow. And volcanoes tell on themselves. But tsunamis don't. Sometimes this second and third wave can be even worse than first.
Okay.
Yeah, and go back to the question, where's the safe place? Rhode Island. Wow.
Yeah, Mulaney keeps asking a lot of questions about what's the safest place for them.
Funny, I just did a geological glacial study on New York State, not last week, and I watched a whole bunch of information on the East Coast that I've never looked into before, and how Hudson, I think it's the Hudson River, how that carved through, and that too was a glacial cumulative lake that all of a sudden opened up and literally cut through the glacial mounding that was shoved all the way off the coast of New York State and New Jersey and all of that. And there's this particular rock called New York schist, and it's nowhere else. And if you go through New York City, you can see these giant boulders all over the place, and they were shoved there by the glaciers. And that's a barrier that was shoved in by the glaciers that actually was washed out after one of those glacial lake washouts that moved an entire mountain range out of the way. It was so much water that it just literally blew through these mountains, gradually first through a valley, and then that valley got eroded, and then the next hill and the next hill. But there was so much going through it that over 100 years it probably ripped out this large amount of land. Just like when river flow hits tidal wash in Los Angeles or something like this, you're washing into a bank of sand, and it slowly breaks, and you get a little break in the dike, and then within an hour it's this mass flow that's coming out. So that's what happens with glacial lakes as well when they erode. And I just did a study on that, and where all the geology came from, and why the Great Lakes look like they do, and all the really cool rocks. And you can tell by the color of the rocks where they come from.
And people always go, "Oh, there's so many colors," and then they don't wonder. It's like, how did that happen? As I choke on my cough drop, excuse me.
Yeah.
I actually just swallowed my cough drop,
Oh gosh. Be careful.
and it wasn't small. Anyway,
That hurts.
well,
Ouch.
you can't do cough drops and talk at the same time. Mom told me. My
Right.
mother told me that. Anyway, so these colored rocks come from different areas, and they travel by glacier, because the glacier picks up these giant boulders and grinds them into smaller, smaller, smaller. And you can always tell if it's a rounded rock, then it's a glacially rolled rock. But if it's a jagged edge and broken shale or whatever, and not given glacial scrapings and schist scrapings, then you can tell that's a new earth that hasn't been overrun by glaciers. And up in Montana, we have lots of round rocks, river rocks. And they got multiple colors, and I can tell you where each one of them comes from, literally, which state they come from. When you walk through there, oh, this one came from Idaho, this one came from over up, eastern Montana, and this one came from Canada, and this is, granite, and this is, feldspar, and this is fool's gold, and this is that, and you can tell where all this stuff comes from. And people don't even realize that, our Earth is constantly changing in drastic, huge ways. And, we're just the little guys that get pushed out, like Chaco Canyon, where there was, a thriving Indian community that believed in mathematical measurements from the gods and had all sorts of information and knowledge. And then all of a sudden they vanished because they had to. They had to move because their ecology changed, their water changed. They had to move. And, the people don't even realize that the Incans and the Mayans actually traveled all the way to the Great Lakes and back. There was an inner coastal highway that ran from the tip of South America all the way to the top of Canada. And these people traveled, and there was trade, and they can tell by the volcanic glass that has been carried and the glacial rocks that were used as grinding stones that they find from Canada in South America that could only come from Canada, in the grinding bowls and all of this. So there's back and forth tribal archaeological evidence that so much more happened, including all the giant cities in the Great Lakes and all the hammers that were the size of giants that they found thousands of without the handle in them. Stick a tree in this big stone, and that's a big hammer for a giant. And they found thousands of them, and they sold them off. Perfect hammers, square with a hole where you can put a handle in. And then they got rid of and destroyed all the giant bones and all that, and all this archaeology that proves there's so much more going on than what our current history even understands or is even willing to reach for, because our reference history, the oldest reference history, goes back 8,000 years or so with China. But, North America, South America doesn't go back that far. And then, of course, unfortunately, the Spanish destroyed a shitload of it when they started burning all the Aztec and Mayan and Incan documents. And they were horrible. And, and there was also earlier. Go ahead.
No, that's what they do. They like to set stuff on fire, I've noticed. They like to burn it.
Ban the history, burn the books, belittle the people, steal the gold.
Right.
And that was what it's all about. And the mass amounts of gold that were taken from South America to Europe are vastly underreported, I promise you. I mean, which king is sitting on which pile, which is probably now having to be turned over.
You said not or are? They are.
Oh, well, it depends. I mean, if they make a deal with a faction, maybe there might be a percentage payoff.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll let you stay in power if you give me 47 billion in gold, or whatever.
Right.
Whatever, And of course, I'm always referred back to that yellow pile that showed up in 2012 in Greenland in the ice. And
what was that?
There was a yellow pile that was 20 miles wide by 80 miles long that was captured from satellite space. And the Europeans and Dutch and the Swedish were reporting a ship, massive triangular star destroyer, big one,
Oh boy.
over the top of Iceland for like a month and a half. And then the report of the gold showing up, or the yellow mountain melting out of the ice, was how it was reported. I can't
Yeah.
tell you it was gold, but I did see the satellite footage and it was yellow. And after that month, that pile was gone. So we don't know if that was a storage place from, say, for instance, people underground are going to tunnel up and put it into a repository where nobody can get to under the ice. And when it's time, it melts out. And then they pick it up from a shipment, a payment from Agartha, for all we know, on people in the middle of the earth, and or some faction under, Ice Age giants, for all we know. And, I mean, we don't have all the facts.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, it sounds like a movie, but it's like the real.
Yeah, and the thing with was is there were so many reports coming in from Sweden and Norway and Holland that they did see it. Yeah, I saw the ship. Yeah, I was up in a plane with my friend, and we flew to England, or we flew to Sweden, or we flew to Norway, and we saw that black thing. We didn't know what it was, but it was a big triangle ship, and the reports came in for like a month and a half, and then after that, the satellite footage changed, and that yellow pile was not there. So
Was this in the water? You said
no,
in
it
the water?
melted out of the ice in the middle of the continent
I
on the
see, in the
southern part
ice.
of
Okay.
Greenland, and
Wow.
there were people that were into the really serious scientific stuff, and they worked out that it was 20 miles wide by 80 miles long, and there was a lot of serious science involved in that, and a lot of people, and then it went away, and then nobody talked about it afterwards. And we were talking to people in Sweden and Holland and Germany at the time, and I was talking to people in Berlin, and they kind of put their 2 cents in, and then everybody got quiet. And that's right after Russia and the Netherlands announced that Nibiru was here, or was coming. And then, of course, there's the Norway spiral events, which we've talked about in 2009, and which was the early arrival to get everybody ready to pay the tribute. So, we have references that are pointing in that direction. So,
Right. You're talking about the Empire Orb, just so.
Right. Yeah.
Right. This craft.
Right.
Yeah. So
on that,
I did send you that video.
Oh, cool. I hadn't even been on to check anything.
Yeah.
I was doing laundry and dishes, and I made spaghetti yesterday, or the day, I can't remember yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, and it didn't turn out. And I always make fantastic spaghetti.
Yeah, because of what happened.
Well, Shiloh asked me to change the recipe. She wanted bigger meatballs, and so I cooked up a bunch of other meatballs and put them in the spaghetti sauce, and it completely changed the whole darn dynamic of the sauce. And we all got through about a half plate and went, nope, not eating this. Too much Italian seasoning, and what the hell's that other flavor? So
not working.
Maybe the second cooking it'll blend together. I don't know.
Right.
But I got to go back to the old ways and stick with what works.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I've been spending more time. It's turning fall here. I got more things to put away, and yard work and crap to deal with, and dealing with my stairs and all of this. So I've been caught up in study too. And there's things that are grabbing my attention.
Right.
Like Beard Meets Food. Oosker-doo.
I know. I've got that on my list.
You got to look that guy up.
I will.
And I actually hope he ends up watching one of our videos. And I hope the Comic-Con in New York is watching us. And I hope people are listening. We do need to wrap it up so I can get to some food.
I know. It's time for you. It's dinner time for you. So
it's 2 hours
earlier
after.
This time.
We're already 2 hours past. And my daughters, I'm sure, have learned that it must be Monday night when I'm in here talking.
Yeah.
It's happened like 3 or 4 times now. So
I know it.
Dinner, and I didn't even know what I was going to make for dinner anyway. So, what
are you going to make tonight? What are you going to have tonight?
I'm probably going to do hot dogs.
Yeah.
I got some, all beef hot dogs. Anyway.
I hear you. Well, yeah, I feel like we should go ahead and wrap it up. We have 19 viewers at the moment, so they are, strong people to be able to set that
Well,
long.
excellent. Thank you for sticking it out. Thank you for listening.
Yes.
Be
Yes.
sure to look for a copy of this and share it with people.
Right.
Like, subscribe, share. That way, Rebecca can go and get monetized, and maybe we can get those plane tickets to go to Comic-Con.
I know. Let's
Wouldn't that be
just
cool?
plan on it. Next year we're gonna be. I'm planning on it. It will fall into place as perfect.
Yeah. Then I got to find a babysitter. Of course, next year my kids are old enough to stay by themselves. Not that they're not
I know,
right
it's
now.
hard to
but, I mean,
believe. I know.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, they started out, and my youngest was in diapers when I started doing this, and it's like, wow, she's grown up now. Wow,
Right.
where did that decade go?
Young ladies, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, they are, and they're doing well. They're really smart,
Right.
and they're scary smart. Like, oh, teenage girls, no,
Right.
yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, we got a lot of thank yous coming in the comments, and you all are very welcome. And Jesus and I will probably be on Monday evening, so we have a
well, I'm going to do
plan.
Okay, I'm going to do a real quick plug. I haven't
Yeah.
got any mail from anybody in my PO box in a long time. Even if
Yeah.
you can't send a large donation, send a postcard, whatever. Say, hey, we're thinking about you. PO Box 625, Lolo, Montana 59847. And I'd love to hear from you. And please,
I know.
donate to the girls' Christmas fund. The sooner the better. That way we can plan. Because sometimes things don't come in the mail as fast because we're in Montana, which is sometimes a third world country. Up here in the mountains, I think they swim them up here or something,
Yeah.
or maybe they send them by pigeon. I don't know, carrier pigeon. Anyway, so send them early so we can plan for Christmas. And appreciate everybody being around, and thank you again for listening. And be sure to watch Rebecca's YouTube channel and her Twitter and all of that. And I'm going to go for a quick out at that point and let you talk.
Sure. Okay, Sam. Thanks so much. I'm glad you were able to join us. So
Okay.
cool.
All right. I'm going to
Okay. Okay. I'll let you. All right. Take care.
Bye.
I'll talk to you later. Bye. Okay. Well, it's just me now. So yeah, if and when you all can donate to Sam, please do. Donations haven't really started yet, but I know it's still pretty early. I know it's just October, but like he said, so he can plan and hopefully get what the girls really want this year, which they have their hearts set on a game system, and they each want their own game system, which is understandable, and it would mean everything to them. You know how it is. Those of you that have kids and teenagers, you know how it's a big deal. So I'd love to be able to help make that happen for them and for Sam so he can get it for them. So, and there's a nice thank you from Nicole. I appreciate you guys. And yeah, we still got 17 people. I'm kind of surprised as long as it goes. But you know what? Last week we went 8 hours, and I had more comments, especially on YouTube, from people saying that they watched the whole thing. They split it up into sessions and watched it all. So that just tells me that people really are very interested, and they like hearing Sam talk, which we all do, because he's always got something new to reveal. Some things you hear over and over again, but a lot of it is new for the first time. So it's great to have him. I'm happy. So let's see. Checking to see, and Nicole says she's going to send to the girls soon. Me too. I'm doing the same thing as you, so I'll be getting it sent soon as well. But otherwise, yeah, Jesus and I will be here Monday, and clear that out of the way. Anyway, we'll be back on Monday night, and we have a show planned where we're going to be showing a lot of his time-lapse videos because they're just so cool. The way the lighting is impacted by the planets moving nearby. It's videos that he has created, and he's like a master at time-lapse videos. So I'm looking forward to that and working all the time on something or another. So hopefully next time I'll have an outro video made so I can, send you all out with a video. But until then, I'll just got to tell you bye as like this. But I'm going to go ahead and hop off unless anybody else has anything else they need or want to say. Otherwise, I'm going to hop off of here too. So, but I will be connecting with you all in the comment section as always. But thank you, and y'all have a good rest of your evening. I appreciate you all so much. So it's just going to get bigger and better. So, and like Sam said, let's just make it a plan. Next year, we'll figure out a way to get to Comic-Con. I know that would mean a lot to him. It's not impossible. It's totally doable. So let's just plan on it. So, okay, guys, I'm going to hop off. Good night, and we'll chat again soon. Okay. Bye, everybody.